Beneath the surface of our planet lies a world untouched by sunlight. It is a place of crushing pressure, eternal night, and unyielding silence. More than 70% of the Earth is covered by water, and yet, we have explored only a fraction of it. The ocean is vast, not just in size, but in mystery. It holds secrets older than humanity itself, stories whispered through sonar blips and barnacle-crusted shipwrecks. Some of these tales come from ancient maps, marked with monsters. Others drift ashore in the form of ghost ships with no crew to tell what happened, and some never rise from the depths at all. Tonight, we journey into that deep. You are about to hear 30 unsolved stories from the ocean, each one darker, quieter, and more unsettling than the last. These aren't loud tales of pirates and storms. They are slow, eerie, and unsettling. The kinds of stories that don't scream, but linger. The kinds of stories that wrap around you like a cold current and follow you into your dreams. Some of what you'll hear may be real, some may be myth. Most lie somewhere in between. Settle in, dim the lights. Let the rhythm of the ocean lull you to sleep. Because we're going under now, and the deep doesn't always give back what it takes. Beneath the waves off the coast of Japan, where the Ryukyu Islands slope quietly into the sea, there lies a formation that does not quite belong. Here, in waters so blue they verge on black, divers once searching for hammerhead sharks stumbled instead upon what looked like the skeletal foundation of something lost, something that might have been built long before memory. It's called the Yonaguni Monument, and no matter how long you stare at its strange geometric lines, you never quite find the right answer. The sea here is rarely still. Currents thread the seabed like invisible fingers, stirring silt and shadow in equal measure. But when visibility is clear, a tableau unfolds that stirs something ancient in the mind. Massive stone terraces stacked in precise right-angled levels, step pyramids descending into the abyss, archways that seem carved rather than cracked. There are long hallways leading nowhere, corners too sharp to be natural, and flat vertical walls that drop with unnatural precision into deeper silence. In 1986, a local diver named Kihachiro Arataki first saw it, or rather first recognized that the underwater cliff he'd often passed was something else. Something too deliberate. His report would ripple outward, attracting archaeologists, geologists, skeptics, and dreamers. Many would descend into the Yonaguni depths, emerging with differing truths, none of which ever quite satisfied the whole. The prevailing theory, among cautious voices, is that Yonaguni is a natural formation, a product of tectonic uplift, and the island's brittle sandstone, shaped by currents, eroded into stair-like symmetry over millennia. Japan's coast is rich with fractured rock layers, and the region's seismic restlessness might explain the monument's uncanny appearance. But if nature made Yonaguni, it did so with an artisan's hand. The angles are so clean, so unnervingly straight, that even seasoned geologists have paused. Because some of these features, they don't erode like that. There's what looks like a central plaza, a broad flat plain surrounded by rising platforms. There are steps, 30 or more, carved into steep inclines at precise intervals, long channels cut through stone like ceremonial passageways. One diver described the experience of swimming through the monument as being inside a forgotten palace, an empty throne room for something long since buried. Even more haunting are the petroglyphs. Some divers have reported seeing strange carvings on the nearby stones, symbols that don't match any modern script, and perhaps don't belong to any human one at all. Others note the face, a curious boulder shaped like a solemn head, eyes eroded deep into a massive brow. It watches the sea floor like a sentinel. And then there's the position. Yonaguni sits at a latitude that to some researchers aligns unnervingly with ancient grid theories, as though someone thousands of years ago mapped the Earth with knowledge we no longer possess. Its angles line up with cardinal directions. Its terraces echo those of Mesoamerican and Southeast Asian structures, thousands of miles away, which leads to the question, could this be man-made? Could it be the ruins of a city swallowed by time, left undisturbed under the waves since before recorded history? If so, it would predate any known civilization in Japan. In fact, it would predate Sumer, Egypt, and the Indus Valley, placing it at over 10,000 years old. That date would push back human development into realms conventional archaeology cannot accept, which is why many mainstream scholars refuse to entertain it. And yet, there are whispers. Whispers that Yonaguni was once part of a larger landmass, an ancient continent swallowed by rising seas at the end of the last ice age. The legend of Mu, or Lemuria, is often spoken of in this context. A land bridge that once connected Asia to the Pacific Islands, lost in a sudden cataclysm. Earthquakes, melting glaciers, a world remade overnight. What remains now might be just the edge, the foundation stones of an entire city, the rest of which now lies buried beneath mud and coral. Some suggest Yonaguni was a ritual site, a place of gathering for a forgotten people. Others claim it may have functioned as an astronomical observatory, its flat platforms aligning with solstices and equinoxes long ago. The more imaginative wonder whether the structure was left by a people not of this world, or at least not of this era, visitors with a deeper understanding of geometry and the forces that govern matter. Of course, skeptics remain firm. To them, Yonaguni is a perfect example of pareidolia, the mind's tendency to find order in chaos, patterns in randomness. We see temples where there are only rocks. We imagine design where there is only erosion. But still, how do you explain the staircase that descends 40 feet into shadow, the walls so smooth they feel carved, the flat stone paths so unlike the broken seabeds found elsewhere? One theory proposes that Yonaguni was a quarry, used by an ancient shoreline civilization for gathering stone. That would explain the cuts and striations, but no tools have been found, no ceramics, no bones, no definitive artifacts to date its use. And yet the monument remains, unmoved by theory, silent beneath the waves. Diving there is an eerie experience. The water is often rough, and the currents unforgiving. Many describe a strange pressure upon entering the site, not just the weight of the sea, but something older, heavier, as though the place carries memory. It feels watched, and always the sea returns to silence. The mystery of Yonaguni isn't just in the stone, but in what it awakens in us, the suspicion that not everything has been explained, that some parts of the earth still keep their secrets folded beneath blue. The monument has not changed. The theories will, but as long as the tides shift and divers descend, the questions will linger. Did someone build this? What happened to them? What lies just a few meters deeper, beneath the sand? And what if Yonaguni is only the edge of something much larger? Whatever the truth may be, the currents continue to sweep over the monument's terraces, brushing against steps no longer climbed, corridors no longer walked. The sea preserves what the land forgets. From here we move onward, to another story, half buried in the cold dark. Not a city this time, but a vessel, a ship that should have arrived. A journey interrupted by something unseen, something that left no wreckage, and no one left to tell the tale. There are stories that begin with silence, not the silence of calm seas or drifting clouds, but the kind that follows absence, the kind left behind when something vanishes that was never meant to disappear. The MV Joyita was one such thing, a sturdy vessel with a reputation for survival. She was known in the South Pacific not for luxury, but for resilience. Built in 1931, the 69-foot wooden cargo ship had weathered storms, engine failures, even wartime service. She floated when others might sink, a quality that would make her disappearance all the more unnerving. It was October 3, 1955, when the Joyita set out from the port of Apia, Samoa. Her journey was modest, a routine delivery of medical supplies, food and trade goods bound for the Tokelau Islands, some 270 miles to the north. On board were 25 people, crew, passengers, and a small group of traders familiar with the route. The skies were fair, and the sea, while sometimes capricious, held no forecast of danger. She was expected to arrive in 2 days. She never did. When no word came, concern slowly mounted. There was no radio message, no sign of distress. Ships were dispatched, radio beacons scanned, but no trace of the Joyita emerged. Days turned to weeks. By the time she was finally found, 5 weeks later, adrift nearly 600 miles off course, the mystery had only deepened. She was listing heavily to one side, her decks eerily deserted. Supplies remained, cargo was gone. So too were all 25 souls. There were no bodies, no lifeboats, no signs of struggle, only silence, and questions. Many, many questions. The first unsettling detail was the state of the ship. Despite her battered condition, the Joyita had not sunk. She was still afloat, her cork-lined hull ensuring she was nearly impossible to fully submerge. Yet she was crippled, partially flooded, with broken pipes and missing equipment. Her radio had been tuned to the distress frequency, but the wires connecting it to the antenna were mysteriously cut. Charts had been removed. A doctor's bag sat open, its instruments scattered. Blood-stained bandages lay nearby, but there was no sign of a fight, no bullet holes, no damage suggesting a boarding, just a ghostly stillness. Several theories would emerge, each grasping at pieces of a puzzle that refused to align. One posited mechanical failure, that a pipe had burst, flooding the engine room, and the crew, fearing the ship would sink, abandoned her. But this ignores her unsinkable design, well known to her captain and crew. Why would seasoned sailors leave a ship they knew would float? Another theory suggested piracy, that the Joyita had been intercepted and its crew taken. But there was no evidence of violence, and much of her cargo was mundane: canned meat, medical kits, foodstuffs, and again the radio, damaged in such a precise way as to disable communication, but not beyond repair, hinted at deliberate sabotage. Then there's the darker possibility: mutiny. Could something have fractured within the human element of the voyage? A disagreement that escalated, a power struggle that left the vessel adrift and the crew either gone, or worse. The bloodied bandages remain unexplained. Perhaps someone was injured, perhaps the wound led to panic, irrational decisions, or fear of disease. Yet the ship's log, which might have recorded such events, was gone, as were the lifeboats, and the life of the ship itself. There's also the theory of a sudden slow abandonment. Perhaps they believed the ship was sinking, maybe the radio had failed, maybe water was rising in the hull, and the growing list, though manageable, was misread as doom. Maybe in desperation, they took to the boats. But if they did, they were never found. Not a single raft, not a single life jacket washed ashore. The Pacific, vast and unforgiving, had swallowed them whole. Some suggested more speculative answers, that the ship passed through an area of geomagnetic disturbance, confusing compasses and instruments, disorienting the crew, that they sailed unknowingly into a low-pressure zone where hallucinations and confusion might fester in the mind like fog, that the ocean, as it sometimes does, simply turns strange. Others wonder about the cargo itself. Medical supplies, yes, but what else might have been aboard? Something radioactive, something smuggled, something that someone wanted silenced. But these are only echoes of theories. There is no proof, only a ship found without its people, drifting in a direction it never intended to go. What makes the Joyita's story especially haunting is the nature of its stillness. A vessel designed not to sink, proven to withstand hardship, found empty yet intact. The absence of life in a place built to carry it. The scattered clues that feel almost staged, not by intent, but by entropy. A radio wire sliced, a half-written log, bandages, scattered cargo, a ship upright, afloat, and alone. To this day, the fate of the 25 people aboard remains unknown. No remains, no answers, no closure. In the years since, the Joyita has been studied, dismantled, even written into law. But she refuses to explain herself. Like the ocean she once crossed, she keeps her secrets sealed behind salt and wood and water. And when people speak of her now, they don't call her cursed, they don't call her haunted, they call her waiting. Because some mysteries drift, not into history, but into orbit, circling endlessly in the minds of those who can't stop listening for the sound of her radio. And just beyond the static of her silence, another voice calls, not from the waves, but from the trench. A sound recorded from the deepest point on Earth. A low, echoing moan that no ship should make, and no whale could own. They called it the Bloop, and it too was never explained. It began with a sound, not a scream, not a thunderclap, just a low, rolling moan that rose up from the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, vast, pulsing, and so loud it was heard over 3,000 miles apart by underwater microphones meant to track Cold War submarines. It happened in the summer of 1997, a single booming noise captured by hydrophones stationed deep within the ocean's quietest regions. A sound so powerful that it echoed across a continent of water, and yet no known creature could have made it. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration catalogued it simply the Bloop. It was brief, less than a minute long, but what struck researchers was its pitch and shape. This wasn't the grinding of ice, or the churning of geological plates. It had the hallmarks of biology, the fluctuating, organic signature of a living voice. Only, nothing living, as far as we know, should be capable of creating a sound that loud. Whales are loud. The blue whale in particular can produce calls that carry for hundreds of miles, but the bloop dwarfed them. By some estimates, it would require an organism many times larger than a blue whale, perhaps larger than any creature that has ever existed. Something vast, hidden, and still very much alive in the darkest layers of the ocean. The source was triangulated to a remote area west of the southern tip of South America, near the submerged mountain ranges that cut across the Pacific floor, a region not far from Point Nemo, the oceanic pole of inaccessibility, the farthest place from any land, a place few humans have ever approached. The region itself is one of endless depth, frigid, pressurized, and largely unexplored. Here, tectonic plates grind silently, cold currents twist into underwater vortices, and beneath it all, miles below the surface, lies a darkness so ancient it predates the continents. The bloop seemed to rise from that darkness. Scientists were baffled. Some suspected a previously unknown species, a deep-sea leviathan, perhaps, whose vocalizations could only be captured at depth. Others proposed more familiar culprits, shifting icebergs, underwater landslides, or gas vents collapsing under pressure. But none of those explanations matched the sound's frequency profile. None moved like a living thing, and none had ever been recorded making anything like the bloop before or since. For a while, speculation spun wild. Some linked it to ancient sea legends, krakens, sea serpents, or the mythical beings whispered about in sailor folklore. Others leaned on Lovecraftian imagination, noting the eerie coincidence that the bloop's coordinates were not far from the fictional location of R'lyeh, the sunken city in which the godlike creature Cthulhu was said to dream. Of course, those were only stories, waking dreams given form in fiction. Yet the ocean does not distinguish between truth and tale. It only carries sound. Years passed. No second bloop came. No physical evidence of a colossal organism surfaced. And so, in 2005, no scientists cautiously revised their position. They suggested the bloop might have been the sound of ice carving from Antarctica, a glacial breakup event echoing across underwater mountain ranges. But even that explanation felt incomplete. The tone, the organic wave of the sound, it didn't quite fit. It lingered in the imagination, not because it had been heard again, but because it hadn't. Whatever had made the sound, if it lived, had not chosen to speak since. And in the quiet mystery thrives. Some researchers believe the answer lies in the trench itself, the Hadal zone, miles below the surface, where life takes on alien shapes. In this pressurized abyss, fish glow like lanterns, jellyfish pulse in slow-motion silence, and eyeless predators float along volcanic vents. Perhaps something larger still, something older, lurks in the folds of these trenches. Not a monster, but a survivor. A creature evolved not to breach the waves, but to avoid them. One that doesn't seek sunlight or surface prey. One that hunts by sound. One that calls only when it must. Others wonder if the bloop wasn't a cry, but a warning or a signal. A solitary voice echoing across a forgotten region, like a whale song meant for ears that haven't existed in millennia, or like a last breath, exhaled into the pressure and then gone. The ocean remains silent, but silence is not absence. Sonar arrays still listen. Every year the hydrophones record thousands of sounds, distant earthquakes, grinding glaciers and mechanical hums from deep-water mining operations. Most are catalogued, named and forgotten. But some sounds still defy classification. Sounds like Julia, like Slow Down, like Upsweep. All heard in the abyss, all unexplained. The bloop was only the beginning, and as our instruments sink deeper, capturing echoes from the void, the ocean waits, unhurried, patient, infinite, and somewhere in that silence, a shape moves, not above, not near, but below the point where sunlight fades and pressure kills, below where our maps end, where only sound remains. And in those depths, something once spoke. It may never speak again, but in another part of the ocean, just as unexplored, lies a city older than myth, a place of stone paths and fallen columns, untouched by time. They call it Heracleion, and for centuries no one knew it was there. Just beneath the restless waters of Egypt's northern coast, where the Nile fans out into the Mediterranean Sea, the ruins of a city long thought mythical rest in silence. For over 1,000 years, its name survived only in crumbling manuscripts and temple inscriptions. Heracleion, a city lost to time, swallowed by the sea. Once Heracleion was legendary, not just in size or splendor, but in mystery. The Greeks believed Heracleion himself had once walked its streets. Helen of Troy may have stopped there before the war. Pharaohs passed through its harbors, priests offered sacrifices to gods of the Nile and the sea, and traders unloaded goods from faraway lands. It was a sacred gateway between worlds, between river and ocean, gods and men, Egypt and the wider Mediterranean. And then it was gone. For centuries, scholars searched in vain. Some said Heracleion had never existed at all. Others confused it with nearby Canopus, or assumed it had crumbled and been absorbed into the delta's endless sediment. But the sea, as always, kept its secrets. Until the summer of 2000, that year, underwater archaeologist Frank Goddio was conducting surveys in Abu Qira Bay, scanning the seabed for clues to Egypt's maritime past. His team had deployed magnetometers, sonar arrays, and sediment corers, the slow, methodical process of mapping what lay hidden beneath layers of silt. And then something strange emerged on the sonar. A pattern, not just rock, but shape. Stone blocks, straight lines, foundation walls. They dove, and there, beneath just 30 feet of murky water, lay Heracleion. Not a ruin, but a memory made solid. Fragments of temples, immense statues, stone sarcophagi, columns, docking platforms. Even a ceremonial bark, an ancient ship preserved in mud, its wood dark with centuries of sleep. The divers moved carefully, brushing away layers of time to reveal inscriptions in Greek and Demotic Egyptian, names of gods, names of kings, names no one had spoken aloud in 1,000 years. Heracleion was real. The city sprawled across more than 40 square miles of seabed, preserved not by design, but by disaster. Unlike other ancient sites destroyed by conquest or decay, Heracleion had simply sunk entirely. Whole buildings tilted and froze mid-collapse as the earth liquefied beneath them. Columns still stood, crooked but proud. Statues of pharaohs rested half-buried in silt, as if they had sat down to wait. But what could sink a city of such size? Theories abound. One explanation is geological, a gradual subsidence caused by unstable sediment layers beneath the city. Heracleion was built on a lattice of clay and silt, interlaced by groundwater and Nile channels. As centuries passed, soil liquefaction slowly undermined the city's foundations. An earthquake, even a minor one, could have triggered the collapse, like knocking a leg from beneath a table. Others point to the sea. Rising tides, storm surges, and tsunamis may have overwhelmed Heracleion's defenses. The Mediterranean is not a gentle ocean, and the Nile Delta is a place of constant change. One flood too many, and the city may have simply slipped below. Then there are those who speak in whispers, who wonder whether Heracleion's fall was not natural at all. The city was deeply religious, its priests among the most powerful in the kingdom. Ceremonies there were grand, sacred, secret. Tombs were sealed in layers of protective spells, their walls carved with warnings. One tablet recovered from the seabed speaks of an offering to the god beneath, but no one knows what that means. And while most of the city lies peacefully at rest, some parts resist. Divers have reported disorientation, sudden currents, pressure changes, equipment malfunctions, even brief blackouts. Stories circulate of shadows moving through the silt, of lights that flicker where no sunlight reaches. These are unconfirmed, of course, but even silence can feel uncanny when it echoes against ancient walls. Among the most famous finds was a massive red granite statue, over 16 feet tall, depicting the god Hapi, guardian of the Nile's floods. It lay face down in the mud, its serene expression untouched by time. Around it was stillas, golden jewelry, amphorae still sealed with wax, and coins from every corner of the ancient world. These artifacts weren't scattered, they were placed, as if the city's end had come suddenly, but not without warning. Why did Heracleion fall while others survived? Some archaeologists suggest a gradual economic decline, shifting trade routes, political unrest, and the silting of canals. But nothing fully explains why an entire metropolis would vanish, leaving behind no surface trace. For generations, even local fishermen had no idea the city was below. Its memory lived only in myths, stories of gods walking among mortals, of cities swallowed by sea and time. And now, centuries later, the myth had risen again. But Heracleion is not the only sunken city. Around the world, other ruins lie drowned in coastal shallows. Pavlopetri off Greece, the Waratah of India, the structures off the coast of Cuba. Together they suggest that the sea has taken more than it has given. Perhaps civilizations rise not in spite of water, but because of it, and fall when that balance is lost. The sea builds, and the sea reclaims. Today, Heracleion's ruins remain underwater, carefully preserved, but fragile. No grand museum holds its artifacts. They remain in situ, where they fell, because lifting them would mean disturbing their rest, and perhaps inviting the city to fade once more into legend. Diving into Heracleion feels like walking through a memory. The water filters out sound, light scatters, movements slow, and as you glide past stone columns and broken walls, the weight of centuries presses in. It's not frightening, it's still, as if the city is sleeping. And somewhere beyond Heracleion in even deeper water, sonar has picked up something stranger still, a repeating signal, mechanical, rhythmic, not a creature, not a current. They call it Upsweep, and no one knows where it comes from. Far out in the Pacific, where the seafloor drops into abyssal plains and the tectonic plates grind in silence, a sound pulses in the dark. It is not constant. It comes in seasons, stronger in the spring and autumn, then fading again, and it is not random. It has rhythm, a rising tone, a slow crescendo, like a voice trying to speak beneath miles of water. The sound is known as Upsweep. It was first detected in 1991 by the Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory. They were using hydrophones, deep-sea microphones, to monitor underwater volcanic activity across the ocean floor. Most of what they heard was expected: the crackling of shifting crusts, the far-off groans of icebergs, the low-frequency rumble of distant earthquakes. But then the upsweep began. It rose from the deep like a whisper stretched across hundreds of miles, high at first, then dipping low, then rising again, a spectral arc, repeated over and over like a chant. No known animal made it. No fault line matched its pattern, and it wasn't an isolated event. It came again, and it's still coming. The origin was traced, roughly, to a part of the ocean between New Zealand and South America, near a volcanic ridge. But that only deepened the mystery. If it was volcanic, why did it behave so rhythmically? Why did it have seasonal pulses? Why did its frequency remain unchanged for decades? Unlike the chaotic bursts of most undersea eruptions, there were no answers, just recordings. To the ear, the upsweep doesn't sound mechanical. It's more like a choir lost in fog, rising slowly, then falling into silence. Some describe it as beautiful, others say it feels like a warning, not in volume, but in something harder to name, a pressure, a presence, as though the sea itself is breathing. Theories flooded in. Some said it was venting, gas escaping from deep-sea fissures, but the pattern didn't match. Others proposed distant landslides, tremors, or undersea storms, but all failed to explain the regularity, the perfect repetition. There are even suggestions that it could be tied to deep-sea life, some unknown leviathan that only rises in certain seasons, singing across the miles in a voice too low for us to comprehend. One idea, half serious, proposed it was a kind of sonar, not ours, but someone else's, a message sweeping the seafloor in long, slow arcs, searching, but for what? Those who study upsweep grow quiet when asked to speculate, because for all our technology, our sensors and sonar, we still know almost nothing about the ocean at that depth. It is not simply dark, it is ancient, cold, pressurized, alien, and yet this signal, regular, patient, persistent, continues. It has been nearly 35 years. What has changed? Nothing. The signal is exactly the same. No rise in pitch, no shift in interval, no degradation. It is as if something is waiting, locked in an endless loop, or worse, watching. The seafloor where it originates is largely unmapped, a jagged ridge where volcanoes crack the crust and steam hisses up through invisible vents. Some believe an immense cavern system exists there, shielded from satellites, reachable only by submersibles that can survive crushing pressures and near-freezing temperatures. And in those depths, perhaps, a structure. It's not science fiction. Off the coast of the Galapagos, hydrothermal vents host entire ecosystems of blind crustaceans and sulfur-feeding worms. Near the Mariana Trench, sonar has revealed strange formations, perfect domes, hexagonal ridges. We call them features because we don't have better names. Some whisper that upsweep is not just sound, it's intention, that it might be a kind of calling, or worse, a warning. The signal intensifies during equinox periods. No one knows why. Some theorize ocean currents, temperature shifts, or migration patterns might influence it. But even that feels like guesswork. There was one proposal, quickly dismissed, that upsweep was a countdown, that each cycle ticked a unit of time, known only to the source. But if it is a clock, what is it counting toward? And what happens when it stops? There's something else, something often left out of the official logs. In 2006, a private research vessel sailing near the signal's origin experienced multiple system failures. Not mechanical, electromagnetic. Compasses froze, GPS drifted, communications with nearby ships were scrambled by static. And for 17 minutes, the crew reported feeling watched. This is not documented in any peer-reviewed journal, but the captain kept a personal log. In it, he wrote, "The sea went quiet, the air pressed in, and somewhere deep below, something hummed. No one has returned to that location since, not directly, not deliberately. Today, upsweep remains unsolved. It plays in the deep like a lullaby written for no one. You can hear it if you search the NOAA archives, faint and distant, like a memory humming in water. And though it seems harmless, its persistence is unsettling, because some sounds aren't signals, some are echoes, and what we hear may be only the surface of what listens back." Just beyond the region where upsweep pulses lies a stretch of ocean so deep, so dark, and so strange, that even scientists speak of it with a kind of reverence. They call it the Challenger Deep, the lowest known point on Earth, and in that pressure-crushed silence, other things have been found, things no one expected. At the bottom of the world, beneath 7 miles of crushing black water, lies a trench so deep that Mount Everest could be inverted inside it, and its peak would still not break the surface. This is the Challenger Deep, the deepest known point in the Mariana Trench, and the most remote and inaccessible place on the planet. It is a place without sunlight, without warmth, and nearly without sound. Temperatures hover just above freezing. The pressure is so immense it can collapse steel. No human could survive there without a submersible built like a fortress. And even then, only a few have ever dared to descend. What they've seen and what they haven't remains one of the ocean's most haunting riddles. The first recorded descent into the Challenger Deep came in 1960, when the US Navy bathyscaphe Trieste, piloted by Jacques Piccard and Don Walsh, sank into the trench for nearly 5 hours. The crew described a silence that defied comprehension, a silence that was alive. At the bottom, they saw something unexpected, a flat fish, swimming. At that depth, science said life couldn't exist. But there it was, a shadow moving just outside the glow of their lights. Piccard later wrote that the sea was a dreamless world, but others have wondered if what they saw was merely a glimpse of something larger, watching from beyond the beam. In the decades since, few have returned. The descent is too dangerous, the costs too high, the risk of failure, or worse, too real. But robotic probes have gone back. Cameras lowered into the trench have captured glimpses of strange translucent creatures, long, jelly-like tubes that undulate in slow motion, A-list crustaceans scuttling across the silt, and occasionally, shapes that can't be explained. In 2012, filmmaker James Cameron made a solo dive into the trench. He described the terrain as alien, a lunar landscape untouched by time, but much of his footage remains unreleased. What we do know is that some of the sonar readings recorded during his descent showed anomalies, brief returns, like something large moving far below his submersible, too large and too fast. One of the readings suggested an object the size of a bus passing beneath him at over 50 knots. Nothing known to science moves that fast at that depth. The pressure alone would crush a submarine. But the signal was clear, a massive echo, streaking silently through the abyss. Was it a glitch, or a glimpse? Oceanographers have a term for these events: false positives. But that doesn't mean they're ours. It means they don't yet have a category. In 2018, a deep-sea probe sent to collect sediment samples encountered unexpected resistance at the trench floor. The probe, designed to drill into compacted silt, jammed against something harder. Not rock, something smooth, almost metallic. The drill bit snapped. The sample was never retrieved. Later analysis of the sonar data showed a rectangular outline buried beneath the sediment, over 100 feet long. It was dismissed as a sonar anomaly, and then quietly forgotten. But not by everyone. There are those who believe the Challenger deep hides more than pressure and silt. Some speak of structures, sunken vaults left by a civilization long lost. Others suggest it's a rift, a place where the Earth's crust is thin, and where something else might enter. There are even tales, whispered by veteran submariners, of low hums picked up in hydrophones, frequencies too low for the human ear, but picked up as vibrations through the hull. When amplified, they resemble breathing, rhythmic, magic, living. Theories abound. One posits a form of deep-sea gigantism, unlike anything documented, a class of organisms so vast they dwell below even the known depths, surfacing only when disturbed. The trench is nearly 7 miles deep, but beneath that there are pockets, caves, fissures. The tectonic movements in the area suggest voids large enough to contain an entire city, or something that once was. Another theory suggests the Challenger Deep is not a location, but a threshold, a place where magnetic and gravitational forces behave unpredictably, where time and signal distort, and where instruments fail not because they are broken, but because they are out of their depth. Then there are the stories never published. One engineer aboard an autonomous submersible mission in 2019 claimed that a drone returned with damaged tethers, as if something had grasped it. The fiber was shredded, but not cut, frayed in spirals, as if twisted apart by hands. Of course, these are stories, and in a world of sensors and data, stories hold less weight, but they persist. In 2020, a deep-sea listening station placed at the trench's edge went offline for 23 hours. When it came back online, the log showed nothing unusual, except for one brief burst of audio that lasted only 18 seconds, a sharp click followed by a low groan, and then what one researcher called an inhale. No official explanation was given. The Challenger Deep is a mystery because it is untouched, not by human hands, but by time. No current disturbs its floor, no light has ever reached its rocks. The creatures that live there are pale, slow, and ancient, and yet something deeper stirs, something fast, silent, and perhaps brutal. As one scientist once said, we used to think of the deep sea as lifeless. Now we know it simply doesn't need us to be alive. And so we move on, from the abyssal plain to a place just as strange, but far more visible. A ship, floating, intact, crew gone, dinner still warm on the plates. Not found on the seafloor, but adrift, as if abandoned mid-breath. The sea has a way of keeping its secrets, but sometimes it gives them back, half told, half formed, as if something was in the middle of speaking when it was interrupted. So it was on December 4th, 1872, when the Mary Celeste was spotted adrift in the North Atlantic Ocean, or ghost ship, its sails partially unfurled, its hull intact, but not a single soul aboard. The discovery was made by the crew of the DEI Gratian, another merchant vessel, en route from New York to Gibraltar. They had spotted the Mary Celeste zigzagging erratically through the waves, too steadily to be sinking, too strangely to be held. When they boarded her, they found no signs of struggle, no storm damage, no distress flags. The cargo was untouched. The logbook, still resting in the captain's cabin, gave no clue of impending doom. The ship's last entry was just 10 days old. Yet the crew, 7 sailors, the captain, his wife, and their 2-year-old daughter were simply gone, as if erased. Inside the ship, time had stopped mid-step. A warm meal had been laid out on the table, and then abandoned. The sewing project sat half-finished. The galley was orderly. The sails were weathered, not torn. The lifeboat was missing, but all else remained. Even today, the mystery of the Mary Celeste is one of the sea's most enduring puzzles, not because of what was found, but because of what wasn't. Many have tried to explain what happened. Some point to natural phenomena, a sudden water spout perhaps, which might have soaked the crew, panicking them into abandoning ship. But the cargo, over 1,700 barrels of industrial alcohol, was still accounted for. The hull was sound. The food was dry. Nothing indicated the chaos one would expect in a panicked escape. Others suggest the possibility of toxic fumes, alcohol vapors leaking from the barrels, filling the lower decks with an invisible suffocating cloud. If the captain feared an explosion, he might have ordered everyone into the lifeboat temporarily. But then, the theory goes, the rope tethering them to the ship snapped, leaving them adrift as their vessel sailed on, empty. But that lifeboat was never found. No bodies, no remains, only theories. And then there are the darker speculations that something came aboard. One theory claims the crew was attacked, not by pirates, but by something less human. Survivors of similar abandoned ships in later decades sometimes spoke of strange lights in the sky, or dead silence followed by nausea, disorientation, and blackouts. No evidence supports these stories, but in the hush of the North Atlantic, there's room for suggestion. Still others wonder if the Mary Celeste wandered into something ancient, a zone of disorientation. Perhaps the ship crossed into a magnetic anomaly, where compasses spin, time bends and minds unravel. No such zone has ever been proven to exist, but it has never been disproven either. After her discovery, the Mary Celeste was towed to Gibraltar. A tribunal investigated the incident, but found no evidence of foul play, no signs of mutiny, no clues at all. In the end, they labeled the event inexplicable, and so the ship returned to the sea. Over the next dozen years, she changed hands many times. None of her owners kept her. Crews refused to sail. Stories of strange voices and unlit lanterns swinging in the hold began to circulate. Some said they heard footsteps on the deck at night. Others swore they saw the outline of a small child standing at the bow, peering into the mist. By 1885, the Mary Celeste had become a ship no one wanted. Her final owner, desperate to be rid of her, loaded her with cheap cargo and intentionally wrecked her off the coast of Haiti in an insurance scam. He was caught and tried, but when asked why he destroyed the vessel, his answer was simple: she wouldn't stay empty. To this day, no confirmed evidence explains the disappearance of her crew. No letters, no log entries, no final distress call, just a silence, more complete than death. What makes the Mary Celeste so disturbing is that it was found. Ships go missing all the time, but a ship found intact, without a soul aboard, floating in clear weather, with no signs of damage or decay, that's something else entirely. That's the sea giving back a story, but only the middle of it. The beginning lost, the ending stolen. Some say it's better we don't know, that some endings should remain untold, and so the Mary Celeste drifts forever in the public imagination. A ghost ship not of wreckage, but of absence. A reminder that the sea doesn't always roar when it claims its due. Sometimes it whispers, sometimes it simply takes. Now we follow the tides further, away from the waves of the Atlantic, and into warmer, stranger waters, where deep in the Pacific, far beneath the coral, something ancient has begun to hum. In the heart of the South China Sea, hidden among the disputed islands and coral atolls, there lies a place older than war and stranger than myth. A vertical wound in the seafloor, known as the Dragon Hole. To the eye, it is a circle of water, only slightly darker than the surrounding sea, almost gentle in appearance. But beneath the surface, the Dragon Hole plunges over 300 meters into the earth. Deeper than the Statue of Liberty is tall, deeper than any known blue hole on the planet. It is not fed by rivers or groundwater. It is not connected to known caves or fissures. It is, as far as anyone can prove, bottomless, and it hums. The sound began as a rumor. Fishermen spoke of their engines sputtering when they passed overhead. Divers, few and brave, returned pale and silent, some refusing to go back to sea. But it wasn't until 2016, when Chinese researchers mapped the hole in full detail, that they began to detect an unexplained acoustic signature, a low rhythmic pulse that did not match currents, whales or seafloor shifts. The sound seemed to rise from deep within, like breathing, or something imitating it. It does not always hum. Sometimes it is silent for months, but then when it begins again, it carries across the seabed like a slow heartbeat. It has no apparent source. It registers on hydrophones but not on sonar, and its frequency is inconsistent. fluctuating in subtle patterns, as though responding to something. What lives in a place with no light, no sound and no air? What answers when we listen? The Dragon Hole's geology offers a starting point. Formed over thousands of years by chemical dissolution of limestone beneath the seafloor, it is thought to be the result of karst erosion, like the cenotes of Mexico or the blue holes of the Bahamas. But those are connected to cave networks or ancient groundwater flows. The Dragon Hole is isolated. It opens directly into the sea, with no known tunnels or tributaries. What lies at the bottom is a mystery, if a bottom even exists. No submersible has reached it without mechanical failure. Cameras malfunction, batteries drain. Communication with the surface is often cut without explanation. The water within is stratified in layers of temperature and density, forming a chemical labyrinth that resists intrusion. And then there's the sound. Acoustic experts have studied it in quiet. It doesn't match biological rhythms. No whale, no known fish, no tectonic tremor. It is closer in pattern to artificial sonar pings, yet there are no submarines in the area when the sound is recorded. And strangest of all, it repeats in irregular intervals, with harmonics that seem to echo the geography of the surrounding islands, as if it were scanning the region, or remembering it. There are theories, of course. Some believe the hum is geologic, caused by tidal compression or unseen gas vents, but no such vents have been found. Others suggest it could be a rare form of acoustic resonance, created by waves striking the lip of the hole. But the hum occurs even in perfect stillness, in windless weather, when no wave breaks against the coral rim. Then there are the stranger explanations, that the Dragon Hole is not just a cavity, but a throat. Local legends predate science. The fishermen of the Parasol Islands have long spoken of the Lungwang, the Dragon King, who sleeps beneath the water and exhales storms. When the hum begins, they say, a typhoon will follow, and it often does. The area around the Dragon Hole is one of the most typhoon-prone zones in the Pacific. The pattern is not perfect, but it is close enough that some meteorologists have taken notice. One cryptographic researcher analyzed the acoustic pattern and claimed to find a fractal sequence, too ordered to be random, too organic to be mechanical. They called it a voice without language, a signal perhaps, or a warning. But who or what would be sending it? Attempts to explore the lower regions of the Dragon Hole have met with failure. In 2019, a deep-sea drone was lost 180 meters down after its tether was severed by unknown means. The footage recovered before transmission cut out shows a sudden shift in water pressure, not a drop, as expected, but a momentary vacuum, as if the hole had inhaled. Marine biologists suggest that extreme thermoclines and hydrogen sulfide layers at depth might be to blame, capable of corroding or disabling unshielded electronics. But no full explanation has been confirmed, and no one has volunteered to dive it in person since. And yet, every few months the hum returns. Late at night, when the sea is still, it echoes upward, a deep, slow, haunting vibration that can be felt more than heard. Ships passing near the region often record interference on radios, and unexplained echo returns on sonar, as if something is watching from below. Some suggest that the Dragon Hole might be a kind of deep-sea ear, not a mouth, not a predator, but a sensor, a place that listens. And when it hums, it is not speaking, but dreaming. There is no proof of this, of course, just whispers in the dark, just the knowledge that beneath the waves, in a hole with no visible bottom, something waits and remembers. And from this ancient wound in the Pacific, we turn westward again, to a coastline where temples sink and statues crumble beneath the surf, toward another city, once lost to time and found by divers who saw its pillars standing still in the dark. They called it Thonis in Egyptian. The Greeks knew it as Heracleion, but for centuries it had no name at all. Only myths and murmurings, a city lost to the sea, whispered of in scrolls and temple records, but with no confirmed location. Some said it never existed. Others believed it lay buried under modern Alexandria, ground down by centuries of conquest and decay. But the truth was stranger still. Heracleion was real, and it had not vanished beneath the sand. It had slipped beneath the waves. The rediscovery began quietly, almost accidentally, in the late 1990s. A team of marine archaeologists, led by Frank Goddio, scanning the murky waters off Egypt's northern coast, stumbled upon a strange anomaly: stone blocks in geometrical alignment, where none should exist. Divers were sent down, and what they found was astonishing. Vast, temple-sized structures resting silently beneath the waves of a bleaking bay. Columns, statues, ceremonial halls, sphinxes, weathered not by sandstorms, but by salt. A city still standing, as though it had only just fallen. They had found Heracleion. For nearly 1,200 years, the city had slept beneath the Mediterranean, hidden under meters of silt and seagrass, and yet so much remained intact. Stone slabs bearing hieroglyphs, gold coins nestled in amphorae, a colossal statue of the god Hapi lying on its side, its face blurred by sediment, but unmistakable. Divers described it as like swimming through a dream, corridors of temples appearing in the green gloom, roads of stone stretching beneath their fins. But how does a city fall into the sea? Geologists point to a process called soil liquefaction, a sudden destabilization of the ground caused by earthquakes or floods. When the clay-rich delta of the Nile shifts, it can act like quicksand, swallowing everything above it. And Heracleion sat right in that danger zone, a port city built atop fragile land. The collapse wasn't instant. It likely began slowly: small tremors, a rising tide, streets that cracked underfoot, foundations that leaned, then vanished. By the 2nd century BCE, the city was gone from maps, forgotten, rewritten into myth. But under the water it remained, and the sea, ever patient, preserved what the land could not. Among the ruins, archaeologists found something even more curious: ceremonial artifacts, not just Egyptian in origin, but Greek, offering vessels, twin-language inscriptions, and stone weights calibrated in Greek standards. Heracleion was not merely a city, it was a cultural gateway, where two civilizations met. Before Alexandria, it had been Egypt's greatest harbor, the portal through which ancient Greece first touched Africa. But there were anomalies too: statues carved in styles that didn't match any known school, metal instruments whose use remains unclear. And then there were the mooring stones, blocks of granite pierced with holes, found hundreds of meters from the main harbor walls, suggesting that the sea level was already higher than expected when the city was thriving. Was the ocean always claiming this place? Some divers have reported a strange phenomenon while working among the ruins. A pressure, they say, not physical, but perceptual, a sense that the city is not entirely still, that it resists being observed. Cameras malfunction more often than expected. Electronic logs glitch. And one archaeologist, when asked to describe the sensation of walking through the submerged temple's interior, said only, "It felt like being watched by time itself." There are stories that predate the fall, of priests who warned that the gods had turned away from the coast, that sacred rites were no longer accepted by the sea, that Heracleion would become an offering itself. And perhaps in the end it did. Some scholars believe that the flooding of Heracleion coincided with the weakening of Egypt's Ptolemaic dynasty, a slow erosion of empire echoed by the erosion of the land. As above, so below. Others speculate that the city was deliberately left behind, abandoned as Alexandria rose in prominence, a kind of ritual burial for the old gods. But then there are the truly strange accounts. Before the rediscovery, mariners in the Abuka Bay sometimes spoke of lights in the water, pale glows beneath the waves, visible only at night, near the time of the summer solstice. They attributed it to underwater volcanoes, though none exist in the region. Some thought it was phosphorescent algae, but the lights moved with purpose. One captain swore they outlined the shape of a temple, briefly illuminated beneath his hull, before vanishing into darkness. What if the city itself still breathes? The sea, after all, does not destroy. It conceals. It edits. It holds. And Heracleion, like so many other lost cities, may be not only a ruin, but a memory, one too large for the surface to contain. Archaeologists continue to recover artifacts from the site, careful not to disturb the structural remains. The work is slow, respectful, and surrounded by a quiet reverence, because Heracleion is not like other shipwrecks or ruins. It is not simply a casualty of time. It is a city caught in mid-exhale, a breath held beneath the water, waiting. And if you drift close enough, if you listen between the currents, you might hear it. The silence of a temple long drowned. The stillness of statues staring upward through layers of silt and centuries. the sound of history, not lost, but submerged. Now, as we leave behind this city of stone and sorrow, we glide further west, out past the edge of the African coast, into the empty reaches of the Atlantic, where once a mighty vessel sailed and vanished, a steel giant that left behind no signal, no wreckage, no sound, only silence, and a name: Cyclops. There are ships that sink in storms, ships that collide, ships lost to time and corrosion, but then there are the ships that vanish, not wrecked, not found, simply erased from the world, as though they had never been. The US Cyclops was such a ship. Launched in 1910, the Cyclops was a colossus of steel and steam, over 500 feet long, crewed by more than 300 men, and built to haul thousands of tons of coal across the seas. She was the pride of the Proteus-class colliers, powerful and reliable, with thick hulls and cavernous holds. When the First World War turned the oceans into battlefields, the Cyclops was repurposed to carry manganese ore, a critical element in steel production. In March of 1918, she departed Brazil bound for Baltimore, her hull heavy with ore, her mission routine. Her captain, George Worley, was a seasoned commander. The sea was calm, the skies were clear, and then, nothing, no distress signal, no wreckage, no survivors. She never arrived. The last confirmed sighting was off the coast of Barbados. From there, the Cyclops slipped into the Atlantic and into myth. What happened in those final days has become one of maritime history's most perplexing enigmas. Investigations yielded no definitive answers. There were no weather events recorded on her route that could explain a sudden loss. Enemy submarines were ruled out. There were no German U-boats known to be operating in the area, and yet 309 people and over 10,000 tons of cargo disappeared in an ocean that, for all its vastness, is rarely so quiet about death. Some point to structural failure. The Cyclops, they argue, was overloaded. Manganese ore, if not properly secured, could shift mid-voyage, destabilizing the ship. If the ore compacted to one side, even momentarily, it could have caused a sudden and irreversible tilt. The ship may have capsized, sank in minutes, its radio equipment too damaged to send a distress call. But even then, where is the wreck? Search efforts were massive, combing her likely route for any sign. But the Atlantic held its tongue. No lifeboats, no oil slick, no splintered beams floating to the surface. Theories deepened. Some focused on the ship's captain, George Worley, a man of German birth with rumored sympathies for the Kaiser. Whispers of sabotage stirred in wartime ears. Had he delivered the Cyclops to enemy hands, defected with the cargo? But again, no evidence, no intercepted communications, no post-war revelations, and surely someone among the 309 would have spoken, written, survived. Others looked beneath the surface, quite literally. The Bermuda Triangle, that infamous stretch of ocean known for strange vanishings and compass failures, became a focal point. The Cyclops had passed through its fringes. Perhaps it had encountered something more than current or storm, magnetic anomalies, rogue waves, or stranger phenomena. Theories emerged of methane hydrate eruptions, vast gas pockets suddenly releasing from the seafloor, reducing water density, and causing even the sturdiest ships to sink with barely a splash. Still others spoke of dead zones, parts of the ocean where radio signals simply stop, where direction becomes distorted, where time itself feels uneven. Whatever it was, it happened fast. There's a peculiar silence in the Cyclops story, not just the lack of evidence, but the absence of finality. Ships sink, survivors crawl ashore, families bury what's left. But with the Cyclops there was none of this. Only unanswered letters, empty docks, names carved in memorials instead of graves. Years later, in 1941 and again in 1943, two sister ships of the Cyclops, the USS Proteus and USS Netzeris, also vanished without a trace, both in similar waters, both carrying heavy ore. Lightning striking the same place, or something darker threading through the Atlantic's quiet corridors. Some say these disappearances mark a line in the ocean, an area where something ancient sleeps and occasionally wakes, an opening, a pull, a gap in the world. Mariners who knew the Atlantic well spoke of feelings they could never quite explain in those waters, an unease, instruments that wavered, a pressure in the chest that wasn't from wind or wave. If the Cyclops is still out there, and perhaps it is, resting whole in the Atlantic's silent basin. It lies miles beneath the surface, untouched by scavenger or sun. A ship frozen mid-journey, her cargo still in place, her crew still at their stations, waiting, and the ocean, vast and indifferent, has chosen not to give her back. From Heracleion's drowned columns to the Cyclops' steel silence, the thread continues to pull us deeper into waters where vanishings are not accidents, but patterns. Now we sail toward another mystery, one that echoes across decades, through storm and signal, toward the ghost of a luxury liner that set out in brilliance and never returned. They called her the Titanic of the Southern Hemisphere, the Waratah. Off the southern coast of Africa, where the warm Agulhas current meets the icy waters of the Southern Ocean, ships have always had to reckon with nature's unpredictable hand. Winds whip without warning, waves rise like walls, and somewhere out there, in this treacherous expanse, the Waratah was lost. She was supposed to be magnificent. Built in 1908 by the Blue Anchor Line, the Waratah was the pride of Edwardian engineering, a vessel of dual purpose, balancing luxury for passengers and heavy freight for commerce. At 465 feet in length, with ornate dining saloons, promenades and plush cabins, she was a floating palace destined to serve the booming trade between Britain and Australia. They called her the Titanic of the Southern Hemisphere, but she vanished nearly 3 years before the Titanic's own ill-fated voyage. Her first trip was promising. Her second, in July 1909, became her last. On July 26th, she departed Durban, bound for Cape Town, with 211 souls aboard, passengers, crew and cargo. The day was calm, the skies were mild. By all reports, the Waratah steamed out of the harbour without incident. She was last seen that evening by a passing vessel, the Clan McIntyre, about 200 miles east of East London, South Africa, and then she was gone. No distress call, no debris, no survivors, not a single life raft ever reached shore. The Waratah vanished as though she had never sailed. Theories surfaced almost immediately, fanned by the disbelief that such a grand ship could simply evaporate. Some pointed to her design. Despite her elegance, the Waratah was said to have stability issues, top-heavy and prone to listing. Several passengers on earlier voyages had remarked on her peculiar role, the way she seemed to sway even in mild seas. In turbulent waters, she may have tipped beyond her balance, unable to recover. Could it have been a rogue wave? In this part of the world, rogue waves are not rare. Walls of water rising 80 to 100 feet, unpredictable, immense. If the Waratah encountered one, particularly while carrying a heavy shifting cargo, she could have capsized in seconds. No time for distress calls, no chance for rescue. But there's another possibility, one that unsettles, because it leaves no clues. The Agulhas current, which races down the east coast of Africa, is one of the fastest and most powerful in the world. It drags everything south, into the void. Shipwrecks in this region are rarely found. The seabed is deep and broken, scattered with canyons and submerged cliffs. If the Waratah went down here, she might rest thousands of meters below, buried under layers of sediment and time. Search efforts began immediately. Vessels scoured the coast. Planes traced her last known position. For weeks, hope lingered, but nothing emerged. Even today, with sonar and submersible drones, the wreck has never been located, and still the rumors persist. Some sailors whispered that the Waratah was cursed, that something had followed her out of Durban, a shadow beneath the hull. Passengers aboard the Clan McIntyre reported seeing strange lights hovering near the Waratah the night she disappeared. Others claimed they saw her again, days later, drifting silently in the fog, far off course. Phantom sightings became legend. Years passed. The Waratah's sister ships continued to sail, but none escaped the pall cast by her vanishing. Families waited for word that never came. A century later, her fate remains one of the sea's cruelest mysteries. Was she pulled down by the sea's violence, or did she drift far off course, lost in fog and current, until hunger and time claimed all aboard? Some believe she remains intact somewhere on the seabed, her polished woodwork preserved in cold darkness, chandeliers swaying gently, dining rooms still set for meals no one would ever eat. The Waratah is not alone. She is part of the pattern of ships lost without trace in oceans where even giants can disappear. From the Cyclops to the Waratah, Something haunts these routes, not with violence, but with silence. And we are not done yet. There are vessels whose fate wasn't just strange, but impossible. Submarines that surfaced where none should be. Contacts that defied the laws of speed, of physics, of presence. Submarines without nations, without names. Phantom submarines, waiting in the dark. In the darkest depths of wartime oceans, not everything that moved beneath the waves could be explained. As war raged across continents, a quieter, colder war unfolded below the surface. One of sonar pings, silent shadows, and vanishing blips. Among these stories, some remain untouched by conventional reason. They are the stories of phantom submarines, unmarked, unidentified, and in some cases impossible. During World War II, the seas were alive with secrets. Submarines, both Allied and Axis, slipped through currents and beneath ice floes. Their movements strategic and often fatal. But scattered among the battle reports are stranger logs, whispered accounts from naval crews and merchant vessels that described encounters with something other than the known enemy. It began subtly. A sonar ping returned an impossible shape. A contact was made, large, fast, maneuvering in patterns no known submarine could match. But when depth charges were dropped, nothing. No wreckage, no oil, no survivors, only silence. In 1942, off the coast of Iceland, a British destroyer tracked such a contact. It behaved like no German U-boat. It changed direction on a dime, moved at unprecedented speeds, then vanished from sonar entirely. The ship launched depth charges and awaited the shockwave, but the water remained eerily still. A few weeks later, in the North Sea, a Norwegian freighter reported being followed for 3 nights by a submarine with no insignia. It surfaced only at dusk, remained a distant shadow, and left no wake. The crew, unnerved, tried to signal it, but it slipped beneath the water like a ghost. It never returned. And in the Pacific, the encounters became even stranger. In 1943, near the Solomon Islands, a US destroyer picked up an underwater contact, moving at a speed nearly double that of any known submersible. It dodged torpedoes with uncanny precision. Then mid-chase, it blinked off sonar completely, not rising to the surface, not descending, just gone. Were these anomalies of equipment, misread signals in the fog of war? Possibly. But not all encounters could be dismissed so easily. Several submariners reported a chilling sensation just before contact was made, a moment where even the machinery seemed to fall quiet, as if the ocean were holding its breath. Some described hearing faint mechanical noises underwater, not like propellers or engines, but like whispers, clinking, tapping, echoing, as if from inside a vast chamber. And always the same outcome: no wreckage, no confirmation, no explanation. One particularly unsettling case came from a US naval convoy near Guam. Multiple vessels reported a submerged object pacing them, not attacking, not retreating, simply staying just out of reach. It seemed to pulse on radar, there one moment, gone the next, as though existing between dimensions. The most unnerving detail: it moved in perfect synchrony with the convoy's formation. It matched course changes, speed adjustments, even zigzag evasions. But when a destroyer attempted to break formation and confront it, the object accelerated, outpacing the vessel and vanishing into deeper water. Then reports ceased. Years later, declassified naval records revealed internal communications expressing confusion and unease. Commanders questioned if the object was an unknown enemy weapon, but even the most advanced submarines of the era couldn't match the size or maneuverability described. Speculation spread. Could they have been experimental Axis vessels? The Germans were indeed working on the Type XX U-boat, a revolutionary design with greater underwater speed and endurance. But these weren't operational in the early years of the war, and no Axis blueprint accounted for the kinds of acceleration and maneuverability reported in these phantom sightings. Others considered more unconventional theories. Could these have been remnants of earlier technologies? Machines predating our records. Some speculated about abandoned pre-war experiments or secret naval projects kept hidden even from Allied command. But the sightings were too widespread, too global. North Atlantic, South Pacific, Indian Ocean. The phenomenon was not isolated. A few naval officers quietly proposed proposed an unsettling thought. What if these submarines were not human at all? The idea of unidentified submerged objects, USOs, began to take hold. Crafts that operated underwater but didn't behave like any known ship. Their purpose unknown, their origin impossible. They didn't follow any nation's fleet movements, nor did they obey the laws of physics as we knew them. By war's end, the reports trickled off, not because the sightings stopped, but because the witnesses did. Many involved in the Phantom sub incidents never spoke publicly again. Some had died in combat, others were bound by classified orders, and some simply chose silence, haunted by what they'd seen. In the decades since, sonar anomalies continue to appear in the world's oceans, shapes too large, too fast, too deep to be explained. And while modern submarines have evolved into marvels of stealth and technology, none account for the wartime encounters that slipped through radar, dove into abyssal darkness, and left no trace. Whatever they were not ours. And perhaps they still wait, deep in trenches no one dares map fully, behind thermal layers and pressure zones that keep their secrets. The ocean keeps its ghosts. And just as one submarine may pass unseen beneath another, so too may mysteries lie below the reach of even our deepest senses. But if submarines can vanish, so too can surface ships, and not just vanish, drift. A ship found intact, the coffee still warm, the radio on, but the crew, gone. It was the kind of vessel made for quiet waters, for the gentle sway of coastal breezes and the sun's slow descent over a silver blue sea. The Kaz II, a modest 9.8-meter catamaran, was no match for storms or secrets. Yet in April of 2007, it would drift into the heart of maritime mystery, joining the long, eerie lineage of ships found without their crews, yet seemingly untouched by tragedy. It would become known as Australia's Mary Celeste. The voyage began in calm anticipation. Derek Batten, 56, along with his friends Peter and James Tunstead, brothers, close and cheerful, set sail from Shute Harbour in Queensland. Their destination was the faraway west coast of Australia, Perth, a long but leisurely journey. The men were experienced enough, their spirits high, they had packed light but wisely. The sea was smooth. Witnesses on shore remember them waving as they passed. 3 men on deck relaxed, smiling. The sun was bright. The sails billowed gently. It was the kind of departure that seemed blessed by fair weather and good fortune. 3 days later, the boat was found, drifting listlessly, its sail torn, its engine humming, its coffee half sipped, but the men were gone. The discovery was made from the air. A helicopter pilot, flying a routine patrol over the Great Barrier Reef, spotted the vessel first. It was adrift, far from where it should have been, with its sail awkwardly flapping and no one visible on board. When rescue crews boarded the Kaz II, what they found was not the aftermath of violence, but the absence of presence. The catamaran was in pristine condition. Food sat on the table, a laptop glowed faintly. Personal belongings were undisturbed. Life jackets were still stowed. Even the fishing line trailed neatly into the sea, baited and waiting. The boat's logbook contained recent entries. It was as if the crew had simply stepped away for a moment and never returned. The initial search was massive. Aerial sweeps, sonar scans, patrol boats, hundreds of square nautical miles were searched, but the sea returned nothing. No bodies, no distress call, no sign of panic or departure. Theories blossomed like algae in sunlight. The most immediate explanation, a tragic accident. Perhaps one man fell overboard while fishing. Another dove in to rescue him. A third tried to assist, but with no one left to steer, the catamaran, pushed by tide and wind, drifted away. It was plausible. The fishing line, the missing life ring, the calm weather that might have lured them into a false sense of safety. But the details resisted simplicity. Why had no distress beacon been activated? Why were the life jackets untouched? And how had all 3 men vanished so quickly, with no time to cut the engine, call for help, or even disturb the tidy cabin? Some speculated about piracy, an unlikely but not impossible scenario. Could another vessel have approached in the night? Could the crew have been taken, leaving the boat unspoiled to confuse investigators? There were no signs of a struggle. No items were missing. No vessels in the vicinity had reported suspicious behavior. Then came stranger theories. Could the men have been affected by carbon monoxide poisoning, leading to confused decisions or accidental falls. Tests on the boat showed no evidence of such leaks. Others speculated about rogue waves, brief, massive surges that could sweep people overboard in seconds. But the sea had been calm, the weather clear, no such wave had been reported. And then, there was the theory that haunts most ghost ship cases, that something intangible happened. A moment of decision, lost to the tide. Some wondered if the men had seen something in the water, something unusual enough to investigate. A floating object, a person, an animal, something that drew them from the deck, into the water, and away from safety. The simplicity of the scene, the untangled fishing line, the folded clothing, the unspilled coffee, offered no clues. It offered only stillness. And that was perhaps the most disturbing part. Not violence, but silence. Not struggle, but stillness. The Kaz II remained unclaimed by explanation, its mystery deepened by modernity. In 1872, the Mary Celeste's ghostly state might be attributed to superstition, celestial omens, or sailing lore. But in 2007, with GPS, with radio, with an active logbook, the emptiness of the Kaz II felt deliberate, as if the ocean had decided to erase the human presence while leaving every object behind. Intact, unbothered, observed. The boat was eventually towed back to port, studied, inspected, analyzed. It told no new story. For the families of Derek, Peter, and James, the loss was not just one of lives, but of answers. There were no goodbyes, no markers, only the ghost of a journey that was supposed to be easy, and the ocean which swallowed their tracks. To this day, the Kaz II sits among the few vessels in maritime history that offer no logical end to a known journey. A small, comfortable boat, a beautiful day, 3 friends, and then only the sea. But the ocean has other ships still, some never found at all. Others legends so old their names are spoken like myths. But sometimes, the mystery lies not in the ship, but in what waits beneath it. A monster the size of myths, a creature that should not exist, a silent gliding shadow, seen only by those who dare to drift too far south. It is pale, it is massive, and it is waiting. The waves that lap against the coast of Sumatra whisper an old secret, one wrapped in the salt of conquest, in the gold of fallen kings, in a silence deeper than any trench. Somewhere beneath the silt and coral, far below the reach of sunlight, lies the final resting place of a ship so heavy with treasure, it could have reshaped the empires of Europe. They called her the Flor de la Mar, and she has never been found. Built in Lisbon in 1502, the Flor de la Mar was a Portuguese carrack, a broad, towering vessel designed not for beauty, but for burden. She was large, top-heavy, and difficult to maneuver in rough seas. Yet for nearly a decade, she defied her flaws, ferrying wealth between India and Portugal. She was a floating vault, an armored witness to the golden age of maritime expansion. By 1511, her name had become legend, her decks steeped in conquest. That year, under the command of the famed Admiral Afonso de Albuquerque, the Portuguese captured the city of Malacca, then one of the richest trading hubs in Southeast Asia. From its palaces and warehouses, they stripped gold, pearls, spices, and silks, priceless artifacts, royal heirlooms. It was treasure beyond measure, and it was all loaded onto the Flor de la Mar. It was a gift for King Manuel I of Portugal, meant to impress, to cement Albuquerque's legacy, to mark a new chapter of global dominion. But the ship would never reach Lisbon. The Strait of Malacca is not a friendly sea. Even today, with modern charts and sonar, it remains one of the most perilous waterways on Earth. In the early 1500s, it was a labyrinth of shifting currents, hidden reefs, and sudden tempests. As the Flor de la Mar began her voyage home, the seas turned. A storm, unseasonal and violent, battered the ship near the northern coast of Sumatra. Her overloaded hull groaned beneath the weight of conquest. She struck a reef, water poured in. There was no saving her. The ship sank in the dark, somewhere off the shore of what is now Aceh. Admiral Albuquerque survived, clinging to wreckage. Some of his crew made it to shore. The treasure did not, and there, by all known accounts, it still lies. Over 500 years have passed. The Flor de la Mar has never been recovered. Theories bloom and fade like ghost lights. Some believe the treasure was looted quietly by locals, divers who found gold in the shallows and took it piece by piece. Others insist that the wreck lies buried deep beneath layers of sand and silt, hidden in a constantly shifting seabed. Modern technology has brought sonar and magnetometers to the search, deep-sea submersibles, high-resolution seabed mapping, and yet, nothing. The problem is not just the size of the sea, it is the clutter of it. The Strait of Malacca is littered with centuries of wreckage, ships lost to storms, to pirates, to war. To find one among hundreds, especially one so old, is like seeking a single breath in a drowning world. And still, the legend grows. Treasure hunters speak of coral-covered cannons, of shapes glimpsed through the silt. Some claim to have found the ship and kept it secret. Others say the ship was cursed to never be found, that the weight of its stolen wealth binds it to the bottom of the sea. Some believe the Flor de la Mar was never truly lost, that its treasure was salvaged long ago by rival empires or covert missions, its contents locked in vaults in Lisbon or hidden across Asia. But the official story remains unchanged. No wreck, no treasure, just the sea. And yet the sea itself seems to remember. Waves crash harder along that stretch of Sumatra's coast. Storms rise with unnatural haste. Ships report sudden swells, shifting compasses. Locals speak of a glow beneath the water, soft golden and gone in a blink. Is it phosphorescent plankton, or coins, reflecting a sun no longer there? The deeper one dives into the mystery, the more it resists resolution. Every expedition fails to find the wreck. Every sonar scan ends in ambiguity. The Flor de la Mar is a myth made of iron and salt, of gold and coral. Her treasure, if it exists, remains untouched by time, sleeping beneath layers of sediment and the weight of history. But perhaps that's where it should remain, because what would it mean to raise it, to disturb the silence of a ship that sank with so much stolen beauty? Some questions are not about answers. Some treasures are not meant to be unearthed. The sea does not give up what it has taken without cost. The story of the Flor de la Mar is not just about lost gold, it is about hubris, about the hunger of empires, about the price of pride. It is a warning, shaped like a shipwreck, a reminder that the sea remembers, and that sometimes the richest stories are the ones still buried. But the ocean's hoards are not all golden. Some hold only sound, a noise so deep it shakes the earth. A hum beneath the Pacific so massive it can be heard from thousands of miles away. Not a creature, not a quake, but something else. The kind of mystery that starts with a single unexplainable sound and grows into legend. It begins, as many things do in the deep, with a sound, not a roar, not a crash, but a low rhythmic hum, deep, patient, and steady, almost like breathing, except it isn't. In the vast and silent reaches of the Pacific Ocean, there is a region where sonar picks up a vibration, a long, sustained pulse that rises and falls, like a chant beneath the sea. It doesn't belong to any known creature, it doesn't echo the machinery of submarines, and it isn't the aftermath of seismic shifts. The hum comes from somewhere else, somewhere deeper. They call it the humming trenches, and no one knows what's causing it. The first official recordings came in the early 1990s. Deep-sea hydrophones, deployed by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for tracking submarines, began registering strange acoustic phenomena. These weren't isolated spikes of noise, like an earthquake or a whale song. They were long, sustained tones, frequencies that lasted for hours, sometimes days, always coming from the same general zone, a stretch of the Pacific south of Japan, east of the Marianas, near the deepest trench on Earth. The sounds didn't match any known species. They weren't natural harmonics. They repeated, not identically, but rhythmically, as though timed. They called one of the earliest signals the hum. Others followed, names like whistle, pulse train, and chorus. Each sound had its own character. Some came in layers, as if one vibration rode atop another. Others modulated up and down in almost musical intervals. One sound would start, echo for hours, fade, and another would begin, always from the same dark place, always beneath. Marine biologists theorized that it could be some unknown species, a colossal squid perhaps, using a form of communication or echolocation we haven't yet documented. Others suggested shifting tectonic plates, the grinding of the Earth's crust as it flexed and moved in slow, aching arcs. But the timing didn't line up. There were no corresponding quakes, no consistent correlations, and then the most curious thing happened. The hums responded. In 2004, a research vessel deployed a new acoustic array, a a ring of sensitive underwater microphones designed to triangulate sources of deep ocean noise. As the system activated and began its sweep, it picked up a signal, a hum, steady, low, powerful. It was logged and time-stamped. 5 minutes later, the same signal appeared again, but this time, it was closer, then again, closer still. The hum was moving. It wasn't being generated by the seafloor. It wasn't ambient noise. It was coming from something traveling through the trench, along its floor. No one spoke about it publicly. The recordings were archived. The researchers involved signed off their reports, but word leaked out, as it always does, and the legend of the humming trenches began to grow. Some speculated it was an ancient engine, a remnant from a time before humanity, still running in the dark. Others whispered of organic machines, living things that pulse and vibrate, generating sound as a form of thought. One theory claimed the hum was a warning, not a call, but a barrier, a vibration meant to deter, to confuse, to keep something out, or in. The hum persisted. Year after year, new signals would be detected. The pitch would change slightly, the duration varied, but the signature was unmistakable. The same underlying rhythm, the same gravity, the same impossible weight. What could hum that low? What could hum that long? Some suggested geothermal activity, vast vents beneath the trench releasing pressurized steam in rhythmic bursts. But that wouldn't explain the movement. Others suggested bioacoustics, perhaps the cause of an undiscovered leviathan, a creature larger than anything we've imagined, too deep to surface, communicating across the abyss. But no other evidence of such a creature has ever been found. No bodies, no bones, only sound. To perhaps the strangest development came in 2011, the scientific expedition to the Challenger Deep, the deepest known point in the ocean, recorded an anomalous vibration. It wasn't just a hum, it was modulated, layered, like chords being struck underwater. The equipment experienced sudden power fluctuations, lights dimmed, the sonar blacked out. When it came back online, the hum was gone, and for a while so were the researchers' voices. They described what they had heard not in scientific terms, but in metaphors. One spoke of a choir beneath stone, another said it was like hearing a language not meant for ears. The sound was gone, but the unease remained. Some believe the hum is a living signal, not just a symptom of life, but life itself, that in the deepest parts of the ocean, life has taken on forms beyond flesh or bone. That vibration, pressure, and resonance are not just phenomena, but beings, and that these beings are singing. The humming trenches have remained silent now for several years, or perhaps we've just stopped listening, because sometimes in the deepest hours of night, when the world above is asleep and the sea stretches infinite and still, the hum returns, not to the machines, but to the mind, to the dream. A low, slow rhythm, rising from the ocean floor, as if the earth itself were whispering secrets too deep to bear. And if you listen closely, in the hush between breaths, in the pause between waves, you might hear it. The sea still humming, just beneath, always beneath. There's a spot in the ocean more remote than any other place on Earth. It's not a point marked by a buoy or a floating station. It's not even visible from the surface, but it's there, in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by over 1,600 miles of water in every direction. It's called Point Nemo. The name comes from Jules Verne's famous submarine captain, and it means no one in Latin, an appropriate title for a place so distant from land that the closest humans are often the astronauts orbiting in space above. And yet, in 1997, something from the deep sent out a sound, a powerful, low-frequency burst that echoed through thousands of kilometers of ocean. It was so loud, it was picked up by multiple underwater microphones spread across the Pacific, a sound that shouldn't have existed, a sound that no ship or storm or submarine could explain. They called it the Bloop. The signal originated near Point Nemo, the oceanic pole of inaccessibility. That alone was strange. But what made it stranger was the nature of the sound itself. It didn't match tectonic activity. It wasn't a whale call or an iceberg scraping along the seafloor. It rose in frequency, with a distinct organic quality, as if something alive had produced it. But if that were the case, whatever made the sound would have to be enormous, far larger than any creature known to science, larger than a blue whale, larger than any ship. Some dismissed it as an icequake, the cracking of a distant glacier. Others leaned toward deep volcanic activity. But the signature didn't fit. It didn't echo like magma or fracture lines. It pulsed, it crescendoed, and then it was gone. Just once, never repeated, never explained. It was as though something had stirred beneath Point Nemo, something vast, something that had not moved in a very long time. Some researchers began to speculate, quietly, carefully. They wondered aloud, what if it had been biological? What if there was a creature in the deepest part of the ocean, so massive and ancient that its movement could be heard across continents? What if it had turned, just slightly, in its sleep? The area around Point Nemo is already shrouded in mystery. It's the final resting place of decommissioned satellites and abandoned space stations, a vast aquatic graveyard where humanity's discarded machines fall to Earth. The seafloor is littered with twisted solar panels, fragmented antennae, scorched debris from orbit. Some theorists believe that something down there is watching, that the bloop wasn't a cry, but a response, a recognition. In the years since, other sounds have been detected near Point Nemo, none quite like the original bloop, but strange in their own right. Slow, sweeping signals, deep rumbles that last for minutes, then vanish. They don't appear on the same frequencies, they don't match any known geological activity, and they always seem to come from the same general area, deep beneath the waves, where no light reaches, where no human has ever been. One theory suggests the signal may be connected to the South Pacific Gyre, a place where ocean currents isolate the region so completely that very little nutrient life exists. A marine desert, almost lifeless, a perfect hiding place, a place where something large could remain undetected for millennia. If there were a place on Earth where something old and secret could sleep undisturbed, it would be Point Nemo. But perhaps it's not sleeping. In 2016, an international research buoy off the coast of New Zealand recorded a long, low vibration, not loud, but persistent. The sound undulated slowly, like a breath held beneath the sea. It bore similarities to the original bloop, not identical, but close. And then, as suddenly as it came, it stopped. The ocean fell silent again. Some say the bloop was never a mystery, that it's been explained as icebergs, or pressure ridges, or underwater collapses. But these explanations never quite match the data, and for those who were there, the oceanographers who heard the signal on that summer day in 1997, the memory remains vivid, a sound like a great stirring, a turning, in the dark. A voice without language too large to name. Whatever it was, it has not returned. Or perhaps, we've just stopped listening. Because the thing about Point Nemo is that it doesn't want to be found. It is by its very nature, unreachable. Unreachable by land. Unreachable by eyes. Unreachable by certainty. And in that deep, unreachable place, something may still be waiting. Whatever it is, it remains quiet, still, but not gone. Somewhere out there, in the loneliest part of the ocean, something may be listening back. And when the sea hums again, when the signal rises from the abyss, we may find that the story of Point Nemo was only just beginning. At the deepest point on Earth, where the weight of the ocean crushes all but the hardiest forms of life, there is a place few have dared to explore. The Mariana Trench, nearly 7 miles deep in places, is not just a trench, but a scar carved into the crust of the planet, dark and cold and ancient. It is a world without sunlight, a realm of pressure so intense that steel can be warped like cloth. And yet in recent decades, whispers have emerged from the silence, not from the mouths of creatures, but from the trench itself. Low-frequency hums, mechanical groans, metallic murmurs that seem too structured, too rhythmic, to be natural. They do not match any tectonic activity. They do not originate from nearby shipping routes. They come from the abyssal zone, from down below. In 2016, a team of researchers studying bioluminescent activity in the trench picked up a strange vibration, a continuous sound, like a deep mechanical purr. It lasted for several minutes, faded, and then returned hours later. The spectrogram showed something unusual, a rising tone, followed by a fluttering distortion, almost musical in pattern. One scientist described it as a song, another, more cautiously, called it a language. But there was no whale to claim the note, no instrument, no anomaly they could trace. It was as if the trench was humming to itself. The Mariana has always been a source of myth and wonder. Ancient sailors called it the Devil's Deep. Stories speak of ships swallowed in seconds, pulled down into the dark by unseen forces. In more modern times, explorers have descended in pressurized spheres, returning with footage of translucent creatures, jelly-bodied predators, with mouths like black holes and eyes that glow without light. But those are just the things we've seen. The sounds are something else. They're not random, they're not background noise. They feel intentional. Some suggest they could be the result of shifting rock layers, a form of subduction song, as the tectonic plates grind and resonate. But these explanations fall short. The tones repeat at regular intervals, their harmonics are too complex, and most notably, they often occur when no seismic activity is recorded nearby. One recording captured during a 2019 NOAA expedition features a 3-note pattern, each note separated by exactly 47 seconds. The pitch is too low for human hearing, but when sped up, it resembles a whale's call, only reversed, and with strange mechanical overtones. The team dubbed it the Mariana Pulse. No known animal can produce that frequency. No submarine was near the trench at the time, and yet, it happened again 6 months later. Same notes, same sensing, same eerie stillness before and after. Whatever it is, it's repeating itself. Some believe these are geological messages, resonant tones produced by the Earth itself, reverberating through cavities we haven't yet discovered. Others argue they're biological, evidence of a creature we've never seen, a trench leviathan that uses sound not just to navigate, but to speak, communicate, warn. And then there are the outliers, the ones who whisper that these are not natural sounds at all, that they are artificial, mechanical, that the trench may house something older than we can comprehend. Not a creature, but a structure, not alive, but aware, that deep within that black gash beneath the Pacific lies a remnant of something that came before us, or something that does not belong to this world at all. It would explain the hum, the structured vibration, the metallic ring that researchers struggle to explain, a ruin, a vessel, a machine that was never meant to be uncovered, or maybe something sleeping, something listening, responding in its own way, slowly, in frequencies we were never meant to hear. The ocean is the perfect place to hide a secret, and the Mariana Trench is the perfect vault. No light, no heat, no easy access, but sometimes secrets press against their walls. Sometimes they sing. If there is something beneath us, some presence, some design, it may not wish to remain hidden forever, or worse, it doesn't care if we know at all. For now the trench remains silent again. No new tones, no new pulses, just silence, cold and crushing, like a tomb sealed tight. But we are listening, and somewhere, down in the black pressure of the trench, something might be listening back. The sea holds many secrets, but this one hums, and it's getting harder to ignore. There are stretches of sea where silence holds its breath, where radio signals falter and metal bends in ways it shouldn't, places on the map where nothing survives long enough to be understood. And within one such corridor over the South Pacific, just east of New Caledonia and west of the international dateline, an aircraft known only as Flight N349 entered the clouds and was never seen again. The year was 1978. The plane, a Lockheed Electra, repurposed for government research, was on a routine data collection mission, tracing patterns of high-altitude winds across an underexplored stretch of ocean. On board were 5 crew members, each experienced in airborne research. Their objective was simple: fly a calibrated path across the remoteness, collect atmospheric samples, and return to base in Fiji by dusk. But dusk came, and N349 did not. There was no distress call, no squawk, no sudden descent recorded on radar. The transponder simply went silent at 14:17 local time. It vanished somewhere over a cloud-draped quadrant where weather reports had shown mild conditions, clear skies, and smooth jet stream flow. What made the disappearance unnerving wasn't just its silence, it was what was left behind. At 15:03, nearly an hour after contact was lost, an automated emergency beacon began transmitting, not from the sea, but from 38,000 feet in the air. For 17 seconds, the signal pulsed steadily, then cut off mid-transmission. Military aircraft scrambled to the coordinates reported. They found nothing, not a contrail, not a cloud anomaly, just blue sky stretching in all directions and the vast emptiness below. Flight N349 had become a ghost. In the weeks that followed, Search operations swept thousands of square miles. Vessels scanned the seabed. Aircraft traced grid lines. Satellites combed through telemetry. But the Lockheed had left no oil slick, no floating debris, no inflatable raft. It was as if the plane had dissolved. Theories formed, as they always do in such silence. Some believed the aircraft suffered a catastrophic electrical failure, disabling all systems mid-flight. But that doesn't explain the emergency signal, one designed to activate only under manual input or violent impact. Others point to the possibility of structural fatigue, a slow failure of the airframe that caused the plane to disintegrate at altitude. Yet pieces would have scattered across the sea, some would float, none were found. More speculative voices wonder about electromagnetic anomalies in the region, disturbances in the magnetosphere capable of interfering with avionics, even disabling engines. This stretch of ocean is notorious for oddities, stalled compasses, interference bursts and untraceable radar echoes. Some call it the Southern Pacific Silent Zone, though no official name exists. And then there is the most unsettling theory of all. A whisper passed between investigators, quiet, never in writing. That flight N349 wasn't just collecting weather data, that it carried classified cargo, biological samples from a deep-sea trench near Tonga, containers stored in a refrigerated pod, mounted in the cargo bay, contents unknown. No official document confirms it, no agency claims the manifest. But the theory lingers that something in those containers should never have been lifted into the sky, that when flight N349 vanished, it wasn't because of wind or wave or metal fatigue, but because it crossed some unseen line in the sky. An echo of this theory resurfaced in 1999, when a satellite passing over the same coordinates recorded a momentary heat bloom, an infrared pulse, spherical in shape, lasting under 0.8 seconds. At sea level, no anomaly was detected, but above, in the thin air, the atmosphere trembled ever so slightly, as if something had briefly returned, or passed through. Of the 5 crew members, no trace was ever found. Families were given condolences, vague explanations, and silence. The incident was officially classified as a mid-air systems failure, though no evidence supported it. Today, Flight N349 exists only in fragments, a logbook, a few hours of flight data, and one grainy photo of the aircraft preparing for departure. Its call sign has been retired, its beacon channel permanently deactivated, but every so often, pilots crossing the same corridor report hearing a faint transmission, a series of numbers spoken in slow looping cadence. The frequency isn't active anymore, and no transponder matches the source. The voice, if it's a voice at all, never identifies itself. It just counts, then fades. 14:17, 3, time-stamps, a final signal, or a memory etched into the atmosphere, repeating itself through the sky. Whatever happened to Flight N349 remains locked in the air above the sea, a pocket of sky that remembers what we do not, and perhaps, somewhere within it, the plane still drifts. Maps are promises. They tell us where things are, or at least where they ought to be. But scattered across old maritime charts and sailors' journals are names of places that no longer exist, or perhaps never did. One such place, lost somewhere in the South Pacific, has confounded navigators for centuries. It appeared in atlases, on naval maps, in official gazetteers. Ships were ordered to steer around it. Storm warnings were issued for its vicinity, and yet every vessel that went looking for it came back with the same story. There was no island. It was called Sandy Island. According to most 19th and 20th century charts, Sandy Island was situated between New Caledonia and Australia, right along a deep trench system known as the Lord Howe Rise. Several accounts placed it as roughly 15 miles long, narrow and low-lying, likely a coral atoll or sandbar. Whalers charted it. Merchant ships logged it. The British Admiralty listed it. Even Google Earth once displayed its outline, an obsidian void against a shimmering sea. But in 2012, a team of Australian scientists aboard the research vessel RV Southern Survey sailed directly to the coordinates of Sandy Island. What they found, or didn't find, sparked a global ripple of curiosity. There was nothing there, not even shallow water. The sea beneath their hull plunged to depths of over 4,800 feet. No reef, no sandbar, no trace, just dark, featureless blue. The team scanned the seabed using modern multi-beam sonar. The results confirmed it. the seafloor dropped in a steep trench. No geological structure existed that could explain the presence of an island. The data was so clear, so absolute, that the island was formally removed from international databases and maritime charts. But the question remained, how did Sandy Island ever appear on those charts in the first place? Theories began to swirl. One suggestion pointed to a phantom island mistake, common during the age of exploration. Sailors spotting cloud banks, drifting pumice, or even low-lying fog sometimes mistook these for land. With no way to verify exact locations, such reports were logged and mapped as fact. Over time, mistakes ossified into authority. But this doesn't explain the precision. Sandy Island appeared not once but repeatedly, in journals, government maps and scientific publications. Its coordinates remained stable. Some 20th century weather satellites even flagged a surface anomaly in the same spot, heat reflections inconsistent with open water. Then there's a second theory, more curious still. Some researchers believe Sandy Island may have existed and then vanished. The South Pacific is home to many ephemeral landmasses, volcanic pumice rafts, coral atolls, and sand caves that rise and fall with tectonic activity. Could Sandy Island have been one of these? A seamount that briefly pierced the surface, only to be swallowed by seismic shifts or rising tides. Geological surveys of the area are inconclusive. The region sits on a complex fault system with signs of ancient volcanic activity. If an island did rise here, it could have been torn back under without leaving surface debris. But even that seems unlikely. The depth of the ocean at those coordinates makes such a transient island improbable. There would have been more lasting evidence. And then comes the third theory, the one whispered among those who've spent too many nights at sea, that Sandy Island wasn't land at all, but something else. That the ocean in this region, deep and still, reflects not just light but memory. That what appears on sonar, in photographs, even on maps, may sometimes be echoes of things that aren't there anymore. Or worse, of things that shouldn't be seen. In 1979, a Soviet reconnaissance vessel logged strange radar activity near the Sandy Island coordinates. Their radar picked up a landmass 17 miles wide. The crew prepared to sail around it, but as they approached, visibility dropped, the temperature dropped, and the radar target vanished mid-sweep. The log entry was marked atmospheric anomaly. The footage was never released. Another account comes from a yacht crew in 1993, sailing from Fiji to Brisbane. The captain, a seasoned sailor named Harold Greaves, reported seeing a low strip of land with waves breaking against it in absolute calm. He altered course to avoid grounding, but as he approached, the island disappeared. There was no mist, no wave, just a sudden, impossible absence. Some speculate Sandy Island may be a kind of mirage, oceanic fata morgana magnified by thermal layers or electromagnetic interference. Others suggest it's a ghost echo on radar caused by deep currents meeting temperature barriers. And some don't try to explain it at all. They just note where the island was and avoid sailing through it. Today the area where Sandy Island once was is marked as deep water, but some navigational systems still hesitate when plotting a route through those coordinates. GPS signals sometimes flicker. Weather sensors go quiet. A few satellite images still show a shadow, a void-shaped silence, like a black fingerprint pressed into blue. A few sailors refuse to update their charts. They keep the island marked, just in case. Because maybe Sandy Island wasn't a mistake. Maybe it's still there when it chooses to be, floating just beyond the visible, surfacing now and then, only for those who know how to look. It was meant to be a simple sweep, just another routine sonar scan along the Baltic Sea floor. In June 2011, a Swedish diving team called Ocean X was conducting a commercial exploration between Sweden and Finland. They weren't searching for mysteries, just scrap sunken cargo and shipwrecks. The sea was calm, the equipment worked perfectly, and the seafloor stretched ahead in predictable silence. And then, the signal changed. What appeared on the monitor wasn't a ship, it wasn't a rock, it wasn't anything they'd seen before. At a depth of roughly 300 feet, resting cold and still beneath the waves, was something unnatural. The image showed a formation nearly 200 feet wide, shaped like a flattened dome, with sharp edges and ridged lines stretching out from its center. It had geometry, symmetry. It looked built. It looked deliberate. Some called it a UFO on the sea floor. Others said it resembled the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars. But as the team studied it, one thing was certain: this was no ordinary seafloor feature. This was the Baltic Sea Anomaly. At first, media outlets treated the discovery like a hoax. Tabloids ran wild with alien theories. But the Ocean X team, led by veteran divers Peter Lindbergh and Dennis Alsberg, stood by their data. They had no reason to fake it. And when they returned with more scans, showing not just the central dome, but what appeared to be stair-like structures and oddly smooth grooves, skeptics began to quiet. The anomaly sits in an otherwise unremarkable part of the Baltic. There are no active fault lines, no volcanic activity. The surrounding seabed is flat and soft with fine sediment, which made the anomaly's presence even more unusual. It rises abruptly from the seafloor like a monolith, as if placed there. Further exploration only deepened the mystery. Divers who approached the site reported strange malfunctions. Equipment stopped working near the object. Cameras flickered. Lights went dead. Compasses spun. One diver described a metallic taste in the water. Another felt as though the pressure had changed. A remotely operated vehicle lost contact entirely when nearing the structure, only to return online after retreating a few hundred feet. Theories began to swirl. Some geologists suggested the anomaly might be a glacial deposit, a remnant from the last ice age, dragged and shaped by retreating glaciers. But other scientists questioned this explanation. The sharp angles, smooth surfaces, and unnatural formation of what looked like a runway leading to the dome didn't fit with known glacial geology. A second theory proposed that it might be a World War II relic, a sunken anti-submarine trap, or a disguised bunker. The Baltic is littered with wartime debris, but this too seemed unlikely. No known wartime engineering matched the size or shape of the anomaly. And why would a massive structure be placed in such a remote location, 300 feet beneath the water? A third theory ventured into deeper waters, both literal and speculative. What if the Baltic Sea Anomaly was not human at all? Some researchers, fueled by the anomaly's geometry and radar signature, posited that it might be a remnant of something ancient, perhaps even predating known human civilization. A structure, a vehicle, or an artifact from a time before history. An object buried beneath silt and ice for thousands of years, only now being seen again. More fantastical interpretations followed. Alien spacecraft, a submerged temple, a machine of unknown purpose. Theories connected it to ancient maps, unexplained magnetic fields, even legends of lost civilizations like Atlantis or Hyperborea. The truth, of course, remains elusive. Despite global attention and offers of funding, the Ocean X team never conducted a full excavation. Costs were high, visibility was poor, and perhaps, some speculate, they were discouraged, formally or informally, from continuing. Rumors of government interest, shadowed visitors, and encrypted communication only added to the enigma. To this day, the Baltic Sea Anomaly remains where it was found, silent, undisturbed, cold and patient beneath the waves. Satellite scans of the region still show the formation. High-resolution sonar images are difficult to obtain. The few available are grainy, teasing rather than revealing. Some suggest it's better this way, because whether the anomaly is a trick of geology, a relic of war, or something older than human memory, it reminds us of the deep sea's strange capacity for hiding things in plain sight. We map our oceans, chart our coasts, and declare the world known. But beneath the shallows, the ocean holds its breath, and sometimes it waits. The Baltic Sea Anomaly is not just an object, it's a silence, a space where meaning slips through the sonar, where questions sink deeper than answers, and perhaps one day, someone will return to it. But for now, it sleeps. Off the southeastern tip of Long Island, where the Atlantic begins its endless sweep eastward, sits a quiet stretch of ocean known more for its fishing charters and lighthouses than for anything particularly strange. Montauk, with its windswept cliffs and crumbling military ruins, draws in tourists and locals with its salt-torn nostalgia. But beneath its waves, just past the coastal shelf, something else stirs, something not seen but heard. The year was 1999 when a small NOAA oceanography vessel, conducting a routine hydroacoustic survey off Montauk Point, picked up a sound unlike anything they'd recorded before. It was low and rhythmic, but it didn't match known marine patterns. Not whale song, not geological shift, not a ship's sonar ping. It pulsed once every 13 seconds. A beat, deep and vast, coming from the abyss. They called it the Montauk Drift Signal. The team, trained to differentiate between thousands of underwater noises, was intrigued but not alarmed. Hydrophones often picked up oddities, sudden booms, distant rumbles, biological chatter. But this was different. The Montauk signal didn't fade, it didn't drift with currents, or dissipate with distance. It remained steady, as if anchored, as if deliberate. For 3 nights, the crew logged its pattern. Each pulse was followed by a faint echo, as if the signal were bouncing through layers of stone. Then, on the 4th day, the signal changed. The pulse paused, and in the silence that followed, they heard something that would haunt them for years. A slow, sweeping tone, deep and wavering, like a groan stretched across the entire sea floor. Then it was gone. Back on land, the recordings were analyzed. Spectrograms were inconclusive. Some believed the signal originated from a depth greater than 3,000 meters, beneath the continental slope, where a labyrinth of underwater canyons twists and winds toward the mid-Atlantic ridge. Geologists suggested it might be thermal movement through faulted rock. Oceanographers speculated on a pressure vent, or some new tectonic formation. But then came the reports from the past. In a dusty naval archive in Newport, a marine historian researching submarine traffic stumbled upon a set of sonar charts from the late 1960s. They weren't labeled in detail, but one set bore a strange note: persistent pulsing, year 13s interval, unidentified. The location, Montauk Shelf. These weren't digital records, and they hadn't been shared widely. There was no internet to upload anomalies to, just a note on a file, and then silence, which meant the Montauk drift signal had been heard before, and possibly was still ongoing. Speculation blossomed. Some pointed to deep-sea life, unknown organisms adapted to pressure and darkness, communicating in ways we've yet to understand. Others linked it to old Cold War experiments, suggesting the signal could be remnants of deep surveillance systems buried in the seabed, still active, still listening. Then came the stranger theories. Montauk has long been a magnet for the fringe. Whispers of secret projects, mind control experiments, radar towers that weren't just radar. Some believed the signal had nothing to do with nature, and everything to do with human interference in something far older than ourselves. They spoke of the door, an alleged underwater passage beneath the Atlantic shelf that had been sealed, monitored, and now perhaps was groaning open once more. But the most chilling theory came from a former sonar technician who claimed, quietly, anonymously, that the Montauk signal wasn't broadcasting. It was answering. He described a pattern buried in the pulses, something resembling coded language. A sequence not unlike sonar, but too structured, too clean. As if something under the shelf was responding to something else, something far away. When asked where the other signal might be, he said only, "We've heard it once before, in the Scotia Sea." That signal had been dismissed as a tectonic anomaly, a sudden acoustic flash under Antarctica. But if it was part of a conversation, then Montauk wasn't a start, it was a reply. In the years since, no official source has acknowledged the Montauk drift signal. Oceanographers still deploy hydrophones in the region, but publicly, nothing unusual has been confirmed. The original NOAA crew who heard the signal have scattered, retiring or moving on to other projects. Only one remains in contact with the media, a researcher who insists it was nothing but a sonar quirk. Sound plays tricks underwater, he says. Echoes can loop for miles. Still, those who've listened to the original recordings describe something unsettling in its rhythm, a sense of deliberateness, of waiting. One audio engineer said it best: "It doesn't sound like something moving, it sounds like something alive, but not breathing." Divers avoid the deep canyons east of Montauk. Commercial vessels mark the region only in passing, and beneath the waves, the slow, regular pulse, if it still echoes, remains unheard by most, unfelt by those on shore. But somewhere deep within the stone folds of the ocean, something once called out, and something answered. Off the southern coast of Argentina, where the frigid Atlantic presses against Patagonia and the continental shelf drops sharply into the abyss, there is a silence that has never quite been explained. A silence that began on November 15, 2017, and has never truly ended. That was the last time anyone heard from the ARA San Juan, an Argentine Navy submarine with 44 crew aboard, as it descended beneath the waves and vanished. The San Juan was a TR-1700 class diesel-electric submarine, built in Germany and refitted over the years to modern standards. On the surface, she was sturdy, reliable, a vessel long trusted to patrol the vast coastal waters of Argentina's southern frontier. Her crew was experienced, her mission routine, and yet, after a final brief transmission reporting a minor issue with the batteries, a water ingress in the snorkel, she slipped from all radars and never resurfaced. For 15 days, the world held its breath. The search for the San Juan became one of the largest in modern history, with help pouring in from over a dozen countries. Sonar buoys, aircraft, submersibles, and even satellites combed the South Atlantic. But the ocean, vast and disinterested, yielded no immediate trace. The silence deepened. Then came the first clue, not from wreckage, but from sound. A hydroacoustic station, part of a network originally designed to detect illegal nuclear tests, recorded something. A sudden powerful impulse. It was deep, sharp, and unnatural. Analysts labeled it an anomalous hydroacoustic event, located just north of the submarine's last known position. The sound profile suggested a catastrophic implosion, pressure collapsing steel, crushing compartments, silence after the roar. It took a full year before the San Juan was finally found. She rested more than 900 meters down, twisted and broken along the seabed, scattered like a shattered relic in the cold darkness. The wreck confirmed what the ocean had whispered. The submarine had imploded, but that was only the beginning of the mystery, because despite the apparent clarity of the acoustic event, questions remained. The implosion, experts said, had occurred so rapidly, in milliseconds, that the crew likely never knew what was happening. But why had the submarine descended to such depths in the first place? What led it into waters where pressure alone could crush a hull in an instant? Some suggested a cascading technical failure, that the battery issue reported earlier had worsened, forcing the San Juan deeper than intended. Others believed a miscommunication or faulty sensors played a role. The ocean, after all, is a brutal teacher, and even a moment's miscalculation beneath its surface can be fatal. But not all theories stayed within the lines of official explanation. There were whispers of military surveillance, that the San Juan had been monitoring foreign vessels in contested waters near the Falkland Islands, and that its disappearance was not accidental, that perhaps another vessel, unknown, unseen, had been involved. Others pointed to the seismographic records of the implosion and noted strange echoes trailing the initial acoustic burst, reverberations that didn't match a standard collapse. Some said they sounded responsive, as if something else in the water had registered the implosion and moved. Then there were the sailors' final messages, released later by family members and compiled from private texts and logs. Some described electrical issues, strange noises, and sensor glitches. One noted a short circuit near Pavlopetri bank. Again, another mentioned a noise like a blow, and yet they carried on, doing their duty beneath a sea that offered no quarter. The tragedy sparked national mourning in Argentina, with protests, investigations, and deep calls for accountability. But through all the reports, all the testimony, one thing remained unchanged. No one truly knew what happened in those final minutes before the San Juan descended past its crushed depth. Some suggested a sudden loss of trim, the submarine angling downward too steeply, too fast, unable to recover. Others floated the possibility of external interference, a torpedo strike, a collision, an explosion, but no evidence supported these claims. Just the crushed remains found silently in the dark. Among conspiracy theorists, the San Juan's disappearance became tethered to other unexplained undersea phenomena. They linked its last known coordinates to anomalies in magnetometer data, claiming the sub had passed through a region where instruments behaved erratically, a place known to local fishermen as the humming line, where compasses spin and fish flee. Some theorists believed the San Juan had encountered an undersea structure, a formation of stone or steel not yet mapped, that the hull had touched something ancient, and that whatever it disturbed, responded. Others claimed the San Juan had become part of something larger, one of many vessels lost beneath the South Atlantic, whose stories are never fully told. They spoke of the German submarine U-977, which surrendered in Argentina in 1945 after supposedly vanishing for months, of the US Navy ship Cyclops, which vanished without trace a century earlier, of disappearances that taken alone seemed tragic, but together form a pattern of silence. In the wake of the San Juan's recovery, the voices of the ocean faded once more. The hydrophones that had recorded its final cry returned to their watchful sleep. The sub's remains were left untouched, marked as a protected site, a grave beneath the waves. The families still mourn, the nation still searches for answers, and the water above rolls endlessly on. Whatever truly happened that day, whether a cascade of mechanical failures, a deadly descent into pressure's grip, or something else entirely, the ARA San Juan remains a chapter in the growing archive of oceanic mysteries. Its story doesn't end with a wreckage or a name on a monument. It continues in the deep, where 44 souls remain, and where the sea keeps its silence. Because in the places where light does not reach, and where sound becomes memory, even steel can vanish. And sometimes, the loudest stories are those told only in echoes. Beneath the cold, slate-grey waters of the northern Baltic Sea, there is something resting on the seafloor that has stirred imaginations and puzzled scientists since the day it was discovered. It's not a wrecked ship, nor a collapsed rock formation, nor a sunken submarine. It is something else. In 2011, a group of Swedish treasure hunters known as Ocean X was scouring the Gulf of Bothnia, searching for long-lost shipwrecks from World War I. Their sonar picked up a strange return, an object lying approximately 300 feet below the surface, unlike anything they'd ever encountered. At first glance, it appeared to be circular, smooth, unnaturally symmetrical, almost designed. When the sonar image was released to the public, the world took notice. The object became known as the Baltic Sea Anomaly. It measured about 60 meters wide, nearly 200 feet, and seemed to rise several meters above the surrounding seafloor. What baffled researchers was its shape, a perfect curve with ridges, creases, and what looked like deliberate lines. Some compared it to a crashed spaceship, others to an underwater Stonehenge. More than a few said it resembled the Millennium Falcon, half buried in sand. The image became an internet sensation, and yet when divers returned to the site for closer inspection, things only got stranger. Visibility was poor, murky silt clouded the water, but what they could see didn't help explain anything. The anomaly didn't seem like any natural rock formation. Divers reported peculiar textures, angled walls, sharp edges that didn't erode like sedimentary rock. Instruments malfunctioned near the object, cameras shut off, satellite phones failed. One diver described the sensation as being watched. Samples were brought to the surface. Geologists said it was basalt, volcanic rock, but the Baltic Sea has no volcanic activity. Others pointed to glacial activity, claiming the object was simply a rock formation shaped by ice. But the shape, the sheer regularity, it didn't feel right. Theories blossomed. Some scientists believed it might be a World War II relic, an experimental Nazi anti-submarine device, or sonar trap that had sunk long ago. Others suspected Cold War debris, perhaps a prototype craft, an underwater radar platform, but nothing in the historical records supported such technology being tested or lost at that location. Then came the more speculative ideas that the object was a ruin, a remnant of an ancient civilization that once stood on land before sea levels rose at the end of the last ice age, that perhaps it was a monolith, a ceremonial site, or a kind of primitive observatory, now resting forgotten under layers of salt and sediment. Proponents pointed to strange grooves and what appeared to be steps leading up one side. Still, others suggested the anomaly wasn't human at all. UFO researchers were quick to propose the idea of an extraterrestrial craft crash landing in the sea. They claimed the anomaly's symmetry, its texture, and its interference with electrical equipment were all signs of alien origin. A few even believed the anomaly might still be active, humming quietly in the dark, waiting. Even skeptics couldn't fully explain the reports. The grainy sonar images, though far from definitive, seemed to show unnatural contours. The accounts from divers were consistent, though often vague, and the location, remote, quiet, cold, added to the mystique. Ocean X eventually returned, but funding ran dry. Scientific interest waned. Media coverage faded. The anomaly, once the talk of every conspiracy forum and science blog, sank back into the shadows, forgotten, except by a few. But the questions linger. Why do instruments behave strangely around the anomaly? Why do some sonar scans show a track or indentation in the seafloor, as if the object had slid or landed there? Why is the area so devoid of life, when the Baltic normally teems with it? And why in over a decade, has there never been a full, open scientific expedition to study it up close? The anomaly remains, resting in the still waters between Sweden and Finland. The sea does not reveal its secrets easily. Ice drifts above, sediment thickens, the object sleeps, but occasionally when the sonar returns again, a blurry image will surface. The shape is still there, unmoving, unchanging, waiting. What rests at the bottom of the Baltic? A rock, a ruin, a relic, or something else entirely? In the depths, the lines between what is natural and what is made begin to blur. Shapes lose meaning. Darkness wraps itself around geometry and logic until only questions remain. The Baltic Sea Anomaly is not the largest of oceanic mysteries. It has not swallowed ships or sparked legends, but it is there, undeniable, unanswered, a reminder that even in shallow seas, the unknown waits just below the surface, and the ocean, as always, keeps its silence. In the vast blue solitude of the Atlantic Ocean, where the tectonic plates of 3 continents converge, lies a scattered archipelago, green islands ringed by black volcanic cliffs, isolated, windswept, and ancient. These are the Azores, Portuguese territory adrift on the mid-Atlantic ridge. Above the water, the islands seem untouched by time, but it is beneath the waves that the greatest mystery lies. Just off the coast of Terceira Island, divers have found something strange. Not a reef, not a wreck, but a road, perfectly straight, level, paved with stone. In 2013, a local diver named Diocleciano Silva was scanning the seabed when his sonar picked up a rectangular formation stretching across the ocean floor. Curious, he dove, and what he saw defied every expectation. A series of stone slabs, evenly spaced, flat and smooth, forming what appeared to be a path. It extended in a straight line, flanked by what looked like low curves on either side. The stones were not lava flows, they were not loose debris, they were set. The diver filmed what he could. The footage shows textures not typical of natural formations, corners, grooves, alignments that whisper of architecture, and yet no historical records mention any submerged structures here. No lost ports, no collapsed docks, just ocean. But the road, as it came to be called, was real, and it led nowhere. Perhaps it led to something long forgotten. Geologists offered explanations. They claimed the formations were volcanic in origin, products of columnar basalt, cooled and cracked in the right conditions, but not everyone agreed. Some marine archaeologists suggested the stones were too even, too deliberate. As though placed by design, that theory quickly collided with the wildest of them all. What if the stones were remnants of an ancient city, a lost civilization submerged by time, earthquake, or rising seas? A place that had vanished before history began writing things down. What if this was Atlantis? The Azores have long been tied to that myth. Plato described Atlantis as lying beyond the Pillars of Hercules, commonly interpreted as the Strait of Gibraltar. The Azores farther west fit the general direction, and though the land here is volcanic, legends persist among local fishermen, tales of lights beneath the waves, of ancient walls glimpsed through clear shallows, of stone steps vanishing into sand. Some point to seismic evidence that parts of the mid-Atlantic ridge may once have risen above sea level, forming a larger landmass before collapsing in a tectonic upheaval. If that land supported civilization, even primitive, many structures would now lie beneath kilometers of water and sediment. But what draws believers most is the pattern. Stone lines, straight paths, angles and order in a place ruled by chaos. Nature rarely builds in straight lines, and when it does, it rarely mimics design so convincingly. Satellite scans have picked up other anomalies around the Azores, gridded shapes, ridges and shadows that suggest topography not entirely natural. Most remain unexplored, dismissed as imaging artifacts or seafloor noise. But the road off Terceira, that one was seen, touched, filmed, and then ignored. Funding for further dives vanished. Scientific interest cooled. Official statements declared the formations natural. The mystery was shelved, like so many others beneath the waves. But the footage still circulates, rough and grainy, the camera drifting over those ancient-looking stones, silent, unsettling. What makes the Azores road linger in the mind is its isolation. There is nothing around it. No walls, no structures, just that long flat line vanishing into sand and shadow, like a forgotten bridge to nowhere, or a remnant of something massive, a city, a complex, a network, swallowed by the sea before memory began. Maybe it's nothing, maybe it's everything. Some say that under just a few meters of sediment, there may lie the remains of an entire foundation, pillars, staircases, platforms carved from volcanic stone. Others believe that this was once part of a ritual ground, a sacred causeway for a people now lost, their culture erased by flood or flame. Or perhaps more disturbingly, it was only one part of a much larger construct, a perimeter, a boundary, a marker, something not meant to be found. Today, the waters around Tessera remain calm. Divers pass by, fish weave through the currents. The road lies quiet, as it always has, unmoving, unanswered. The Atlantic, ancient and endless, has buried many things: ships, cities, memories, and maybe somewhere beneath that forgotten path lies the answer to a question no one dares ask. What was here before the sea? In the eastern reaches of Indonesia, where volcanic islands rise from the deep and tectonic plates grind in endless silence, there lies a stretch of ocean known as the Banda Sea. Beneath its shifting surface is one of the deepest marine trenches in the region, the Banda Trench, a yawning abyss that drops nearly 7.2 kilometers into the Earth's crust. It is a place of pressure and silence, a fold in the seafloor where sunlight never reaches, and yet something else might for decades. Fishermen in the surrounding archipelagos have whispered of strange lights that emerge from the depths, lights that drift, dance, and vanish before they can be followed. They're not boats, they insist, not submarines. These are softer things, pale glows like lanterns moving against the current, sometimes red, sometimes green, but most often white. These sightings have persisted for generations, long before electricity touched the remote islands of the Banda Arc. Elders speak of ancestors who feared those waters, who believed that the trench was a sacred threshold, a gateway to the world beneath the sea. In 1997, a French marine biologist named Dr. Elodie Martel led a deep-sea submersible expedition into the trench, hoping to catalogue bioluminescent species in the lower zones. What she found, or what she didn't find, has since become a quiet anomaly in scientific records. Over the course of several dives, her team encountered erratic instrument behavior, depth sensors failed, cameras flickered. Most of the time, their lights revealed nothing but sediment and shadow until, on the final descent, the submersible's hull was briefly bathed in a diffuse white glow. It didn't come from the vehicle, it didn't come from any known creature, it came from below. The crew panicked. Audio recordings from the dive captured quickened breathing and quiet expletives in French, but then silence, as the light faded and the trench returned to its obsidian stillness. When the footage was later reviewed, it showed no source, only a slow bloom of illumination in the distance, as though the deep had briefly opened an eye and then shut it again. Martel never returned to the Banda Sea. She retired 2 years later, citing exhaustion. Speculation followed. Was it a unique bioluminescent organism? Some had proposed it might be a mass of colonial creatures, similar to the siphonophore, but larger than any known specimen, a floating net of life woven from tiny light-producing nodes. But if so, why was it only seen once? Others proposed geological phenomena, piezoelectric effects from undersea fault lines, perhaps, or the release of trapped gases reacting with ambient salts. But none of these could explain the shape of the light, the structure, the movement. It wasn't a flash, it wasn't an explosion. It approached, then retreated. Some even theorized that it was an unmapped vent system, spewing glowing particles or thermally charged lifeforms from the Earth's mantle. But the Banda Trench, unlike mid-ocean ridges, is not known for such vents. A darker theory emerged in online circles. What if something lives in the trench that we've never encountered before, not because it is small or rare, but because it avoids us? Something that only surfaces when the ocean is still and watchers are few. Something whose light isn't meant for us, but for something else. In 2014, A team from an Indonesian university attempted to repeat Martel's dive. Their ROV reached 6,000 meters before communication failed entirely. The vehicle was never recovered. Weeks later, a nearby fishing village reported seeing a sun beneath the sea, a glow that lasted almost 5 minutes, casting shadows against their boats at night. It did not rise. It simply expanded and faded, like breath on a mirror. They do not fish near the trench anymore. Modern mapping efforts have avoided the Banda Trench, often citing budgetary or logistical concerns. The bathymetry of the area remains rough, outdated, and incomplete. Satellite altimetry reveals anomalies, minor deviations in gravity and depth that suggest collapsed zones, hidden ridges, perhaps even cavities. But without direct sonar, it remains guesswork. Could the luminous phenomena be something natural, a convergence of biology and geology that simply eludes classification, or is it something far older? Something waiting, watching, buried in silence, until light or motion stirs it from its rest. The sea keeps secrets well. Today, the Banda Sea is still. Cargo ships pass overhead, unaware of what lies beneath. Schools of tuna drift through the warmer layers, and below them, layer upon layer of darkness, where pressure crushes sound and time slows. Somewhere at the bottom, near the trench wall where rock gives way to abyss, there might be movement. A slow pulse of awareness, a shimmer perhaps, gathering strength, or perhaps there is nothing at all, just water, just dark, just the memory of light, and those who saw it. In the heart of the South Pacific, far from shipping routes and silent to passing satellites, lies a stretch of ocean known as Point Nemo. It is the most remote place on Earth, the oceanic pole of inaccessibility, located over 2,600 kilometers from any landmass. Sailors passing through call it the ocean's graveyard, not because of any legend, but because this is where spacecraft are laid to rest. Satellites, spent space stations, deorbited machinery, all guided here to die in peace, crashing into the waves in what is politely called the spacecraft cemetery. But Point Nemo harbors other deaths too, and perhaps other watchers. In March of 2020, a research vessel operating under contract with the UN's Oceanic Mapping Initiative passed within 200 nautical miles of Point Nemo. It was an unremarkable journey, a routine survey of seafloor structures, magnetics, and currents, until just after midnight, the ship's instruments picked up a signal. It was brief, only 2.4 seconds long. It was low, just at the edge of the vessel's hydrophone sensitivity, but it was structured, patterned. It rose, peaked, and fell in a shape eerily close to Morse. 4 short bursts, one long, then silence. The crew was skeptical, could have been equipment noise or seismic interference. They flagged it and moved on. But back on land, digital analysts with access to broader hydroacoustic data began noticing something else. That same pattern, 4 short, 1 long, had appeared before, exactly the same shape, same frequency band, same origin zone. Not once, but 7 times. Over 2 decades. The earliest documented recording came from a Russian hydrophone array in 1999, then again in 2003, 2007, 2011, always in March, always around Point Nemo, and always at night. The signal did not match any known sub-oceanic communication format. It wasn't consistent with whale calls, sonar pings, geological activity, or underwater volcanoes. Spectrograph comparisons ruled out glacial events or tectonic friction. It wasn't random. It repeated. Each instance was 2.4 seconds, identical amplitude curves, identical waveform, identical silence afterward, a blip in the deep, coming from nowhere and going nowhere. One possibility suggested by researchers at the Center for Undersea Acoustics was that it was a lost calibration ping, a leftover from Cold War sonar arrays, echoing off subsea canyons in patterns too complex to predict. But sonar doesn't echo for 20 years. Another theory, a black box, a flight recorder from some lost aircraft, programmed to emit long-life emergency pulses, but those beacons aren't meant to last decades, and they do not pulse Morse. The oddest proposal came from a Chilean amateur cryptographer, who claimed that when the signal's waveform was analyzed in visual format, not audio, the peak and trough shapes resembled a wave map of the Southern Ocean. He insisted it was a signature, a repeating pattern that mapped where not to go, a warning, a signal, not from a ship, but about one. In 2021, a private marine exploration company dispatched an autonomous deep-diving drone to the region during the March window. It descended for 8 hours, scanning, listening. It recorded nothing, until 3:08 a.m., when it lost all telemetry. It wasn't crushed, it didn't implode. The transmission simply stopped, as if the drone had moved beyond where signals could reach, or where signals were no longer allowed. They recovered a buoy that had broken loose from the drone's tether. It bore deep scratch marks on one side, like gouges from something sharp. There were no other signs of damage. In their report, the company made no claims, suggested no culprit, but they did not return to Point Nemo. For a time it seemed the mystery would fade, buried beneath layers of speculation. But then in 2023, an amateur radio enthusiast using hydrophone kits patched into oceanic web streams caught something during a March storm. 4 short bursts, one long, identical, right on time, right on point. There is something chilling about repetition in nature, about a signal that does not evolve, about a message that never changes, a light that flickers not because of chaos, but because it was meant to. There is no base station at Point Nemo, no relay towers, no nav buoys, no human presence of any kind. In fact, it is the perfect place to broadcast something you don't want heard, or something you hope someday will be. Some speculate that the signal is mechanical, that an ancient sunken probe or submarine lies beneath the trench, caught in an automated loop, reaching up into the silence every 4 years. Others say it's a hoax, a coordinated series of digital insertions into hydrophone networks designed to make us think the deep is speaking. But perhaps the simplest explanation is the most haunting, that the signal isn't from here at all. Point Nemo is also the spot on Earth farthest from any human. If you stood at that precise location, you'd be closer to the astronauts aboard the International Space Station than to another person. And maybe that's the point. Maybe something chose that silence for a reason, to speak without interruption, to signal without response, to call out, not to us, but to them.
End.
And if one day a reply comes, we may never know, or perhaps we already do. In the silence, in the static, in the patterns that rise and fall and rise again, unnoticed, at the edge of sleep, just 4 short, and 1 long, and nothing more. Deep beneath the frozen heart of Antarctica lies a secret untouched by sunlight for over 15 million years. It is not a ruin, it is not a ship, it is a lake buried more than 2 miles beneath solid ice. Lake Vostok. To those who study it, Vostok is more than just water. It is a sealed time capsule, an alien world on Earth, trapped in absolute darkness, pressurized beyond imagination, and isolated from the atmosphere since before the first humans stood upright. It has become a place of eerie fascination, a place of waiting, and some say, of echoes. For decades, Lake Vostok was considered a theoretical curiosity, a mere blip on Soviet radar data. But in the 1990s, advanced satellite measurements confirmed the unimaginable, a subglacial body of liquid water, the size of Lake Ontario, resting silently beneath more than 13,000 feet of Antarctic ice. Immediately, the implications stunned the scientific world. Could life exist in such a place, isolated for millions of years, untouched by sunlight, oxygen, or external ecosystems? In 1996, a Russian drilling program began its cautious descent through the ice, halting just before reaching the lake to avoid contamination. In 2012, they breached the final barrier, and what happened next has remained shrouded in mystery ever since. Reports from the Russian Antarctic Station claimed they had recovered water samples from the lake, carefully pressurized and brought to the surface. But what those samples contained was never fully disclosed. Only vague remarks made it into Western science, references to complex unknown bacterial structures, non-terrestrial genomic markers, and most mysteriously, acoustic anomalies. Acoustic anomalies. In a lake, beneath 2 miles of ice, whispers of strange frequencies began to circulate among polar researchers. Sonar instruments, lowered through boreholes, detected soft but deliberate rhythmic pulses, sound waves bouncing in ways that defied the lake's known geometry. Not random, not seismic, and not mechanical. The pattern was chilling. 2 tones, repeated 6 times. A pause, then 3 sharper, higher-pitched notes, like chimes, then silence. It was not ice shifting, it was not machinery. It was, as one researcher wrote in a classified memo leaked years later, like listening to a bell tolling inside a cathedral buried beneath the sea. Thus was born the legend of the drowned church beneath the ice. Among glaciologists and deep earth acoustic researchers, it became an inside joke, a whispered phrase passed over coffee and flickering equipment, shared with nervous laughter. But beneath that laughter was tension, because the sound came back, every year, every February, same time, same tone, not amplified, not changed. The same. Some say it's the result of standing harmonic waves, trapped and bouncing within the subglacial cavity, ice and water, and rock forming a perfect, resonant bell chamber. Others say it's geological, slow, creeping tectonic friction vibrating through the bedrock, amplified by layers of frozen water. But that theory falters under scrutiny, because Lake Vostok is geologically stable, and seismic instruments record no tremors, only the sound, always the sound. And then in 2017, a second borehole was drilled, this time not to breach the lake, but to triangulate the source of the tones. What they found raised more questions than it answered. The acoustic reflections did not come from the center of the lake. They originated near its southern edge, close to a ridge-like formation mapped only recently by radar, a formation that, when plotted in 3D, resembled something unexpected, something angular, something structured. It was not natural curvature, not ice flow. It appeared, built, a single, spiraling elevation, surrounded by evenly spaced buttress-like protrusions, and at its apex, a sharp, rising dome, like a steeple. When this data was quietly passed to international research groups, it stirred chaos. Some insisted it was a natural ice formation, the result of uneven glacial pressure. Others, more cautiously, wondered if it was the remnants of something older, much older, a landform, frozen mid-collapse, now warped by millennia of ice. But a few, just a few, wondered something else. What if it had never been natural? What if that dome had stood above ground once, before the ice came, before the world changed, before something was buried? Some point to the ancient maps of Orontius Phineas, a 16th century cartographer who depicted Antarctica ice-free, its coasts traced with uncanny accuracy, centuries before satellite imaging. Others point to legends of lost southern civilizations, of temples buried in storms, of the gods of ice and cold who drowned their worshippers in still lakes as punishment for forgotten sins. Most laugh, but not all. In 2019, the Vostok acoustic sensors picked up something new, a shift. The tones, once echoing regularly, now came with a delay, and then for the first time, a new sound, a single, low-frequency pulse, long, hollow, like a door opening, or something moving. Researchers attributed it to ice shelf movement. Nothing unusual, they said, but no movement was detected, and no further explanation was offered. Since then, access to the deeper sensors near Vostok's southern ridge has been restricted. Unofficially, quietly, no more pings, no more shared data, no more jokes about churches, only silence, and beneath the silence, waiting. If there is something below Lake Vostok, something that rings like a bell, pulses like a beacon, or rises like a steeple in the dark, it has waited long enough, and perhaps one day it will wake, not in fury, not in joy, but in cold memory. The ice forgets nothing, not the weight of cathedrals, not the sound of buried prayers, not the shape of a steeple echoing through the dark. And when it tolls again, who will be there to listen? Maybe it's better we weren't. Deep beneath the frozen heart of Antarctica lies a secret untouched by sunlight for over 15 million years. It is not a ruin. It is not a ship. It is a lake buried more than 2 miles beneath solid ice. Lake Vostok. To those who study it, Vostok is more than just water. It is a sealed time capsule, an alien world on Earth, trapped in absolute darkness, pressurized beyond imagination, and isolated from the atmosphere since before the first human stood upright. It has become a place of eerie fascination, a place of waiting, and some say, of echoes. For decades, Lake Vostok was considered a theoretical curiosity, a mere blip on Soviet radar data. But in the 1990s, advanced satellite measurements confirmed the unimaginable, a subglacial body of liquid water, the size of Lake Ontario, resting silently beneath more than 13,000 feet of Antarctic ice. Immediately, the implications stunned the scientific world. Could life exist in such a place, isolated for millions of years, untouched by sunlight, oxygen or external ecosystems? In 1996, a Russian drilling program began its cautious descent through the ice, halting just before reaching the lake to avoid contamination. In 2012, they breached the final barrier, and what happened next has remained shrouded in mystery ever since. Reports from the Russian Antarctic station claimed they had recovered water samples from the lake, carefully pressurized and brought to the surface. But what those samples contained was never fully disclosed. Only vague remarks made it into Western science, references to complex unknown bacterial structures, non-terrestrial genomic markers, and most mysteriously, acoustic anomalies. Acoustic anomalies. In a lake, beneath 2 miles of ice, whispers of strange frequencies began to circulate among polar researchers. Sonar instruments, lowered through boreholes, detected soft but deliberate rhythmic pulses, sound waves bouncing in ways that defied the lake's known geometry. Not random, not seismic, and not mechanical. The pattern was chilling. 2 tones, repeated 6 times, a pause, then 3 sharper, higher-pitched notes, like chimes, then silence. It was not ice shifting, it was not machinery. It was, as one researcher wrote in a classified memo leaked years later, like listening to a bell tolling inside a cathedral buried beneath the sea. Thus was born the legend of the drowned church beneath the ice. Among glaciologists and deep earth acoustic researchers, it became an inside joke, a whispered phrase passed over coffee and flickering equipment, shared with nervous laughter. But beneath that laughter was tension, because the sound came back, every year, every February, same time, same tone, not amplified, not changed, the same. Some say it's the result of standing harmonic waves trapped and bouncing within the subglacial cavity, ice and water and rock forming a perfect resonant bell chamber. Others say it's geological, slow, creeping tectonic friction vibrating through the bedrock, amplified by layers of frozen water. But that theory falters under scrutiny, because Lake Vostok is geologically stable, and seismic instruments record no tremors, only the sound, always the sound. And then in 2017, a second borehole was drilled, this time not to breach the lake, but to triangulate the source of the tones. What they found raised more questions than it answered. The acoustic reflections did not come from the center of the lake. They originated near its southern edge, close to a ridge-like formation mapped only recently by radar. A formation that, when plotted in 3D, resembled something unexpected, something angular, something structured. It was not natural curvature, not ice flow. It appeared, built, a single spiraling elevation, surrounded by evenly spaced buttress-like protrusions, and at its apex, a sharp rising dome, like a steeple. When this data was quietly passed to international research groups, it stirred chaos. Some insisted it was a natural ice formation, the result of uneven glacial pressure. Others, more cautiously, wondered if it was the remnants of something older, much older, a landform frozen mid-collapse, now warped by millennia of ice. But a few, just a few, wondered something else. What if it had never been natural? What if that dome had stood above ground once, before the ice came, before the world changed, before something was buried? Some point to the ancient maps of Orontius Furnaz, a 16th century cartographer, who depicted Antarctica ice-free, its coasts traced with uncanny accuracy centuries before satellite imaging. Others point to legends of lost southern civilizations, of temples buried in storms, of the gods of ice and cold who drowned their worshippers in still lakes as punishment for forgotten sins. Most laugh, but not all. In 2019, the Vostok acoustic sensors picked up something new, a shift. The tones, once echoing regularly, now came with a delay. And then for the first time, a new sound, a single, low-frequency pulse, long, hollow, like a door opening, or something moving. Researchers attributed it to ice shelf movement. Nothing unusual, they said, but no movement was detected, and no further explanation was offered. Since then, access to the deeper sensors near Vostok's southern ridge has been restricted, unofficially, quietly. No more pings, no more shared data, no more jokes about churches, only silence. And beneath the silence, waiting. If there is something below Lake Vostok, something that rings like a bell, pulses like a beacon, or rises like a steeple in the dark, it has waited long enough, and perhaps one day, it will wake, not in fury, not in joy, but in cold memory. The ice forgets nothing, not the weight of cathedrals, not the sound of buried prayers, not the shape of a steeple echoing through the dark. And when it tolls again, who will be there to listen? Maybe it's better we weren't. In the warm, dark waters off the coasts of Oman and Pakistan, something drifts. It is not a creature, not a ship, not a signal, but a light, and then another and another. A slow-moving ribbon of glow snaking across the waves for miles, not flickering like lanterns on the sea, not flashing like modern vessels. These lights move together, in silence, in unison, in ways that feel like intention. They have been witnessed by sailors for centuries, especially by those who travel through the Arabian Sea under clouded moons. Some call them the serpent's breath, others the ghost wakes. But in recent years, scientists have come to know them by a more clinical term, milky seas, an oceanic phenomenon so rare, so enormous, and so misunderstood that fewer than a dozen have been properly documented with instrumentation in modern history. And yet the legends far outnumber the data. A Milky Sea event is not just bioluminescence, it is not the fleeting shimmer of disturbed plankton, nor the fleeting phosphorescence from the wake of a boat. These seas do not twinkle, they glow, constantly, persistently, for hours, sometimes days, and not in patches, but across entire oceans. Imagine a field of light, hundreds of miles across. Sailors standing at the rails of their ships, unable to see darkness in any direction. The ocean itself turned to liquid moonlight, not bright, but vast, a dull pale shine, like ice fog, or the glow of bone beneath thin skin. The earliest confirmed report dates to 1864 from a British merchant vessel passing through the Arabian Sea. The crew described sailing for 2 full nights through a sea so white it seemed we had run aground in fog, yet their instruments read only open water. The phenomenon was written off as a fluke, a trick of moonlight perhaps. But similar stories surfaced again and again, from Dutch explorers, Indian fishermen, submarine commanders, always in the same region, and always under eerily similar conditions: overcast skies, calm waters, warm nights, no moon, no noise, just the glow. In 2005, a satellite finally captured a Milky Sea event from space, a sprawling oval of light, stretching more than 15,000 square kilometers south of the Horn of Africa. It shimmered faintly on nighttime thermal imaging, like a bruise on the surface of the world. Scientists were stunned, but still, they didn't know what caused it. One leading theory suggests that these seas are illuminated by bioluminescent bacteria, specifically Vibrio havii, a species known to emit light when communicating in dense colonies. This bacterial quorum sensing, in theory, might explain the vast consistent glow, but there are problems. For one, the conditions required for such an enormous bacterial bloom are poorly understood. The bacteria would need an immense nutrient-rich platform, perhaps triggered by an upwelling of deep-sea minerals, or the decay of a massive underwater die-off. And even if they did appear en masse, why would they glow constantly and in synchrony? Other researchers argue that it may not be the bacteria at all, but something far older and stranger. The ocean is full of unidentified light sources, many of which are transient and undocumented. Deep-sea drones have captured momentary pulses and shapes glowing from trenches, only to vanish before identification. One 2011 research vessel in the Arabian Sea reported encountering a Milky Sea from within, their ship's hull surrounded by what they described as a soft white soup. When they lowered collection devices, they found the light could not be isolated to any particular organism. The samples glowed faintly for a few moments, then faded. No creatures, no bacteria, just water, and the afterglow of something now absent. This has led to speculation that Milky Seas might be the visible after effect of something else. A movement in the deep, a chemical reaction, or perhaps the bioluminescent equivalent of a coral spawning, but performed not by surface creatures, but by something far below. And then there are the weirder theories. Some suggest that Milky Seas are not biological at all, but acoustic in nature, that vibrations, caused by undersea seismic activity, may trigger light emissions in microorganisms or suspended particulates. A kind of deep-sea singing that turns to radiance. Others, drawing from ancient stories, believe the light is not natural at all, that it comes from beings. Fishermen in the region, particularly those from coastal Baluchistan, speak of the light fish, creatures that swim near the surface once every generation, leaving rivers of white in their wake. They describe them as long eel-like serpents with smooth featureless skin and eyes that do not blink. Some claim these beings are not animals, but spirits, drawn up from the depths during certain lunar alignments. The glowing trails are not emissions, they say, but pathways, openings, gateways that must not be followed. A few of these tales even warn if your ship crosses into a milky sea, do not speak, do not cast nets, and do not look directly into the water, for the ocean watches back. These may be old stories, born of fear and salt, but the unease they carry is difficult to shake, especially when sailing through a night with no darkness. More recent incidents have added fuel to the fire. In 2019, a commercial ship traveling between Mumbai and Aden reported an encounter with a massive glowing patch of sea. The event was documented with thermal sensors, photographs, and crew logs. What unsettled observers wasn't the light, it was the absence of life. No fish, no birds, no plankton, not a single insect or jellyfish, just light. The vessel's lights dimmed as it crossed the boundary, not fully, just faintly, a loss of clarity, a quieting of systems, and then, humming, soft, subaudible, felt in the bones more than the ears. It faded when they passed beyond the glow. No explanation was ever given. The ship's report was never published, but its captain, interviewed under anonymity, described the sensation as driving through the mind of something sleeping. Perhaps the light is just that, the byproduct of an intelligence not like ours, not animal, not sentient, but something else, something that glows in rhythms we do not understand, for reasons we were never meant to. For now the milky seas drift. Somewhere in the Arabian Sea tonight, a ribbon of light might be gliding through the dark, not alive, not dead, just glowing, waiting, a message written in water and no one to read it. Far from any continent, any human, or any shore, there is a place so remote, it's often called the ocean's pole of inaccessibility, a location surrounded by over 1,000 miles of empty sea in every direction, a place where no one lives and no one sails. Its name is Point Nemo. It sits adrift in the South Pacific, closer to the astronauts on the International Space Station than to any human being on Earth. There are no islands nearby, no passing ships, only an endless expanse of blue, undisturbed, forgotten, and still. And yet, something is there, because from this stretch of sea, this nowhere, something has been heard. Low, powerful, deep beyond imagining. A sound so loud it was captured by underwater microphones over 3,000 miles apart. It rumbled through the Pacific, like thunder dragged underwater, and for a brief strange moment, every ear listening beneath the sea, from Chile to New Zealand, heard the same thing, a single, echoing boom. The year was 1997. NOAA's autonomous hydrophones, deep ocean sensors designed to monitor submarine activity and seismic shifts, recorded the sound multiple times over a short period. The signal, while brief, carried with it a distinct acoustic signature, long, rising in pitch, then falling, like something immense was stretching and groaning beneath unimaginable pressure. The researchers named it the Bloop. Initially, speculation ran wild. The sound was unlike any previously recorded seismic activity or underwater explosion. It was organic, or at least behaved like it was. But the amplitude of the signal, that was the problem. If it was biological, the creature responsible would have to be larger than any known whale, much larger. The implications were unnerving, that something so massive, so powerful, could remain completely unseen in the most isolated part of the sea, challenged every assumption about what lived beneath us. Soon, the story escaped the scientific community and entered legend. Articles, documentaries, conspiracies. They all pointed to the same thing, something enormous, lives near Point Nemo. But that was only the beginning, because the bloop wasn't the only sound. Other, stranger signals have also emerged from this region. Sounds with names like Julia, Upsweep, and Slow Down. Each one a sonic mystery. Julia was a strange metallic howl that lasted for over a minute, heard on March 1st, 1999. The source, somewhere near the Antarctic, but close enough to Point Nemo that researchers began to notice a pattern. Upsweep, a steady rising and falling tone, recorded annually near the equinoxes, every year since 1991, always from the deep Pacific, always from the void near Point Nemo. Slowdown was perhaps the most eerie, a long dragging sound that seemed to move as it was recorded, beginning near the Antarctic shelf and slowing over hundreds of miles as it vanished into the Pacific abyss. Each of these sounds was loud, distinct, measurable, but none of them were explained. Scientists have put forward cautious theories. Some suggest underwater icequakes, pressure fracturing large blocks of sea ice near Antarctica. Others suggest shifting tectonic plates or collapsing submarine ridges. All valid possibilities. But even the scientists admit these explanations don't fully fit the acoustic profiles, and they certainly don't explain the location. Why do so many of these anomalies cluster near Point Nemo? The name, by the way, is not accidental. Nemo comes from Latin, meaning no one, but it also echoes Captain Nemo, Jules Verne's fictional sailor who wandered the abyss aboard the Nautilus, hiding in the deep, alone in the dark. A fitting name for the place on Earth most removed from humankind. In fact, Point Nemo is so isolated, it's been used as a spacecraft graveyard. When satellites and space stations reach the end of their life, they are steered to crash safely into the ocean, into Point Nemo. There, far from any civilization, they sink quietly into the black. The former Russian space station Mir, dozens of capsules, and soon the ISS itself, all lie beneath the waves at Nemo, all dead metal, descending into silence. Some theorists have proposed that this accumulation of wreckage, of mass, of forgotten machinery, might be attracting something. Could the strange sounds be caused by the interaction of solar debris and deep-sea ecosystems? Could we be disturbing an environment that evolved without surface interference? A darker idea suggests that the sounds aren't random, but responses, that when satellites crash into the ocean, they bring noise, heat, shock, movement, and something in the depths answers. Some have speculated the area is not a graveyard at all, but an opening, a vent, a trench, beneath a trench, that beneath Point Nemo, something vast and hollow lies in wait, a pressure dome, a cavern, or something's entirely. The idea isn't new. Ancient Polynesian maps described the South Pacific Void as Terpuna Moana, the spring of the sea, or the sea's origin. Early Maori sailors avoided the region, calling it cursed water, places where compasses spun and storms formed from clear skies. Of course, sailors exaggerate, but not all stories are fiction. In 2011, a research drone submerged near Point Nemo to test deep ocean pressure sensors. At 2,300 meters below the surface, it recorded a sudden and violent pressure drop, as if something nearby had displaced a massive amount of water. No seismic activity was registered, no vessel nearby, and then the drone's feed cut out. When it was retrieved days later, its exterior shell was intact, but its internal data was corrupted, melted. The last readable line, signal spike detected. Repeating pattern. There was no pattern on record. Some believe the ocean at Point Nemo isn't just empty, it's listening. That the sea, in its deepest parts, behaves differently, like a recording chamber. A dark cathedral of pressure and stillness, designed to preserve sound, to amplify it, to hold echoes long after their source has gone. That maybe, the bloop wasn't a call, but an echo, the dying memory of something ancient, resonating once again as the currents stirred it. Or perhaps the bloop was the final breath of something enormous, not emerging from the deep, but sinking into it. Somewhere at the bottom of Point Nemo, beneath the wreckage of fallen machines, something might lie waiting. Bones of a giant. The heart of a creature older than ice. A silence so deep that when it breaks, the ocean listens. For now, the microphones remain in place, and once every few years, they still hear something. A groan, a scrape, a name, spoken in frequencies no human can pronounce. Point Nemo remains as ever, unreachable. But the sea does not forget, it only waits. In the coldest corners of the deep, where sunlight cannot follow and gravity presses silence into every surface, there are places where the sea seems to glow from within, not brightly, not warmly, but faintly, like a dying lantern flickering in a cathedral of blackness. To those who study the abyss, This phenomenon has a name. They call it the glow below, not to be confused with bioluminescent organisms. The flickers of jellyfish, the cold blue of siphonophores, the flashes of anglerfish. No, the glow below is different. It is not made of life. It is made of light, but from where no one can say. The first sightings came not from divers, none go so deep, but from the cameras of deep-sea ROVs sent into the huddle zones of the Mariana Trench. As early as 2006, operators noticed something strange in the live feed, a haze in the darkness, gently pulsing. At first they assumed a technical error, a fault in the lens, a trick of reflection, but the readings were real. There was luminance, a measurable brightness emanating from the sediment itself, as though the rocks were breathing pale light. Subsequent missions confirmed it. Below 10,000 meters, in scattered areas, faint radiance bleeds through the ocean floor. It shifts like fog, never bright enough to see clearly, but just enough to prove that something stirs. Theories abound, of course. Some suggest chemical reactions, exotic compounds compressed and excited by pressure, emitting photons as they rearrange. Others suspect geothermal activity, though the heat sensors detect no spike. One researcher proposed it may be an optical phenomenon caused by piezoelectric minerals. That immense pressure causes microscopic structures in deep rock to emit light, like static sparks on a cosmic scale. But not all explanations are so clean. In 2019, a Japanese ROV descending into the Kermadec Trench recorded a curious thing. As it approached 10,300 meters, the faint glow became structured, no longer just a haze, but lines, concentric, interwoven patterns, like veins through the sediment. They pulsed slowly, in rhythm, then disappeared as the camera tilted. A trick of light, perhaps, or something else. The ROV's sensors captured an electromagnetic pulse, mild, rhythmic, not natural. The signal resembled a code, repeating every 18 seconds. But when brought to the surface, the data was corrupted. All that remained was one audio fragment, barely audible, a long, distant hum. In the days that followed, the research vessel's crew reported strange symptoms, dreams of underwater cities, echoes on the radio, and on the third night, the sea glowed faintly around the ship, green-blue, fading in and out like a sleeping breath. There is no official report, only rumor. There's something unsettling about the glow below. Unlike trench creatures or vanishing ships, this mystery feels almost calm, as if whatever lies beneath is not hostile, nor lost, just waiting, not for discovery, but for something else. Some believe it's the memory of heat from the Earth's birth, a final shimmer of molten breath trapped under pressure, still echoing through stone. Others imagine something greater, a presence so vast, so slow, that it thinks in centuries, not seconds. A presence that does not know we exist, but someday might. Or perhaps the sea glows not from life, but from death. That what shines in the trench is the last radiance of extinct giants, their bones smoldering softly in the dark. A graveyard of titans, a field of fading light. We do not know, we only watch the screen, blurry and flickering, as the last traces of illumination swirl and vanish into black. And slowly, the feed goes quiet, and all that remains is darkness. And yet, off the southern coast of Japan, where the Ryukyu Islands slip into the deep blue shadow of the East China Sea, a place where architecture seems to lie beneath the waves, where steps lead into darkness, and walls meet water at angles too precise to be coincidence. They call it the Yonaguni Monument, discovered in 1986 by a local diver searching for hammerhead sharks. The structure sits just off the coast of Yonaguni Island, the westernmost inhabited island of Japan. At a depth of about 25 meters, the formation emerges from the seafloor like a sunken ziggurat, with massive terraces, flat platforms, narrow corridors, and even what appear to be pillars and archways. The structure is immense, over 150 meters long and 40 meters wide, and carved or perhaps eroded in ways that suggest human hands, or something else entirely. From above, the monument resembles a stepped pyramid, its tiers descending like ancient stadium seating into the abyss. Divers have traced grooves along its surface that look like roads. There are walls that run in perfect lines, right angles that stretch longer than any coral formation, sharp corners where the ocean, typically chaotic, becomes architectural. Some say it is the Atlantis of the Pacific. Others, more cautious, call it a geological illusion, but everyone agrees on one thing: it is deeply, profoundly strange. The Japanese marine geologist Masaaki Kimura has spent decades studying the site. He believes the monument is the remnant of a lost civilization, a city swallowed by the sea during the last ice age, when rising oceans drowned the coastlines and erased history written in stone. According to Kimura, sonar scans of the area have revealed other nearby formations, what might be roads, towers, and even a giant stone face, now worn smooth by centuries of tide. He believes Yonaguni was once a thriving coastal city, a place built over 10,000 years ago, before the known timeline of organized civilization. A culture older than Mesopotamia, older than Egypt, now buried beneath currents and coral. Mainstream archaeology, however, disagrees. Most scientists believe the Yonaguni Monument is a natural formation, a product of tectonic activity and fracturing sandstone. The East China Sea, after all, lies near the junction of powerful tectonic plates. Earthquakes have long shaped the region, breaking rock along fault lines, shearing cliffs into terraces. The angles, they argue, are coincidental. Nature can create straight lines, given time and pressure, but if it's all geology, why does it look like it was meant to be walked? Divers speak of stairs that rise at perfect intervals, not random slopes but measured steps, human in proportion. There is a narrow trench, sometimes called the gateway, that cuts through the monument like a ceremonial path. One wall features indentations, as if symbols were once etched there, now lost to erosion, and at the base of the main structure lies a cavern with a stone pillar in its center. It resembles a hall, or a chamber, or perhaps an altar. These details have led some to believe that Yonaguni is more than a city, that it was once a temple, a sacred place, meant to align with the stars or the solstices, like other megalithic sites around the world. There are those who claim it lines up with ancient celestial events, that certain stones point toward the setting sun during the spring equinox, that shadows fall in deliberate patterns across the monument during specific tidal cycles. And if that's true, who built it? What people lived here on the edge of Japan, carving steps into stone while the rest of humanity still huddled in caves? What knowledge did they possess? What did they worship beneath the sun before the waves came? No tools have ever been found, no artifacts, no bones, only the stones remain. But the sea is good at hiding. It buries slowly, it whispers in sand and silence, and it grinds the past into mystery. Some believe Yonaguni is not unique, that there are other structures nearby, in the East China Sea, near Taiwan, near the Philippines, places where the ocean has buried entire coastlines of knowledge, places yet unmapped, yet unseen, and perhaps unwelcomed. One diver, anonymous in the records, once described the monument in a simple, chilling way: "It feels like entering a place you were not invited to." There is a stillness to Yonaguni, a weight, the way light disappears in its corridors, how shadows gather beneath its ledges. Divers often report a sense of pressure, not from the water, but from something else, something unseen. A feeling of presence, as if the stones themselves remember, and perhaps they do. In some Japanese folklore, there are tales of a lost land beneath the sea, a kingdom that was punished for its pride, and cast down into the depths. It is called Riju-jo, the Dragon Palace, a place of crystal towers, ruled by sea gods, hidden from human eyes. Some think Yonaguni is all that remains. Others think it is a warning. The ocean swallows what it pleases, and perhaps Yonaguni wasn't lost by accident, but on purpose. Today the monument lies quiet. Fish glide through its corridors, sand gathers in its corners, tides wash across its steps. It does not speak. It does not answer, but it waits. For what we do not know, for who perhaps we are not ready. Because there is something deeply unsettling about the idea that before the world began writing history, someone else had already built their monuments. And then, the sea took them. And now, it begins again. The stone still stands, and the water remembers. The Yonaguni Monument does not rise like a ruin. It reclines, as though it has been sleeping for millennia, its angles softened by salt, its edges worn smooth by centuries of whispered current. The way a city slowly crumbles beneath drifting sand, this structure fades beneath drifting silence, stone dissolving into silt, purpose fading into myth. And yet, for all its quietude, there are signs. Things that suggest intent, things that echo our own designs, and yet do not feel quite like us. There is, for instance, the ledge. Divers call it the stage, a wide open platform at the monument's midsection, surrounded on 3 sides by tall walls and open on the 4th, as if designed for performance or sacrifice. It is 20 meters long, rectangular, perfectly flat. No coral has grown across it. Fish pass over, but do not linger. It is not life that marks this place, but absence. Some say the stage is a coincidence, an exposed bedrock shelf shaped by erosion, but others, studying its angles and matching the wear along its edge, believe it may have been an arena, not for violence, but for ritual. One theory suggests the site was once above sea level, a coastal shrine or ceremonial plateau, where a prehistoric culture gathered to speak with the sea. As the last ice age ended, the oceans rose and Yonaguni was slowly drowned, but the structure remained, still aligned, still deliberate, still watching. What puzzles researchers most is not the shape of Yonaguni, but the way it seems to resist randomness. The monument, if it is natural, should bear signs of fracturing and randomness, uneven breaks, chaotic angles, collapsed ridges. And while erosion has certainly softened its surface, the core remains mathematically precise. Measurements have revealed walls that rise at 90-degree angles, platforms set at even heights, and what appear to be steps no taller than the average human foot. One researcher measured the risers at precisely 22 centimeters, nearly identical to standard stair dimensions in modern architecture. Coincidence, or continuity? The corridors between the tiers are tight, like passageways. They bend slightly, forcing a turn before opening into broader spaces, as if designed to control movement, to force reverence, or confusion. Some have likened this layout to the labyrinthine temples of Angkor Wat, or the ceremonial pathways at Teotihuacan. And then there's the eye. On the eastern edge of the structure lies a circular depression, nearly 2 meters wide, cut into the stone. It is perfectly round, too perfect for tectonics. Divers call it the eye, because when sunlight hits at the right angle, the depression gleams, as if the monument itself is gazing skyward, waiting for something to return. Satellite models have attempted to chart Yonaguni from above. High-resolution scans show not just the monument, but nearby outcrops with strange geometry, as if the structure was once part of a larger complex, now fractured and scattered by time. There are rumors of steps leading into caves, of nearby stones etched with lines too straight to be cracks, too deliberate to be accidents. But most of all, there is the face. Roughly 30 meters from the main platform, a sloped section of seabed rises like a plinth. On its upper surface is what some believe is a carving, a massive humanoid visage, worn down by centuries, but still discernible. A nose, a mouth, closed eyes. The face lies angled slightly upward, as if eternally dreaming or remembering. Kimura and his team have argued that the face is the remnant of an ancient statue, perhaps once part of a gate or guardian figure. Its erosion, they claim, has only partially obscured its features. Critics say it's pareidolia, the human brain's tendency to find faces in randomness, like clouds, or rock, or waves. But then, why always a face? Why do so many ancient sites, from Easter Island to Göbekli Tepe, include giant faces watching the horizon? What were they watching for? And what made them all stop? There is a theory, not widely shared but quietly persistent, that the Yonaguni Monument is not a singular anomaly, but a piece of something larger. That in the late Pleistocene era, before the sea rose, a chain of coastal cities once lined the shores of what is now southern Japan, Taiwan, and the East China Sea. A culture perhaps forgotten by history. A people who understood the stars and tides, who carved stone and walked corridors no longer visible, whose entire civilization lies buried beneath waves. Proponents of this theory point to submerged features off the coasts of Okinawa, Kerama, and even mainland China, plateaus with similar straight lines, submerged terraces, and unexplained indentations. Places where stone behaves like memory, retaining patterns even as it drowns. If true, it would rewrite the story of civilization. But truth has always been difficult beneath the sea. Because water erases intention. It scrapes away the chisel marks, buries the pathways, scatters the artifacts. What was once sacred becomes sediment. What was once structure becomes suspicion. And then, myth. The monument has become a magnet for speculation. Alternative historians suggest it was once part of Mo's supposed lost continent, like Atlantis, said to have existed in the Pacific and been swallowed by tectonic disaster. Others tie it to Lemuria, or to the mythical lands described in the Kojiki, Japan's oldest chronicle. There are even stranger ideas that Yonaguni was not built by humans at all, that it is the remnant of something older, something non-human, that occupied the earth before us. A civilization not of bone and blood, but of something else, something that etched purpose into stone and then left, or perhaps still waits, deep in the sea's memory. There is no proof of this, of course, but there is something in the silence, a feeling that stirs as you drift past the walls of Yonaguni, your heartbeat slowed by pressure, your breath controlled by machine, your body suspended in salt and cold. The sense that you are not the first here, nor the last, that someone or something built this place to be seen, to be remembered, to be returned to, and that every diver who descends its terraces is not discovering, but fulfilling, answering a summons. The ocean is patient, and it remembers everything. Beneath the wind-bitten waters of the Celtic Sea, some 100 kilometers southwest of Cornwall's rugged cliffs, lies a place rarely spoken of outside specialist circles, a place not marked by shipwrecks or fishing lanes, not studied by archaeologists, nor mapped in the folklore of sailors, and yet those who trawl the depths of the region, geophysicists, cable layers, offshore engineers, have begun to whisper of strange formations resting quietly beneath the tides. Haig Fras. To most, it's just a name, a submerged granite outcrop, an underwater ridge occasionally noted in geological surveys for its anomalous magnetic fields and oddly arranged fissures. It's not shallow enough to be a hazard to navigation, not deep enough to interest deep ocean explorers. It rests in a kind of cartographic limbo, known, but not understood. But beneath the sediment, in the hidden pockets where light does not reach, and where sonar returns grow irregular, lie shapes that speak not of geology, but of geometry: vertical columns, angled ledges, platforms so flat they defy natural erosion, and most mysteriously, 3 upright stone formations that rise like fingers from the seafloor, their tops flattened, their surfaces etched with shallow grooves too regular to be dismissed as chance. For decades, these features were dismissed as natural, columns shaped by erosion, slabs fractured by fault tension. But in 2003, during a routine undersea cable inspection, a remotely operated vehicle, ROV, captured high-resolution video of one of the structures. The footage was archived quietly, without public attention, by a British telecommunications firm. It showed what appeared to be a staircase, not one carved or sculpted, but layered in such a way that each riser mirrored the last. Precision not common to nature, symmetry without chaos. For years, it sat in a digital vault, forgotten, until 2017. That year, a multinational seabed survey, part of a planned offshore wind project, deployed advanced scanning equipment across Haig Fras. What they expected to find was granite, smooth, dull, and ancient. What they recorded instead sent ripples through the tight-knit world of subsea archaeology. The scans showed an L-shaped trench, partially filled with silt and bent kelp. At first, it seemed like a natural depression, a crack in the ridge, but the angles were too clean, too precise. One corner, in particular, measured exactly 90 degrees, and along the trench walls ran a repeating pattern of shallow indentations, evenly spaced, like sockets or dowel holes. When mapped in 3D, the trench did not appear as a crack, but as a foundation, as if something once sat there, something heavy, something placed. The theory emerged quietly, unofficially, murmured between researchers over encrypted emails and late-night calls, that Haig Fras might be more than granite, that it might conceal the lower levels of a structure long since collapsed or buried. A temple, a platform, a sanctuary raised on stone and then swallowed by salt. Some proposed that it could have been a coastal outpost, built by Neolithic seafarers, its upper tiers lost to rising tides and storms, its base entombed beneath mud. Others wondered if it predated even those early mariners, if it belonged to a culture older than the Isles, older than the memory of Europe itself. A culture that left no writing, only form, only alignment, only silence. What fuels these ideas are not just the shapes, but the position. Haig Fras is unusual, not just as a granite ridge, but as a solitary one. Unlike the ridges near Brittany or the Celtic Shelf, Haig Fras rises alone, isolated. And yet its formations are oriented, not randomly, but with intent. The pillars, for instance, face due north. The flat terraces, when overlaid with solar alignments, trace the arc of the midwinter sun as it disappears behind the waterline. And one trench, partially buried, seems to point directly toward Carnac in France, the site of one of the largest Neolithic stone alignments in the world. Coincidence? Maybe. But if you ask those who've studied the sonar scans, really studied them, traced the angles with their fingers under red desk lamps late at night, they'll tell you it doesn't feel like coincidence. It feels like memory. Stone remembering shape, water remembering weight, light remembering direction. There's a story often told among the few mariners who still pass over Haig Fras. Not loudly, not often, but told, all the same. It comes from an 1880s fishing log, unearthed in the basement of a crumbling pub near St. Ives. The log belonged to a trawler captain named Rhys Cadell. On a storm-lashed winter night, Cadell wrote of seeing glows in the deep, not above the water, but below it. Lights that flickered as though from torches, arranged in a line. He thought it hallucination, sea madness, a trick of phosphorescence and fear. But when he returned to shore, his logbook contained a sketch, 3 columns, one taller than the others, and a stare, drawn in pencil, with care. That log is kept now in a museum archive. The pages warped, the ink faded, but the sketch remains. And it matches, almost perfectly, the layout recorded by sonar in 2017. How could he have known? And why did he never return to those waters? There's another layer to Haig Fras, one not often mentioned, the hum, first reported in 1992, by a submarine crew conducting NATO drills in the Atlantic. Their passive sonar picked up a low rhythmic pulse emanating from the direction of Haig Fras. Not mechanical, not biological, just a throb, like breath. It repeated every 11 seconds. They logged it, moved on. But the log remained. And then in 2009, a civilian oceanographic sensor array, deployed by a European climate initiative, recorded a similar signal. Nearly identical frequency, same source location. Only this time, there was movement. The pulse shifted over 6 hours, arcing in a broad semicircle around the edge of Haig Fras, before fading. No current matched the pattern. No animal could be traced. The event was never published, but it was noticed by people who study anomalies, by people who believe the sea is more than water. Some theories now suggest that the formations beneath Haig Fras are not remnants of architecture at all, but something older, something not built by hands but left by machines, or entities, or forces we no longer comprehend. A few researchers have speculated that the L-shaped trench and the socketed ridges resemble mounting beds, platforms where something was once fixed, anchored. Not a temple, but a receiver. Not a building, but a base. For what? They don't say. Only that the symmetry is too precise, the repetition too clean, and the magnetic anomalies, often dismissed as geological quirks, too focused, too centered. One study conducted quietly in 2020 by a private geotech firm found that compass readings taken near the ridge deviate by nearly 12 degrees, consistently, and only within a defined perimeter of roughly 500 meters. Outside that zone, readings normalize. Inside it, they spin. It's called magnetic blooming, a term used to describe the unexplained warping of magnetic fields in localized areas. It's rare, and almost always linked to either deep geological faulting, or buried metal. But there is no fault at Haig Fras. No known deposits, only granite, and the shapes, and the silence. Local fishermen have their own explanations. They don't speak of ruins or alien machines. They speak of the Sea Father, a figure from Celtic myth, long since forgotten by textbooks, but whispered in the coves of Cornwall and the windswept taverns of Penzance, a god of tide and memory, not cruel, not kind, just endless, watching from below. They say he sleeps beneath the stone, that Haig Fras is his altar, and that every 11 seconds he dreams. When asked where the myth comes from, they just shrug, say it was passed down. Say their grandfathers spoke of it, say not to fish too close to the ridge. Not because the fish vanish, but because of the feeling, the weight, the sense of being watched from below. In 2021, a group of graduate students from a UK marine university tried to mount an independent expedition to Haig Fras. They secured a small grant, booked a research vessel, and prepared scanning gear. They never launched. Their permit was quietly revoked. Officially, they were told the area was being reserved for future EU-funded surveys. Unofficially, no one returned their emails. The sea is not interested in revealing what lies beneath it, but sometimes it lets things be glimpsed. A pulse, a trench, a shape that does not match the surrounding geology, a groove too straight to be accidental. And if you take all of these, all the pieces, and lay them end to end, they begin to form something not unlike a story of memory etched into stone, a story of silence disturbed, a story of pillars rising where no columns should stand. And if you close your eyes, just as the tide turns and the wind goes still, you might imagine it, a temple of stone, half buried in kelp, its roof long gone, its altar cracked, but its foundation still holding, still watching, still listening. Haig Fras remains unmarked on tourist maps. It draws no headlines, no documentaries, but in the deep rooms of marine data repositories, and in the quiet corners of university basements, its name lingers. And every few years, someone new asks the question, what lies beneath the granite? What sings in the pulse every 11 seconds? And why, in a world so mapped and measured, does this one place remain so perfectly unknown? Off the northern coast of modern-day Turkey, where the land rises gently into forested cliffs and the Black Sea rolls heavy with history, there lies a bay with secrets deeper than myth. This is Sinop, once a vital port for the ancient Greeks, later a Roman outpost, and now a quiet harbor town whose waves still whisper names long forgotten. But beneath its cold, brackish waters lies something older than any inscription, something not marked on maps, and yet too symmetrical, too purposeful to be dismissed. Divers found it by accident. In 2000, a joint expedition of Turkish and American archaeologists, working with sonar, submersibles, and remotely operated cameras, sought to understand the Black Sea's ancient shoreline. The team had a theory that during the last great glacial period, the Black Sea was a freshwater lake cut off from the Mediterranean. But as the ice melted and sea levels rose, salt water poured in through the Bosporus, drowning valleys, forests, and perhaps entire settlements. It was an elegant theory, but what they found off Sinop's coast was not erosion, not rubble, not nature. It was a wall too straight, too clean, rising nearly 2 meters above the seabed, running in an unbroken line for dozens of meters before vanishing beneath layers of sediment and silt. And near it, clustered like the bones of forgotten time, were fragments of pottery, worked stone, and in one case, a carved symbol etched into basalt, a spiral, simple, deep, almost mechanical. The scientists were cautious in their report. The official findings were conservative, possible anthropogenic structures, likely dating to early Holocene transitions. But behind closed doors, the questions stirred like stormwater. Had they found a city? The Black Sea is unlike other seas. Its waters are anoxic, meaning oxygen doesn't reach below a certain depth. This lack of oxygen preserves organic material unnaturally well. Wood, bone, fabric, things that would rot away in other oceans, can sleep for millennia in its depths, which makes it not just a place of drowning, but of preservation. And in the following years, more anomalies appeared. North of Sinop, sonar scans revealed geometric depressions in the seabed, rectangular outlines like buried foundations, a straight trench running parallel to the wall, like an ancient canal or drainage line. And near the deeper shelf, at over 150 meters below current sea level, a dome-shaped rise, too smooth to be natural, bearing faint radial lines like the ridges of a great seashell or the ribs of some submerged vault. When submersibles approached the dome, their readings flickered, compass data skewed eastward, pressure sensors dropped momentarily, and hydrophones picked up a deep, slow resonance, like the toll of a bell, too low to hear, but strong enough to register as vibration. The crew, joking nervously, called it the Bell of Sinop. They didn't know how right they might be. Ancient texts speak of the region, though not clearly. Strabo, the Roman geographer born in nearby Amasya, wrote of temples on the coast, sacred grounds to forgotten gods, long abandoned when the sea changed. He mentioned a shrine that drank salt in the year of the Dark Flood, but gave no coordinates, no clues. Local legends, passed quietly among fishermen and elders, tell of the bells beneath, a name given to the region's unexpected underwater groans. Sometimes, on calm nights, a low chime is said to rise from the deep, metal on stone, not ships, not sonar, but music. No one listens long. In 2013, a new expedition returned to the dome, this time equipped with more sensitive equipment, spectral analyzers, current mappers, even magnetometers. What they recorded was subtle but startling, a pattern. The vibrations came in intervals, every 88 minutes, precisely. A series of 3 tones, spaced evenly, followed by silence. The tones were not musical, per se, but they were structured, not tectonic, not mechanical, something else. Some believed it was geothermal, the slow release of gas, or the shifting of buried rock, but there was no thermal spike, no known vent nearby, and the shape of the dome, symmetrical, hemispheric, with reinforced-like ridges, did not match natural formations. Then, in 2014, a camera drone descended through a narrow channel adjacent to the dome's base. What it revealed silenced the ship's control room for nearly 2 minutes. A door, not a modern hatch, not a literal entryway, but a seam, a vertical split in the dome's lower curvature, flanked by 2 protruding columns. The edges were worn, encrusted with sediment, but unmistakably intentional. The drone could not enter, the gap was too small. But before the signal was lost to interference, the camera caught one last glimpse, an inner surface, carved, etched not with writing, but with parallel grooves forming spirals, then triangles, then, just before the blackout, a ring of small embedded stones arranged in a circle. Some glowed faintly in the floodlight, not reflective, not crystalline, but luminous. The footage was pulled, archived, unreleased. Whispers began. Some said it was the ruins of a temple to forgotten sea gods, Proto-Greek, perhaps Pelasgian, the builders of Cyclopean walls before language. Others tied it to the biblical flood, the idea that the rising of the Black Sea inspired the myth of Noah, and that Sinop was once part of a drowned Eden. But one theory, quietly circulated among oceanographers and cryptogeologists, spoke of something older, not built by us, or not built for us, that the dome was a vault, a resonance chamber, a device not made of metal but of arranged stone, built to channel pressure and sound in ways we no longer understand, that the tones it emitted were not bells, but memory. In 2018, a rogue group of amateur divers, working without permits, attempted a descent toward the dome's entrance. Only one returned. The man was incoherent, shivering despite warm water temps, and later hospitalized with signs of barotrauma unrelated to depth. When asked what happened, he said only one thing, over and over: "They're not singing for us." The phrase was dismissed, the expedition disavowed, but the incident sparked new interest and new concern. Satellite magnetometry now shows a consistent magnetic anomaly in the area surrounding the dome, one that pulses faintly, almost imperceptibly, every lunar cycle. The pattern doesn't match solar interference or tectonic activity. It follows a rhythm, not sidereal, not tidal, something else. More recent data, leaked from a French research vessel operating under a joint Black Sea mineral rights survey, includes audio clips captured from beneath the dome. The recordings are unsettling, not because of the sound, but because of what can be heard between the sounds. Breath, soft, wide, rhythmic, as if the sea itself were exhaling through stone, and beneath it, so faint as to be almost imagined, a chime, once, then again, then silence. Today the site is restricted, officially due to geothermal instability, but divers are turned away, fishing lanes rerouted, no buoys are marked, but the sonar still works, and the dome is still there, still humming, still waiting. One question continues to haunt the researchers who first glimpsed the dome: if this structure is real, truly artificial, truly ancient, who built it? And more disturbingly, what for? Because the dome is not a monument, it is not adorned, not decorative. It lacks the flourishes of civilization, no statues, no inscriptions, no recognizable architecture. What it possesses instead is a kind of functional perfection. Every groove, every ridge, every plane, deliberate, calculated, not expressive, but expressive of something, purpose, and yet no purpose that we understand. Some hypothesize that the dome may be a kind of underwater acoustic amplifier, a resonant cavity, tuned not to human ears, but to the frequencies of the sea itself, that it listens, or transmits, or both. They point to the structure's radial ridges as sound guides, similar in principle to parabolic dishes, the idea being that certain frequencies, pressure waves, resonance tones, even tectonic whispers, might be focused, echoed, or recorded by the geometry of the dome. But recorded for whom? That is where the theories fragment. Some believe the dome is a relic of a civilization lost in the prehistoric flooding of the Black Sea basin, a culture advanced, not in machines, but in understanding of sound and structure. Others believe the dome was not made by a human culture at all, but something else, not alien in the science fiction sense, but in the deeper, stranger sense, alien to biology, to bone and flesh, perhaps something mineral, something shaped not by time, but by vibration. A structure born of stone, remembering sound. The very idea seems absurd, and yet the dome endures. It has not collapsed under pressure, it has not crumbled with erosion, it simply persists, perfect, unbroken, unchanged, like something placed, not built, as if the sea itself was instructed to grow around it. And still, it rings. One night in 2021, during a winter squall off the coast of Sinop, a coastal radio station briefly picked up a transmission. It was not on any known frequency. It came through the static, a series of low tones, too deep to be music, too ordered to be interference. The engineer on duty recorded 27 seconds before the signal vanished. He described it later as a heartbeat in metal, and then, stranger still, a sound that remembered silence. When the recording was analyzed by acoustic engineers, they found something peculiar. The frequencies were not pure tones, they were layered. Each tone was composed of several harmonic components, overlapping in a pattern consistent with binaural interference, the kind used in brainwave modulation experiments. But these weren't designed for human minds. They were too slow, too deep, like frequencies meant to resonate through water, through silt, through bedrock. A call not upward, but downward. This led to an even more disturbing question. What if the dome is not merely sounding something? What if it is sounding to something? That theory became central to a new research proposal in 2022, one that was never approved. The idea was simple, though terrifying. If the dome is a transmitter, we must ask what it is communicating with. If it is a vault, we must ask what it contains. If it is a beacon, we must ask what it summons. And if it is a seal, we must pray it never opens. There is a story told by local fishermen along the coast of Sinop, a legend not often shared with outsiders. It tells of a night long ago when the sea grew still, so still that the surface became mirror-like, and beneath that mirror, something rose. Not a creature, not a ship, but a lightless shape, vast, domed, rimmed with ridges, like the shell of a drowned bell. It hovered just below the surface, silent, unmoving, and then it began to toll. Not aloud, not in any human way. The tolling came through the boats, through the wood, through the bone, through the breath. A vibration so deep it made teeth ache and thoughts blur. The fishermen could not speak, could not move. They drifted, paralyzed, as the sound passed through them. Then the shape sank, and the sea returned to wind. The fishermen came home pale and hollow, and never fished that stretch of water again. Their sons and grandsons know the story, and though they laugh when asked, none will cast their nets near the southern trench of Sinop Bay. None will say why. Modern technology has failed to fully capture the dome. Its outer geometry, yes. Its echoes, yes. But every time a drone descends toward its seams, toward the vertical slit believed to be an entrance or breach, systems fail, signals drop, batteries drain. The same magnetic pulse is always recorded just before blackout, a spike of 8 Hz, then silence. Only once did a camera survive long enough to see what lay just beyond the outer ring. It saw motion, not fast, not distinct, but definite. A flicker, not of shape, but of change. As if the water inside the dome bends differently, holds light differently, as if it is thicker, denser, unfamiliar. The footage ends with a single frame, blurred, dark, and grainy, but showing a ripple that did not behave like water. Analysts described it as motion without mass, a fold perhaps in something not entirely fluid, or not entirely here. And then came the whistle. In February of 2023, a NATO sonar array positioned between Romania and Turkey picked up a frequency not registered since the late Cold War, a descending whistle almost playful, layered in harmonics that suggested structure, not randomness. The whistle lasted 0.89 seconds. It originated, again, from Sinop Bay, the same coordinates as the dome. This time a research team assembled quickly. A Turkish vessel was dispatched with new sonar, hardened against interference. The goal mapped the dome's interior using passive acoustic reflection to determine if the structure is hollow. The results were clear. It is. The dome is not a mound of stone, it is a chamber, and something is inside. The acoustic mapping showed a central void, roughly 12 meters across and 5 meters high. Smooth walls, perfect dome curve. The interior echoed sound differently than seawater, lower, delayed, muffled, as if the space were filled not with liquid, but with something else. Some kind of suspension, a medium thicker than brine, but softer than stone. The sonar pulse that revealed this interior shape also triggered something else. A tone, low, harmonic, rising slowly for 6 seconds, then cutting off mid-pitch. A tone not broadcast by the research ship. A tone that came from within. The crew panicked. Several became nauseous. One diver collapsed, his hearing reportedly inverted, claiming to hear voices through silence, and silence through speech. He later described the sensation as being spoken through. The team aborted the mission. They have not returned, and yet the dome remains, undisturbed, unanswered, but no longer unknown. Some believe it is a work, not of creatures, but of ideas. Vibrations stored like scrolls, preserved not in language but in resonance. Others feel it is a container, a pressure vault, sealed not to protect its contents, but to protect us. Because some sounds are not meant to be heard. Some frequencies are not music, they are warning. Today Sinop Bay remains quiet. The waves roll on. The wind smells of salt and pine. The village markets sell fish and honey. But under the water, just past where the buoys end and the depth begins, the dome rests, still, sealed, but no longer silent, because once every 88 minutes, the bells beneath the Black Sea toll again. Not for us, not yet, but someday someone will answer, and that day will echo through every depth we thought we knew. In the vast cold north, where the Arctic waters whisper beneath ancient ice sheets, and the sky remains heavy with silence, this region, nestled between the jagged continental shelf of Greenland and the dark reaches of the Greenland Sea basin, has long been marked on maps with little more than contour lines and bathymetric gradients. But beneath those lines, something waits. It was first noted in 2011, a subtle anomaly in seafloor sonar scans. At the time, a multinational research vessel had been charting deep water salinity gradients, part of a climate project to model Arctic water flows and ice melt. The data returned something unexpected, a series of regularly spaced sonar returns, as if the seafloor were studded with vertical interruptions. Pillars. They didn't match geological expectations, not ridges, not fault scarps or lava domes. These returns were consistent, equidistant, like teeth rising from the ocean bed. There were 11 of them, each roughly 25 meters wide, each standing alone, and each perfectly aligned, as though placed deliberately. The team at first dismissed it as noise, perhaps a misfire in the scanning software, or a misalignment in the transducer array. But when the scans were repeated, the shapes were still there, still standing, still silent. Located at a depth of over 3,000 meters, the area was not easily accessible. No ROV had ever reached it. No dive had been planned for this region. There was no known wreckage nearby, no geothermal activity, just cold, featureless sea. Until now. The team logged the anomaly. They named it Grid A711, a bland label in a bland folder, destined for bureaucracy. But one researcher, a sonar technician named Dr. Lisa Halverson, couldn't let it go. Something about the symmetry haunted her, the precision. It didn't feel like geology. It didn't even feel like randomness pretending to be pattern. It felt like design. She dug deeper, back through decades of Arctic acoustic records. What she found was unsettling. In 1983, a Soviet icebreaker conducting magnetometric surveys had recorded a faint electromagnetic spike in the same quadrant. The data had been classified, but in the 1990s, a declassified naval archive revealed a handwritten note, unusual vertical returns, no geological match, recommend ignore, political sensitivity high, and then, nothing. The file ended. The anomaly had been known, but left alone. By 2014, Halvorsen had gathered enough interest to secure an autonomous drone mission. A deep-sea crawler was modified for extreme cold, equipped with high-res cameras, sonar, and a spectrometer. It was launched silently into the Greenland Abyss, descending through frigid waters like a forgotten thought falling through memory. It took 5 hours to reach the trench floor. What it found did not make sense. The video feed began slowly, grainy blue, then black. Then the lights switched on, illuminating the silt, and then rising from that silt, the first pillar. It was massive, nearly 30 meters high. Its surface was smooth but weathered, as though worn down by centuries of current and particle abrasion. But beneath that erosion, there were lines, carvings, symbols, not writing, not art, not decoration, patterns. The kind of patterns that suggest intention, geometry, repetition, ratios, one spiral, one triangle, one series of nested arcs that echoed the golden mean. The crawler moved to the next, identical, slightly shorter, but the same markings, the same spacing, the same defiance of natural explanation. And then, at the 7th pillar, the feed cut out. No explosion, no impact, just silence. The crawler was never recovered. The vessel above waited. They scanned. They pinged. They called out across the tethered deep. No response. They initiated retrieval protocols. The emergency buoy never surfaced. The fallback transponder never pinged. The drone had vanished without trace. A $12 million machine swallowed by the dark. Halvorsen was devastated. Her project had reached the edge of something ancient, something impossible, and now it was gone. No artifact, no sample, only corrupted partial footage, and a stream of erratic sensor data that ended in a spike of static, a sharp burst of interference, narrowband, rhythmic, 1 2 3, pause, 1 2 3, pause, 1 2 3, pause, like a heartbeat, or a pulse, or a code. It was dismissed, tagged as equipment malfunction. The mission was closed. The official report blamed structural failure due to pressure variation, but off the record, Halvorsen kept asking questions, and she wasn't alone. Over the next 2 years, several quiet requests were made to return to the site. They were all denied, by funding committees, by military advisors, by scientific oversight boards. The reason, though never said outright, became clear. The region was now under quiet observation by Arctic security programs. It had been flagged. The question was, by who? In 2017, a leaked satellite transmission intercepted by an independent polar research blog revealed a strange pattern. Unmanned aerial surveys were now passing routinely over Grid A711, but never disclosing the data. When questioned, officials cited ice drift analysis, but no sea ice forms at that latitude. So what were they watching? The answer came, not from a lab or satellite, but from an accident. In 2019, a seismic vessel rerouting around an unexpected storm drifted just west of the anomaly site. One of its deep tow hydrophones picked up something strange. A signal, low frequency, regular, artificial. The team aboard didn't understand what they'd found. They assumed it was machinery, a buoy, perhaps, or ocean infrastructure leaking vibrations. But a researcher reviewing the file back at port recognized something deeper. The signal structure was familiar. It matched sonar harmonics but reversed, as if the ocean wasn't sending out a signal, but answering one. The analysis was passed, quietly, to Dr. Halvorsen. She listened to the signal for hours, looping the file, watching the waveform dance on her screen. At first it seemed like nothing more than repetition, a dull oscillation. But then, late one night, she noticed something subtle. The amplitude wasn't uniform. It rippled. Each cycle grew minutely louder, as though something beneath was adjusting its rhythm, not blindly repeating, but testing, reacting. She cross-referenced the pattern against decades of known marine acoustics. Nothing matched. Not whales, not fish schools, not machinery, not seismic events, and yet, it felt familiar. The structure of the signal resembled one previously observed in 2011 by NOAA, recorded off the coast of South Georgia, a signal that had never been explained, and was later classified under acoustic anomaly, unknown origin. That sound had also shared a harmonic stacking similar to early sonar, but with one crucial difference: it had source drift. It moved. This new recording from Greenland didn't just pulse, it traveled. Across several hydrophones, the signal's position shifted, slowly, deliberately, over a distance of nearly 900 meters before falling silent, not drifting with current, not bouncing from terrain, moving. Something was down there, not just sending but walking. Halvorsen proposed a new theory, that the pillars weren't pillars at all, but structures capable of motion. What she had seen, what the drone had filmed, might have been a segment of something larger, not a ruin, not a remnant, a limb. The theory was met with polite silence. Privately, however, several deep-sea acoustic labs began reviewing her claims. Files were copied, footage was requested, Halvorsen's communications were monitored. She noticed subtle disruptions in her research network, unannounced visits from government science liaisons, sudden redactions in shared mapping data. Then her lab was closed. Officially, budget cuts; unofficially, containment. Whatever was beneath Greenland, they didn't want it found. Months passed. The ocean resumed its hush. Ice shifted and reformed across the surface like nothing had stirred beneath. Official narratives moved on, citing natural formations, glacial anomalies, and instrument fatigue for all irregularities recorded near the abyss. But Dr. Halvorsen did not forget. She relocated to a private research group in Reykjavik funded quietly by a Nordic consortium fascinated by acoustic anomalies and seafloor cartography. There, in a makeshift lab built into a converted fish processing facility, she continued her work in secret, surrounded by salvaged data and maps that no longer matched official registries. And she wasn't alone. A small team formed around her: a sonar engineer dismissed from a Swedish naval lab, a marine archaeologist discredited for proposing pre-Ice Age human structures in the North Sea, and an ex-submarine technician who swore he once heard a whale song made of gears. Together, they pored over the data, the footage, the sonar, and what they saw began to coalesce. The pillars weren't arranged randomly. They formed an arc, more precisely a semicircular layout, measuring just over 1.2 kilometers across, with uniform distances between each structure, and a gap, one missing. Had it collapsed, moved, or had it never been placed? Within that gap, the 1996 NOAA ping had originated, the brief pulse that started the whole investigation. The signal had come from the empty space between the formations, the eye of the arc, and then the pattern emerged. Overlays of the 2011 South Georgia anomaly, the 1997 Bloop, and several deep rumbles recorded in the Arctic shelf in 2009 began to reveal harmonic commonalities. Each signal exhibited partial frequency overlap, not enough to be identical, but close enough to suggest a system of related emitters, or the same source, speaking in different tongues. Then came the breakthrough. Using a declassified technique called hydrotemporal echo layering, the team constructed a 3D acoustic map of the Greenland Abyss over time, layering sonic data from over 15 years. When rendered as a time-lapse, a shape began to emerge. Not a building, not a trench, a face, or rather, the suggestion of one. An immense vertical plane etched faintly into the seabed, angular protrusions, where the pillars stood, ridged valleys forming a brow, a downward notch, where a mouth might sit. It was rough, primitive, unprovable, but once seen it could not be unseen. Not a structure, a carving. The crew aboard the A-gear returned to their routines, but the tension never fully dissolved. There was an edge now to their silence, a weight behind every glance. The sound they'd captured, the symphony from the trench, hadn't been a glitch, it hadn't been wind, it had followed structure, pattern, harmony. Dr. Lin catalogued it obsessively. On her monitors, the waveform displayed strange peaks that appeared too deliberate, like the staves of sheet music. The pattern repeated with slight shifts, rising in tone, then falling, then splitting into overtones. It's not just sound, she muttered during one sleepless night. It's motion in song. They looped the recording through spectrographs, tonal translators, even 3D wave simulations. Each new lens revealed something stranger, a rhythm that responded to pressure, notes that changed slightly based on hydrophone placement. It was as if the trench wasn't simply broadcasting, it was interacting. And then the melody returned. This time, they were ready. At 3:11 a.m., just past the ship's midpoint between sleep and work, the signal rose again, this time closer, louder. The hull of the ship hummed faintly, as though the ocean were plucking its ribs like harp strings. The sound wasn't random. It wasn't alien either. It felt aware. Below in the black that swallowed even sonar, something was listening. Something that answered not with words, but with harmony. The tremors in the water moved through the ship's foundation in pulses. 3 notes, pause, 2 lower tones, then silence, a signature. By morning, several of the crew reported vivid dreams. Not nightmares exactly, but dreams of vast caverns underwater, cathedrals of basalt and coral, lit from within by something not fire, not bioluminescence, but sound made visible. One crew member, a communications technician named Alvarez, woke in tears. "I heard them," he said. "I saw the song." "What do you mean?" Lynn asked. "They're not machines," he whispered. "They're structures. The trench isn't empty. It's hollow. It vibrates like lungs." The A-Gear launched its submersible drone, Alto 9, named for its acoustic payload system. Alto descended slow, tethered by a kilometer-long cable that shimmered as it disappeared into the black. The descent took hours. At 2,600 meters, it began to lose contact intermittently. At 2,900, the lights dimmed. At 3,100, it began transmitting something else, not just sonar data, but echoes of its own pings, returned from below with delay and distortion, not from hard seafloor, but from cavities, chambers. Alto was seeing beneath the surface. In its feed, the sediment gave way to a different texture, striated rock arranged like organ pipes, rising in vertical lines from some deeper base. Between the ridges, clouds of particulate shimmered like dust caught in cathedral light, and then the drone stopped, not violently, it simply halted, as if held. Its lights still on, cameras functioning, but unmoving. The telemetry registered pressure consistent with its current depth. There were no external currents strong enough to suspend it, yet it did not fall. It hovered. Then the signal changed again. A tone rose through the hydrophones on the A-Gear, a note identical to the one recorded 2 nights before, but now accompanied by others. A 5th, a 7th, harmony. Then a single deep vibration, almost subsonic, pulsed through the hull of the A-Gear. Every onboard sensor registered a surge in magnetic flux. Compasses twitched, lights dimmed, several screens went black. When they returned, Alto's feed was gone. Its final frame, a wall, but not of stone, something smoother, carved. "We're pulling Alto up," said Captain Armitage, but Lynn shook her head. "No, look at the signal pattern." On her screen, a looping waveform shimmered in recursive spirals. The tonal structure mirrored the Fibonacci sequence, each tonal peak spaced in golden ratios. It wasn't noise, it was design. But the drone isn't being jammed, it's being held. The room fell quiet. Outside, the ocean was still, unnaturally so. The surface, usually choppy in that part of the world, now shimmered like glass. And far beneath them, the sea continued to sing. "I think we woke it," Lynn whispered. "Woke what?" asked the captain. She looked him in the eye. The trench. Speculation turned to urgency. They analyzed older acoustic records, trawling through decades of hydrophone data from submarines, oceanographic missions, even seismic monitoring stations. And again, they found the same chords. Faint, scattered, but always there. "I think it's been humming for centuries," Lynn said, but not randomly. It was trying to resonate with something. "Maybe us," Armitage scoffed. "You're telling me the ocean is trying to talk." "I'm telling you," she said, voice calm. "We finally matched its frequency." That night, as the crew gathered in the briefing room, the melody began again, but not through the equipment, through the ship itself. The windows shivered, the coffee cups trembled in rhythm. Somewhere in the engine bay, a loose bolt danced on the floor. 3 rising tones, 1 long, silence. Then again, the A-Gear had become part of the instrument. Alvarez, still pale from his earlier dream, stood slowly. "Do you hear it?" Everyone did. "It's not music," he said. "It's location." "What?" "It's not a message, it's a map." Lynn stared at the wall of sonar data, each new burst now forming a spatial graph. The notes weren't simply tones, they were coordinates, layer by layer, tone by tone. The trench had been drawing itself in sound, not a warning, not a call, an invitation. Against Armitage's protests, Lynn ordered a second drone prepared, Alto 10, smaller, simpler, just a camera and a light array. They launched it directly over the area where Alto 9 had stopped, and this time, they saw it, a hollow, like a cathedral carved into the trench wall. Columns lined the entryway, some bent with time, others perfectly vertical. The stone, if it was stone, glowed faintly with bioreactive film, shimmering in the drone's light, and in the center of the chamber, Alto 9, still, suspended, held by invisible tension. Around it, dozens, no, hundreds of narrow vertical spires extended from the chamber floor. When the drone's sonar pinged, they vibrated, each with a different tone, like keys, and the ocean answered. The trench sang, not chaos, not chance, chord by chord. It built a structure, tension, resolution. A final note hung in the black, too low for the speakers, too vast for the equipment. Everyone on board stopped breathing. And then silence. They never recovered Alto 9. When they tried, the trench responded with a tone so low, so overwhelming, that the A-gear's hull groaned audibly. It wasn't threatening. It wasn't angry. It was final. A door closing. Within hours, the humming faded. Not fully, but changed. Quieter. More distant. Lynn listened to the recordings again and again, layering the spectrograms, modeling the 3D tonal graphs. And slowly, she came to a conclusion, one she never published. The trench wasn't just singing to us, she wrote in her journal. It was recording. When the A-gear returned to port, the crew dispersed. Many never returned to the sea. Lynn retired to a coastal village in silence. She never spoke of the mission again, but every year, on the same day the A-gear had hovered over the hollow trench, she would rise before dawn and sit by the shore, listening, for a note, a chord, a memory. Sometimes, in the hush before sunrise, she would hear something faint, a vibration, a familiar hum, and she would smile, because the ocean never forgets, it only waits for harmony. In the far reaches of the Southern Ocean, nestled between the tip of South America and the icy expanse of Antarctica, it is a place few ships cross willingly, a region where currents snarl and whip like coiled serpents, and where the sea floor dips suddenly into chaotic trenches and fractured ridges. Satellite maps reveal scars here, long tears in the crust, like claw marks carved into the seabed. Earthquakes ripple frequently beneath the surface, and waves often rise without warning. But for all its surface violence, the true mystery of the Scotia Sea lies in its silence, or rather in what once broke that silence. In 2001, an international hydroacoustic station positioned near the South Sandwich Islands recorded something unexpected. For 4.2 seconds, all their instruments aligned on a signal that did not match any known pattern. It was not geological, no tremor, no quake, no ice shelf collapse. It was not biological, no whale, no squid, no known marine organism. The waveform was unusually clean, too clean, a single rising frequency that pulsed like a heartbeat, and then it stopped. No echo, no decay, as if it had blinked into existence, and then out again. The recording was labeled anomalous and quietly archived, but a year later, it returned, at the same time of year, to the same coordinates. This time, it lasted 8 seconds, then silence again. Analysts noticed something disturbing. The second signal was not a repetition of the first. It was a continuation. The first pulse had ended on a frequency of 11.8 Hz. The second began precisely there, then rose further, like the next note in a forgotten melody. Some speculated it was a coincidence, a random echo through the fault lines, but the odds were astronomical, and as months passed, the signal kept returning. Every year without fail, in early April, the pulse reappeared, each time continuing the previous year's signal. It was as if something deep beneath the Scotia Sea was sending a message, but not in real time. Each pulse was a fragment, a breath in a longer sentence. For 2 decades it kept speaking in this broken rhythm, never overlapping, never deviating, like a machine built to whisper once per orbit. As the archive grew, researchers began to overlay the signals. When stacked and time-corrected, the pulses formed a structure, a pattern that mirrored harmonic overtones in stringed instruments. The intervals were precise, mathematical. Someone suggested, half joking, that it sounded like a song played so slowly it would take centuries to finish. But the thought lingered, because if it was music, who was the audience? In 2014, a joint UK-Chilean oceanographic mission dispatched an autonomous submersible to the source coordinates. What they found was not what they expected. The sea floor there was fractured, not unusual for the Scotia plate, but certain ridges rose in unnaturally linear formations. The thermal maps revealed odd gradients, cold zones that curved like crescents, and warm pockets that moved slowly through the sediment like sinking breath. Most oddly, the submersible detected micro-vibrations in the bedrock, not random tremors but pulses, arriving every 4.2 seconds. They had reached the origin point. As the drone hovered above the trench, a deep vibration passed through it. The cameras shook, instruments spiked. Then, for the first time, the pulse changed. It didn't rise. It didn't stop. It dropped. A single, enormous tone so low it dipped beneath the threshold of the sensors. And though they couldn't record it, the crew above felt it, a weight in the chest, a pressure behind the eyes, like standing beneath a thunderhead moments before it strikes. It lasted for only a moment, and then the ocean went still. The drone's feed froze shortly after. Recovery efforts were unsuccessful. The sea, as always, took back what was lowered into it. But that wasn't the end. In the following days, hydrophones positioned across the South Atlantic detected something even stranger. Not a tone, not a pulse, a resonance, as if the entire sea were echoing with something too deep to be heard, but too vast to be ignored. The term Scotia Pulse entered classified scientific lexicons. Research grants vanished into black budgets. Military vessels began patrolling the region, not openly, but quietly, their presence masked as meteorological exercises or sonar calibration runs. But those who studied the data saw the pattern. Each April, the pulse grew louder, deeper, more insistent, and in 2021, it changed again. Instead of a single rising tone, the signal split. Two frequencies, slightly out of phase, began to play simultaneously, creating a beat frequency that rose and fell like the warble of an analog radio. The effect was hypnotic. The vibration lingered in the bones. Several crew members aboard a nearby Argentine research vessel reported nausea, disorientation, and even hallucinations after exposure to the playback. One technician reported hearing a voice beneath the tone. "I don't remember the words," he told investigators, "but I remember the feeling. It didn't speak in language. It spoke in knowing, like something older than words was pressing itself into my head." He was removed from duty shortly after, citing psychological distress. That same year, a NOAA survey buoy floating near the Falklands picked up something even more unnerving. Between pulses, in the quiet, there was a new sound, a distant metallic scrape, like something dragging along the ocean floor. The buoy's depth sensors showed a sudden displacement, not from seismic activity, but as if a large mass had moved beneath it. And then the buoy's power systems failed. For 6 days it floated blind. When data transmission resumed, the scrape was gone, but the pulse remained. Theories began to spiral. Some believed it was a geothermal anomaly, the slow cooling of a superheated fault. Others argued it was the result of tectonic subduction layers grinding in perfect rhythm. But none of those explanations could account for the harmonic regularity, or the way the signal remembered where it left off. One physicist proposed that the Scotia pulse was a natural resonator, a phenomenon where the Earth's crust, shaped just so, amplified background energy into audible frequencies. But even she admitted this would not explain the variation in tone, nor its continuation year after year, like a record spinning forward millimeter by millimeter. And still the pulses came. Some began to wonder if they were not dealing with a geological anomaly at all, that perhaps the source of the signal wasn't the trench, that perhaps it was beneath the trench, that the Scotia plate was not a solid crust but a shell, and something inside it was stirring. In 2023, a privately funded expedition attempted to lower a specialized, pressure-resistant camera into the trench. It reached a depth of 6,800 meters before the winch cable vibrated violently. A low rumble passed through the hull of the research vessel, captured on deck microphones but inaudible to the crew. The camera was reeled in. Its casing was intact, but the lens had shattered, not from pressure, from resonance. The glass had cracked in symmetrical rings, like the result of a single note played too loud for too long. Inside, the footage showed something strange. At first, only darkness. Then a brief shimmer of light. Not a reflection, not bioluminescence, but something shifting just beyond visibility. A surface, smooth and curved, receding slowly as though rotating away. It vanished into the dark as quickly as it appeared. The recording was time-stamped April 3rd, right on schedule. The Scotia pulse continues to this day, and it is growing. Now the tones come faster. What was once yearly now echoes every 4 months, the intervals between them shrinking, the resonance lengthening, and what began as a curious acoustic anomaly now feels like something else entirely. A countdown perhaps, or a song approaching its final chord. Some researchers, those who still study the pulse in secret, believe the final tone is coming, that the song, once complete, will do more than echo through the ocean, that it will rise, that the sea, like a bell struck in perfect tune, will carry the vibration across every trench, every ridge, every fault line, and awaken something buried long before human memory began. Perhaps the Scotia pulse is nothing more than a coincidence, a trick of stone and sea, a lullaby written by pressure and chance. But sometimes, when the signal rises again in the deep, and the ocean answers in kind, those who listen long enough find themselves holding their breath, not from fear, but from recognition, as though something beneath them is remembering, note by note, who it once was, and what it was built to become. The Scotia pulse had never truly stopped. Even in the months between the documented transmissions, subtle background vibrations remained, almost imperceptible, tucked beneath the normal chatter of oceanic noise. It was like listening to a breath held just beneath awareness, not loud enough to register as sound, but deep enough to be felt, in the senses, in the steel hulls of passing ships, in the dreams of the people stationed nearby. By 2024, a newly assembled private research alliance, a joint operation between Chilean naval scientists and a reclusive Scandinavian acoustics institute, began deploying long-term seabed monitors across a 40-mile radius around the origin point. They were low-profile, pressure-hardened sensors meant to survive the unpredictable terrain and brutal tectonic stress of the Scotia plate. For 11 months they recorded everything: water displacement, harmonic resonance, geologic tremor, and electromagnetic flux. Then, in February of the following year, the data came back, and what they saw was impossible. Across all 8 monitoring sites, the acoustic pulses were not radiating outward from the signal origin. They were converging, traveling inward, echoes folding back onto a single vertical shaft of energy that aligned precisely with a faulted valley deep within the trench. The central shaft was not visible on normal bathymetry. It existed only in the energy maps, a narrow tower of resonance where frequencies bled together and cancelled out in perfect null harmonics. A silence column, they called it. The silence wasn't a void, it was an absorber, something taking in the pulse energy without reflecting it, something that didn't resonate, didn't echo, didn't respond. It simply drank sound. This discovery unraveled weeks of speculation. Was it an anomaly of physics? A unique geological funnel that trapped sonic waves in a perpetual downward spiral? Or was it a boundary, a wall beyond which no human frequencies could reach? One researcher proposed a term that stuck: the deep core node, not geological, not mechanical, something else. And then came the magnetic distortion. During a May 2025 run of real-time satellite magnetometry over the Scotia Sea, an anomaly appeared at 58 degrees south, 32 degrees west, just west of the convergence zone. The Earth's magnetic field buckled there for 43 seconds. Not a spike, not a drop, a bending, like something beneath the ocean had flexed the lines of force and then let them go. Compass satellites reported a jitter in orientation. One even rotated 2.3 degrees off-axis for a full 5 minutes before recovering. The data was labeled Class 3 deviation, non-terrestrial cause suspected. It was forwarded to multiple agencies. None responded. What made the distortion more disturbing was what followed: a change in animal behavior. Tagging buoys tracking blue whales across the Southern Ocean suddenly reported mass deviations. Pods turned sharply south, avoiding their usual migration path through the Scotia Sea. A colony of king penguins on South Georgia Island, was recorded making unusual inland movements during the breeding season, ignoring their ancestral nesting sites. Fishermen off the Falklands reported that no squid or lanternfish had been caught for weeks. Their sonar returns had vanished below 2,000 meters. The sea was emptying, but only there, in the 200-mile radius around the pulse. Marine biologists were baffled, but those who had heard the recordings from 2001, those who had studied the harmonic intervals, those who watched the pulses grow faster each year, they felt something else. They felt like the sea was warning them, or worse, making space. A year later, in April 2026, a seismic event occurred unlike anything previously recorded in the South Atlantic. It wasn't an earthquake, it wasn't a collapse, it was described in the final NOAA report as a sudden decompression of subsurface strata without corresponding crustal displacement. In simpler terms, something inside the seabed moved, and when it did, the pressure around it dropped. Not shifted, dropped, as if an airlock had been cracked open inside solid rock. The movement released a pulse 22 seconds long. This time the entire South Atlantic heard it, from Cape Town to Buenos Aires, from the shores of Tristan da Cunha to the Antarctic convergence. Sonar stations recorded a harmonic that wasn't just sound, it was geometry. The signal contained repeating frequency pairs, mirrored intervals like folded paper, encoding ratios found in crystal structures and harmonic mathematics. It was not a tone, it was a design. For weeks, universities and acoustic labs tried to decode it. One team in Lisbon converted the signal to a visual waveform and overlaid it against deep ocean cartography. The result was unsettling. The pattern matched the bathymetric contours of a 90-mile wide seamount directly beneath the Silence Column, a formation thought to be an ancient submarine volcano. But the waveform suggested something else. Not a cone, not a dome. A sphere. Perfect. Hollow. Dormant. The seamount, when remapped using high-resolution sonar, didn't reveal a crater or any sign of eruption. Instead, it displayed a faint regular seam spiraling from the base to the apex, barely visible, like a hatch sealed with pressure and time. Something buried. Not a natural formation, but an object. An object that, according to the converging pulses, might be waking. By late 2026, a soft moratorium was enacted. The area was declared a military security zone under the guise of environmental protection for critical marine biodiversity. Research vessels were banned. Satellite imaging over the coordinates was degraded. Buoy data streams were intercepted. The pulse, however, continued. It now arrived monthly. It was louder, sharper. No longer a rising tone, but a three-note pattern: up, down, hold, like a code, like a signature. One of the last public research teams, before being disbanded, released a final paper under an open-access journal. The title, Recursive Harmonic Emissions and the Hypothesis of Constructed Sentience Beneath the Scotia Plate. The author, Dr. Rebecca Knorr, wrote in her closing paragraph, "We are not listening to geology. We are not listening to echoes of biology. We are listening to intention. The pulse behaves not as a natural consequence, but as a recursive signal sent from within a pressure-stable chamber, possibly one created for the sole purpose of broadcasting slow, consistent, and universal tones over deep time. The goal of such a signal would not be communication in the traditional sense, but resonance, across oceans, across minds, across memory." Dr. Knorr disappeared shortly after publishing the paper. Some say she was pressured to recant. Others believe she went south, to board an unlisted trawler that left Port Stanley under fog at dawn and never returned. And then, in 2027, something happened that no one could explain. In the stillness of the Antarctic night, across 5 independent hydrophone arrays, a new sound echoed from the pulse. It was not harmonic, it was not even structured. It was a voice. No language, no words, but a tone like 1,000 resonating bells compressed into one cry, too deep to pass, too vast to translate. Just a rising, vibrating presence that shook the water like thunder in a steel cathedral. The sensors that recorded it did not fail. They exploded. Every station within 500 kilometers suffered catastrophic overload. Seismic shielding plates cracked. Data cores melted. Memory drives fused. The only record was an acoustic trace etched into a magnetic disc that had not been powered on. a backup archive unplugged for maintenance, resting in a Faraday locker on board a nearby Norwegian vessel. That trace was later decrypted by a team of acoustic linguists and physicists. The signal, when accelerated and sonified, produced a pattern: 7 pulses, then silence, then 2 more, then silence again. In Morse code, it would translate to "I am, come." The phrase was dismissed as pareidolia, pattern matching in noise. But one analyst, a veteran of sonar systems from the Cold War era, disagreed. He stared at the printout for several minutes and whispered, "That's not a message." He pointed to the first interval. The 7, "That's not I am come. It's I remember. There are no more expeditions to the Scotia Sea. The waters have grown colder. Marine life no longer returns. The pulses now arrive weekly. Short bursts felt not just in instruments, but in the bones of people who live far inland. Migraines, dreams, rhythms that echo in silence. Some say the sphere beneath the trench is not a machine, that it is not made of metal or stone, but of something older, a vessel designed not to travel, but to endure, to remain, to outlast time and tectonic drift, a chamber of memory, a bell waiting to be struck by the right moment in the planet's long orbit, and that when the song ends, when the last pulse echoes upward and the sea is still, the chamber will open, not in violence, not in peace, but in recognition, because some things were not meant to be found, some things were only meant to return, and when they do, it will not be with sound, it will be with presence, and the ocean, vast and old and heavy with secrets, will hold its breath, because even it does not remember how the song began, only that it ends here, and so the pulse continues, slower now, not fading, but waiting for its final note. In the western corner of the Gulf of Mexico, where the seabed collapses into an enormous chasm nearly 5 kilometers deep, there lies a stretch of ocean few have dared to study in detail. It is not as well known as the Mariana Trench, nor as storied as the Bermuda Triangle, but beneath these warm, dark waters is a silence that hums like a forgotten cathedral, a silence that stretches over the Sigsbee Deep, a sprawling abyss of dense brine, jagged salt walls, and secrets so old the earth itself seems to have grown quiet around them. It was first charted casually, almost dismissively, by 19th century naval expeditions. They noted the sudden plunge, the strange depth of the Flor, the odd readings. Early echo sounders bounced wildly here, returning warped signals, confused echoes. Some chalked it up to salinity, others to geological oddities. But the Sigsbee was not merely a pit, it was a place that absorbed meaning. And when the oil explorers came in the 20th century, dragging seismic gear behind heavy rigs, they noticed something else, something that didn't belong. In 1989, an unmanned sonar sled deployed by a petroleum research vessel captured a blurry, low-frequency scan of several vertical anomalies rising from the seabed, each spaced at irregular but curiously non-random intervals. The formations, tall and narrow, were assumed to be salt pillars, common in deep brine environments. But when the data was converted into a topographical mesh, a strange pattern emerged. The pillars were evenly faced, smooth on 3 sides, and each cast a long shadow in the exact same direction, despite being isolated by hundreds of meters. The sonar technician, puzzled, flagged the report. The next day, the sled was pulled from the water for routine maintenance, and the section of the survey was scrubbed from the map. Years passed. Then in 2007, a civilian ROV group, operating under a deep-sea photography project funded by a university in Veracruz, began exploring unexplored pockets of the Gulf's deeper trenches. They sent one of their units to skim the edge of the Sigsbee Wall, expecting to find salt domes and thermal vents. They found neither. Instead, at 4,700 meters down, their lights fell upon something impossible, a flat stone platform, smooth, cut, resting along the outer rim of the trench. The camera caught only a few seconds before the signal flickered, but in that brief span, something was clear. The stone was carved, angled with deliberate corners, and rising from one side of it was a tower, or what remained of one. It was broken halfway up, eroded by millennia, crusted with mineral deposits and layers of microbial mat. But beneath the decay was architecture. It stood, leaning just slightly into the trench. Its top vanished in shadow. The team stared in silence as the feed returned. And just before they lost power entirely, the camera caught a glimpse of something behind it, another tower, and then another, not scattered, but aligned, a corridor of vertical forms reaching into darkness, as if once part of a skyline now sunken into time. The footage, though brief, was stunning. The academic team attempted to share it with a few trusted geologists, but within weeks, the funding for their program was revoked. Their permits to operate in federal Gulf waters were suspended due to environmental concerns, and the vessel they had used, a retrofitted trawler leased from a local fishing company, was broken into at port. The main data drive was taken. Only a single backup existed, copied offline, stored on a forgotten laptop in one researcher's closet. It resurfaced in 2019, leaked anonymously onto a marine anomalies forum. Most dismissed it as doctored, but to a few, it sparked something deeper, a memory. You see, long before satellites and fiber optic cables, the Gulf of Mexico had been a place of whispered stories. The ancient Maya believed the sea beyond the Yucatan held the bones of a drowned world, that deep within its belly were the stone paths of gods who once walked the land, until the ocean rose to swallow their temples. Sailors in the colonial era spoke of strange columns glimpsed at sunrise, piercing the water's surface only to vanish beneath the waves. And in the 18th century, a Spanish galleon, La Dama del Sur, recorded an encounter with black stone markers, not natural, rising from the sea, as if to warn us away. These tales were chalked up to reef mirages, coral towers, the tricks of isolation and long voyages. But the towers in the Sigsbee, they were not coral, they were not salt, they were not natural, they were built. And the deeper the mapping went, the stranger the story became. A research vessel in 2021, performing magnetometric mapping along the southern slope of the trench, recorded a long strip of low-frequency interference, a magnetic dead zone. Instruments refused to stabilize. Internal clocks drifted. Compasses spun. When the data was plotted visually, it formed a shape, an elongated oval nearly 2 kilometers in length, with symmetrical ridges along its sides, like a building, or a ship, or something between. The discovery was buried, the funding diverted, but those who had seen the raw data began to ask questions. What if the Sigsbee towers were not scattered ruins, but pylons, the tips of structures far taller, buried in layers of brine and silt? What if the trench itself, long believed to be a collapse or erosion of ancient salt layers, was not a trench at all, but a city wall, a perimeter? The suggestion sounds absurd, but geology offers an unsettling possibility. Beneath the Gulf lies a sheet of mobile salt, known to geologists as the Luan Salt Formation, formed during the Jurassic period. When the Gulf was a drying basin, salt behaves strangely under pressure. It flows, it folds, it folds, it conceals. Over millions of years the ocean returned, filling the basin again. But what if something had been built during the dry period, on solid land? And what if, as the sea rose and the salt flowed, the city, if that's what it was preserved, not destroyed, just buried, sealed inside a natural sarcophagus of mineral layers and deep sediment, until the present day, when seismic shifts and brine movements finally began to expose it? One sonar scan from 2022, labeled internally as Sigsbee Sector Delta 4, shows a rectangular depression, stretching nearly 300 meters, bordered by 3 vertical ridges. In the center lies a dome-like feature, partially collapsed but not fully. The surface appears tiled. There is no coral, no biological reef. The material reflects sonar differently than surrounding stone. Some believe it is a roof, others believe it is a door, and then there are the sounds. Deep brine environments don't usually produce sonar echoes. The density difference between brine pools and normal seawater creates an acoustic barrier. But in 2023, during a routine NOAA test of low-frequency transducers near the Sigsbee Wall, a return signal was recorded, a triple echo. Not seismic, not biological, it came back with timing and amplitude that suggested something hard beneath the brine, something angled, and it pulsed. Not constantly, but rhythmically, once every 90 minutes, as if breathing. The official explanation was equipment malfunction. The technicians were reassigned, but the data remains quiet, buried in archives. Its timestamp a silent witness to something we're not meant to understand. Today, no public expeditions venture near the deep zones of the Sigsbee. The area has been informally red-listed, its depths declared unstable for anchoring, too dangerous for ROV descent. The currents are unpredictable, the terrain unsuitable, and yet in the silent hours of the night, fishermen drifting on the edges of the abyss sometimes report things they cannot explain. Echoes that return from empty water, lights that flicker below the hull, blue, then green, then gone, a low hum that rises through the deck. And once, in the summer of 2024, a tanker crew anchored near the edge of the deep awoke to find the sea around them had stilled completely. No wind, no swell, no sound, just one thing, a line of bubbles, rising in perfect symmetry from the darkness below. 5 lines, 5 towers, 5 breaths, and then silence again. What lies beneath the Gulf's hidden trench is not known. It may be nothing, it may be everything, but if the Sigsbee Deep hides a city, it is not a city like ours. It is older, wiser, and waiting, not for rescue, but for memory, because some ruins are not buried by accident. Some towers fall not from time, but from purpose. And in the soft brine of the Sigsbee Sea, where the earth folds in on itself and the silence grows thick with depth, a shape is stirring. Its edges are becoming clearer, its breath is returning. Its eyes, long closed, may soon remember how to see, and when they open, the towers will rise again, not above the sea, but within it, and the ocean will never be the same. In the southern reaches of the Pacific Ocean, past the well-known ridges and fault lines, beyond the margins of any established shipping lanes, there lies a rise in the seabed that does not appear on most maps. It's known only to deep-sea geologists, acoustic surveyors, and a handful of oceanographers who've devoted their lives to tracking anomalies in the global bathymetric database. They call it the Black Seamount, a name not officially recorded in any maritime atlas, but whispered between expeditions and buried in footnotes of retired papers. Its summit lies over 3,500 meters below sea level. Its base is hidden beneath millions of years of seafloor sediment, and its surface is cold, still, and silent. But beneath that silence, something waits, something that breathes in pressure and speaks in stone. The first reference to the Black Seamount was found in an internal survey document from 1982, authored by a deep ocean exploration crew working under a joint Chilean-American seismic mapping initiative. The goal had been simple: to catalog minor ridges and underwater mountains across a stretch of ocean known as the Pacific Convergence Corridor, but something in their recordings halted publication. In the middle of a seafloor ridge, where smooth basaltic plates were expected, they found not a slope, but a crater. A symmetrical depression more than 400 meters across, with walls that plunged in vertical shafts, and a center so dark, sonar lost its return before hitting bottom. The initial thought was collapse, a sinkhole, a vent, perhaps even a submarine volcanic chimney, but the edges were too smooth, too deliberate. As if the earth had not eroded, but carved. A second pass with refined sonar traced the depression again, and this time revealed more. 6 smaller craters surrounded the central one, evenly spaced in a circular pattern. The team dubbed them the wells of the seamount. Each was identical in size and shape. Each lacked natural debris. Each seemed to funnel into the earth like a precision bore. And then the radio interference began. In the following days, the ship's shortwave equipment began experiencing distortions, short pulses of static, random signal loss, and faint harmonic tones in the white noise. Not bursts, not seismic jostles, but music, at least something like it. One technician described it as organ chords underwater. Another said it sounded like something tuning itself. No official explanation was ever filed. When the survey ship returned to port, its final data files were labeled as inconclusive. The Black Seamount was noted as geologically unremarkable, and the crater was omitted from future charts. But one of the cartographers kept a copy of the scan, and over the next 10 years, he attempted to overlay the seamount's formation with historical references, ancient maps, even pre-Columbian nautical charts. Nothing matched, until he compared it to a set of obscure glyphs found in the high Andean plateaus of Chile, carved by a forgotten culture known as the Uquil. Among the symbols etched into stone at altitudes no civilization should have survived, there were 6 circles surrounding a 7th. A wheel, a gate, a convergence. Below them, translated roughly from Proto-Andean pictoglyphs, was a phrase, "Where the sky's bones rest, the wells shall call." It was dismissed as coincidence. But in 2009, a Japanese deep-sea mineral harvesting company, applied for permission to mine manganese nodules in the Pacific Convergence Corridor. One of their exploratory drones passed over the Black Sea Amount and lost contact. For 7 hours, there was nothing. Then abruptly the feed returned. It showed the drone descending slowly into one of the wells, but not freely. It was being pulled. Not by current, not by slope, but as if gripped by something just out of view. Its depth meter froze at 3,780 meters. The lights began to dim, and then without warning, the screen filled with a wash of colors, red, then violet, then blinding white, and then static. When the drone was later recovered, itself a miracle, the internal data drive had been partially erased, melted, not corrupted by pressure, but by some unknown heat source that had affected the hardware without damaging the chassis. A fragment of the final video remained, a single still frame. It showed in the corner of the camera's periphery, an arch, stone, carved with geometric indentations, like ribs. The structure was massive, at least 30 meters across, and beside it, partially obscured by silt and angle, was a vertical slit, like a doorway or a keyhole. The frame leaked online and was quickly dismissed as a hoax, but the coordinates matched the location of the Black Sea Amount exactly, and not long after, the mining company abandoned its project.
The official reason was unfavorable mineral distribution.
But those who worked the case knew better. Something had changed.
The wells had woken.
Between 2010 and 2020, a number of acoustic anomalies were recorded across the region.
Hydrophones designed to track whale migrations captured low pulses that repeated at perfect intervals, exactly 88 seconds apart. At first they were thought to be biological, but then came the harmonics, secondary echoes that spread from the central frequency, like resonating plates. The tones formed a pattern mathematically stable, with overtones matching the Fibonacci sequence. It wasn't natural. It wasn't random. It was code. One physicist at an Australian marine lab attempted to convert the tone into visual data using a sonograph filter. When mapped, the sound curve produced a spiral, one that matched the ancient Ukil carvings exactly. 7 arcs, 6 interlocks. A design meant to represent something being sealed. It raised a terrifying question. What if the wells are not wells at all? What if they're locks, corks in the crust of the earth, not meant to open, not meant to breathe? And yet, they are. In 2022, an independent oceanographer, working with private grants and a long-range autonomous submersible, approached the Black Sea Amount from the west, using drift currents and long sonar sweeps to avoid detection. What he found months later changed everything. The wells had deepened.
Each depression was now larger, by at least 30 meters in diameter, and their symmetry had become more defined. Their walls now showed tiered ledges, not unlike the steps of ancient ziggurats. One well revealed a central shaft with a descending staircase, too precise to be natural erosion. But stairs to where, and who, or what, built them?
Theories abounded.
One speculative school suggests the Black Sea Amount is the remnant of an ancient uplifted plateau, perhaps even a pre-Ice Age landmass now submerged. If true, the wells may be all that remain of a lost civilization, preserved by geology and time. But others propose something darker, that the wells are not structures built for people, but structures built against something else. That the Circle of Seven was never meant as a sanctuary, but a prison, a boundary around something within, a presence. Some claim that the rising seismic activity around the region, long considered stable, is a result of the wells shifting. That each pulse, each echo, each harmonic sequence recorded in the last decade is not a coincidence, but a heartbeat. And the final question remains, what happens if the wells open? If whatever sleeps beneath the Black Sea Amount is stirring? If the structure we see is only the lid of something buried deeper still, then the sea is not merely holding a secret, it is holding a gate, a threshold into the Earth's oldest memory, into something that predates our maps, our species, our planet's current shape, a shadow too old for language, too slow for sound, too deep for light. Today the region remains officially unmonitored. Data is classified. Research vessels that apply for access are quietly redirected. The trench floor is unstable, they say, under study, inaccessible. But the sea does not care for denials, and those who drift above the Black Sea Amount on rare crossings, fishing vessels, research craft, storm-battered tankers,
report the same thing. The water feels heavy, the wind forgets to blow, and when the engines go silent, something else begins. A low vibration, a rising tone, a hum in the bones of the ship that lingers even after you leave. A sound like something vast, forgotten, and half-dreaming, pushing gently against its stone cage. Not breaking through, not yet, but learning, stretching, waking, because the Black Sea amount is not just a mountain, it is a lid, and beneath it something breathes, not with lungs, with memory, with weight, with waiting, and one day, when the wells have widened, and the seals have thinned, and the pressure has aligned just right, and we will not be the first to pass through it. As the final story dissolves into hush, the ocean holds us still, no longer asking questions, no longer chasing answers, just drifting, gently, quietly, beneath waves that have always known more than they let on. Maybe it's better we don't understand everything. Maybe some mysteries are meant to remain waterbound, whispered only to the coral and the current. The sea keeps its secrets, and we fall asleep to them. If this story stayed with you, let me know in the comments, which mystery haunted you the most tonight. Until next time, sleep well beneath the waves.